CORDITE. Book 6 in the Cutter Grogan Thrillers. By Ty Patterson. 1. Cutter Grogan. He turned casually to take in the elderly woman in a flowered shirt and dark trousers. She clutched her handbag and smiled tightly at him, but there was no humor in it. Her eyes had no spark in them. Yeah? I am Jenna Gutierrez. I saw you on TV a few times. I searched for your address and came here. He looked beyond her. It was closing time. The neighboring offices had shut. The weekend was starting. He had friends waiting for him. Something I can help you with, ma'am? You can find out who killed my daughter. He blinked. There was no anger in the woman's tone. It was flat, as if all emotion had been wrung out of her. That's something for the cops, ma'am. I have been to them. They aren't of any help. They said the investigation is over. They don't suspect foul play. I know they won't take me seriously. Why not? Because the animals who did this are powerful and are well connected. You really think cops in this country are going to go against them, where the victim was a Hispanic woman, daughter of a Mexican immigrant? Are you aware of the world we live in, Mr. Grogan? I am. Not every officer is like that, ma'am. I have good friends in the NYPD. I can direct you to them. This didn't happen in New York. She was killed in California. I know a few officers there, too. In any case, this is not the kind of case I take on. Yeah, I watched some of your TV interviews. I read up on you. The speaker's daughter, some billionaire's kid. Those are the clients you help. I am sorry for wasting your time, Mr. Grogan. She turned away, went to the elevator and jabbed the button. Cutter watched her. A slight figure who still clutched her bag tightly. She didn't give any indication she was aware of his gaze. This isn't my kind of case, he told himself firmly, even though her words had stung. There are good cops. They can help her. Zeb and his crew were waiting for him in a Midtown bar. I haven't met them since Moscow and Mumbai. Jenna Gutierrez went inside the elevator and disappeared from sight. The bar was in Columbus Circle. It was crowded and noisy, but where his friends were sitting was an oasis of calm. Cutter hugged Zeb hard. He inspected Broker carefully, who winked and grinned at him. I won't break. I am fully recovered. He shook the older operator's hand, winced at Buana and Bear's hugs, fist-bumped Roger, and sat next to Megan. Beth and Chloe high-fived him, and the younger twin slid a glass of juice over to him. We ordered for you, Zeb and you. She wrinkled her nose. What is that concoction? It's good for the soul, he said expansively. You wouldn't know. I don't want to know, she sneered. He let the conversation flow, responding automatically until Megan tugged his sleeve. What is it? You aren't with us? He told her about Jenna Gutierrez. She isn't wrong, is she? Beth slurped her drink loudly. Lately, you seem to be taking rich or celebrity folks' cases. All of those clients came to me, and Zeb was responsible for the first case. He referred me to the Veep. Is that how y'all see me? That I work only for rich and powerful folks? Nope, but that's how those who don't know you will judge you. This is a police investigation. You know my relationship with the NYPD. Gina wants to nail my ass. You're scared of cops? When has going against police forces stopped you? Chloe retorted. Are you worried about her fees? Megan taunted. He flushed. That's a low blow. You know I only charge rich folks. I don't want to give her false hope by agreeing to help her. This looks as cut and dried as they come. There isn't anything to investigate here. Hear her out. Make some calls. What do you lose in that? Zeb told him. What she said about her and what happened to her daughter. That's exactly the kind of case you take. As for raising her hopes, she can handle that. You said she came to our country. Think of her journey. You think she wouldn't know how to deal with disappointment? Cutter felt Zeb's words resonate deep inside him. He raised his glass in a toast and nodded wordlessly. Jenna Gutierrez signed out from work the next day. She deposited her coat in the locker and went out onto the street. She blinked at the sight of Cutter Grogan lounging against a fire hydrant. "I have a table for us over there." He cocked his head at an outdoor cafe down the street. "You will take my case?" Hope bloomed in her chest. "I will hear you out," he told her. "That's good enough for me. Have you heard of Paul Castelli?" "The senator?" "Yeah, it was his son who murdered my daughter." 2. Cutter leaned back. He sized her up. A small woman, around 5 feet 4 inches, hunched over her coffee, tired lines around her mouth, worry in her eyes. They were at a table on Broadway's sidewalk, the Flatiron Building to their left, Madison Square Park behind them, the setting sun lighting up the city and painting the high rises in red and orange hues. A car honked angrily. A skateboarder glided past them smoothly, his head bobbing to a beat. New York. It was Cutter's home. He firmly believed it was the greatest city on the planet, and in most circumstances, he would have enjoyed the familiar sights and smells. But Jenna Gutierrez held his attention. Paul Castelli. He repeated the name. Tech billionaire who had gotten into politics after he resigned as CEO of the high-profile startup he had founded. He had interests in a space exploration company, mining firms, renewables research. He contributed to worthy causes, and there wasn't a day when he wasn't in the news. He was a popular politician who had won his senatorial race by promising to reduce income and social inequalities in California, his home state. He was in his second term, and it was widely believed he would remain in office as long as he chose to. He had that kind of support. He's one of the richest and most influential politicians, too. Cutter mentally counted the committees the senator sat on and then gave up. They were numerous. "Yes, him." The mother nodded, sensing his thoughts. "His son, Rick." "Isn't he in the Navy?" "Yes, a fighter pilot. Rick Castelli. They call him Slider." "That's his call sign," Cutter recalled from the media coverage the senator's son had received. F-35 pilot. His squadron was deployed to Syria on board an ARG, a Marine Corps fighter pilot. The U.S. military very rarely revealed the identities of its personnel in combat operations. However, such was Senator Castelli's celebrity status that his son's involvement in carrying out strike operations against the Taliban had leaked. It had happened while his squadron was on board the Amphibious Ready Group, ARG. It was a story that was made for the media. A billionaire father who served the country as a politician. His son, an F-35B Lightning pilot who also served the nation. Even his call sign, Slider, was leaked. Cutter snorted inwardly. "What happened?" he asked. Alejandra, Aleja, was bartending in a pub in Coronado. She worked the late shift. The joint closed at 12 a.m. Her body was discovered at 2 a.m. Friday night. Saturday morning? See, this was 2 weeks ago. To the day, Cutter thought as the cafe got busier. The weekend had begun. She was found near a trash bin. Assaulted? No, she wasn't raped, if that is what you are asking, Jenna Gutierrez said flatly. The pathologist said her heart stopped working. That's all. The ME, the medical examiner, ruled out murder. My daughter ran every day, she continued. She did 30K a week. She was very athletic. There was no way she had a weak heart. Aleja didn't just drop and die at the back of the pub. She was killed. Why are you saying that? She had bruises around her neck as if someone had strangled her. But her face hardened. The cops said that was because she was into some sexual acts which involved choking. She had sex the day before. Her date confirmed that he had gripped her neck when he was... She trailed off and looked away. She swallowed and drank her coffee angrily. A few drops spilled on her wrists, but she didn't wipe them away and didn't seem to notice their burn. "Who is he?" "A Navy man, a fighter pilot, Chad Stepney. She had been seeing him for a few weeks." "She told you about him?" "Yeah. He's close with Rick. Do you know any rich people?" "Lots." She didn't wait for his reply. "Of course you have rich clients. You know how they are. They have this inner circle they hang out with. Chad is part of that." "Rick Castelli, why are you accusing him?" "Because he wanted to sleep with Aleja. He was persistent. He was rude. He even assaulted her a few times." "Assault?" "He grabbed her shoulders and tried to kiss her. He crowded her against the bar and groped her." "Look." She pulled out her phone and showed him a series of messages from her daughter. They went back several months. Some of them were one-liners like, "Creep is here tonight. I'm going to avoid him." Others mentioned her interactions with him. A few described how he had roughed her up. The most recent message described how he had invaded her personal space and taunted her that he would have her. That's the same week she died. "You showed these to the cops?" "They found them on her phone. They spoke to him and cleared him." "Of course they would." She laughed bitterly. "She reported him to the police?" "No, she needed that job. Coronado and San Diego aren't that big. She was worried he would get the pub to fire her. His father has influence. She thought Castelli, the dad, would ensure no one else hired her." Cutter rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. He knew billionaires. They have that kind of juice. "No one saw these interactions?" "No. He was very careful. He confronted her when she was alone in the bar or when she ended her shift." "Cameras?" "It's an ordinary pub. They have one that covers the front entrance and the parking lot. There's one inside that covers the counter. Just those two." "Was Rick in the pub the day she died?" "Yeah, but Chad wasn't." "You spoke to him? The boyfriend?" "Yeah. He didn't have much to say. He apologized a lot. He said he was with her the previous night. He confirmed he and she were into those—" She swallowed and finished her coffee angrily. Cutter toyed with his mug. He looked at the phone, which was between them. He raised his eyes to her. "Rick Castelli killing her is quite a reach." "You think I'm making this up? That if I make enough of a racket, the Castellis will pay me to keep quiet?" "No, ma'am. But there just isn't enough here to think the son killed her. I can see why the cops aren't checking out that angle." She stared at him for a long while and nodded once. She stuffed her phone in her bag, removed a few bills and threw them on the table. "Thank you for your time," she said stiffly, and walked away before he could respond. "Jerk!" Cutter swore at himself as he stood up. "You could have said that better. You could have let her down gently." He looked at the bills on the table and felt shame. He added a generous tip and hurried to find her, but she had disappeared into the crowd. He cursed himself savagely and began walking back to his apartment in Lafayette Park. He jammed his hands in his pockets, thinking furiously, "I can make some calls and go back to her." "No, you fool. Go to San Diego, make the effort, talk to the cops, and then you go back to her." He nodded to himself. That made sense. He sensed the men coming out from the alley, felt their aggression, turned, but he was too late. The baseball bat swung at him. 3. Cutter's training and experience took over. He dropped to a crouch and spun, but even so he was late, and the weapon crashed into his head. He staggered. His vision darkened. He shook his head, groaning at the agony that lanced through him, but the pain sharpened his mind. He saw the flash in one assailant's hand. Knife. His hand came up to block the attack. He saw the second man raise the bat again, and then rage took over and he threw himself at the men, going beneath the blade, body slamming them, sending them crashing backwards. The bat landed on his back. Someone punched his ribs viciously. "Hey, stop that, back off. I'm calling the cops." The men sprinted away, but not before kicking him one last time. Cutter groaned. He sat up on the sidewalk and waited for the world to stop spinning. "Thank you, ma'am," he told the African-American woman who was looking down at him. "Honey?" Are you all right? She brought out a bottle of water from her bag and gave it to him. I am now, he said after drinking deeply from it. He wiped his lips and felt his head gingerly. He winced at the swelling. No bleeding. His ribs hurt, his belly was sore from the kick, but it didn't look like he had suffered any serious damage. He felt the rip in his tea and remembered the blade. It didn't cut me. Go away! Shoo! The woman gestured at the onlookers. You think this is some kind of show? You see us selling tickets. She stared at them angrily until they dispersed. Cutter hurt and ached but couldn't help grinning. He got to his feet and took several deep breaths. Honey, you shouldn't... A cruiser rolled up. An unmarked car followed and parked behind it. Cutter groaned when he recognized its occupants. Gina DiFiore, detective first grade of the NYPD, looked at him unsympathetically. You're still alive. 4. What happened? Peyton Quindica, FBI special agent in charge, her partner, asked before he could retort. He was attacked. What do you think? The African-American woman said angrily. 2 masked men beat him up. One of them had a knife. They would have killed him if I hadn't arrived. What happened, you ask? Can't you see his state? And you, she whirled on DiFiore. What did you mean by that? Is this how officers conduct themselves? I'll report you to... Ma'am, Cutter touched her elbow. I know them. We're friends. Yeah, right. DiFiore said it softly enough for him to hear. We are friends, ma'am. Quindica stepped up smoothly. What went down? Cutter described the attack. His savior corroborated it. A uniformed cop from the cruiser went to neighboring establishments to take witness statements. They came out of that alley. The SAC frowned at the small passage between East 4th Street and Great Jones Street. There's nothing there. Trash bags and rubbish. Cutter looked over her shoulder. Dead-end alley that didn't go deep. A service entrance for a takeout joint. A server looking at them curiously through a window. 7 p.m. There's still light. Traffic and pedestrians. They attacked you despite that. Yeah? No one else came to help, the African-American woman said. What is this city coming to? Thank you, ma'am. Cutter gripped her hand. If you hadn't... Don't think of that, honey. Leora Williams. She introduced herself, scribbled her number on a card and gave it to him. She glared at DiFiore. I'm on the Citizen Liaison Committee in the Bronx. We deal with the cops every day. Let me know if you get any grief from them. I will, ma'am, he replied solemnly and watched her leave regally. DiFiore's face was expressionless when he turned to her. You'd better treat me right, or else I'll get Leora on the case. She rarely smiled at him, but her lips twitched. Of all the people passing by, they picked on you. They were waiting for me. How did they know you would walk down this route? I must have been followed. The Cutter Grogan we know would have sensed any tale. Quindica smiled. I was preoccupied. With what? He felt his temple again as he considered his reply and then shrugged inwardly. They are among my closest friends. There's no reason to keep my meeting from them. He looked at the takeout joint and saw that it had a drinks menu stuck to the window. We are done here, he asked them. Give me a moment. DiFiore conferred quickly with the uniformed cop who had returned. He nodded several times and got into his cruiser and drove away. Witnesses couldn't identify the men. We have got some camera footage. NYPD'll track it. Here. She removed a pair of nail clippers from her purse and handed it to him, along with a plastic baggie. Cut your nails. There might be some skin transference. She labeled the pouch when he returned it and slipped it back in her purse. Inside. He gestured, and over another round of coffees he told them about his meeting. You get attacked within minutes of her mentioning the Castellis. I am sure there isn't a connection. No one knew I was going to see her. Heck, I myself wasn't sure. Cutter responded to DiFiore. I wasn't tailed on my way to the cafe. I'm sure of that. As to Aleja's death, the way she described Rick Castelli, I am convinced he had nothing to do with Aleja's death. I agree with the medical examiner's report. What do you plan to do? Go to San Diego, interview the cops, and report back to her. San Diego, she said it flatly. Yeah, why? We'll be there as well, Quindica chuckled. Our task force is helping out San Diego PD with some cases. Peyton Quindica and Gina DiFiore had met when the FBI and NYPD had set up a joint task force to tackle terrorist cells in the city. The success of that assignment had led to the JTF being a permanent unit. Its closure rate in critical, highly sensitive, and high-threat cases had gotten it tremendous latitude and juice from both organizations. PDs and law enforcement authorities across the country, and internationally as well, welcomed the opportunity to work with the elite group. Both Quindica and DiFiore had been promoted, and were considered to be the future leaders of their respective organizations. However, they chose to use their SAC and detective titles in their daily work. We don't need to impress anyone, the FBI agent had drawled when Cutter asked them about it. They became romantically involved as well. Many law enforcement relationships didn't last long. The absences, the risks, the continual worry took a toll on couples. Theirs had not only endured but had strengthened. I knew it, Cutter crowed, looking at DiFiore. Knew what? She asked suspiciously. There's no work in San Diego. You're going there because you're missing me. You want to stay close to me. If looks could kill, her gaze would have turned him to charred ash. Keep dreaming, she snorted and flipped him the finger. Gina DiFiore was like that. She cared deeply about him, but didn't show or acknowledge it. There were only a few occasions when the mask had slipped. Iraq was one. He cleared his mind when Quindica began speaking. You're aware Coronado has its own police department? Yeah. It's a city in its own right. But it relies on San Diego PD or the Sheriff's Department for forensic help, doesn't it? Correct. We were planning to drop by your apartment later on. He lifted his eyebrow questioningly. Have you heard of Felix Kravchuk? He thought quickly and shook his head. Who's he? Why? Russian bratva. Vicious gang. They don't do drugs or traffic women. They are into muscle and wet work. Someone needs to be roughed up or threatened, they are the go-to. You want someone offed. Kravchuk's your man. They're thugs and killers for hire. He fell out with some Russian politicians and fled to New York several years ago. He established his business here, and by all accounts, it's going well. Why haven't you arrested him? There's a thing called evidence. Proof. DiFiore mocked him. We don't have any, other than speculation and rumors. Quindica cut in hastily before he argued with the detective. We had a few snitches, but they couldn't offer anything conclusive. His gang isn't big, about 100 or so, but they are lethal. Okay. He shrugged his shoulders. What about him? He's looking for you. He stared at her and then at DiFiore, who nodded. What have I done to him? He asked, astonished. Someone has put a hit on you, the detective replied. How do you know? Those snitches we mentioned, one of them had your name and address on his cell phone. They were in a message along with other names. The rest of those men are dead. The sender's number was a burner. You asked him who sent it. He was dead, DiFiore said bitterly. Tortured and killed. The bratva must have found out he was our informer. Who were the other victims? There were 3 of them. 2 of them were other gangsters, South American mobsters. The third one was a construction company owner. We are investigating his death. It looks like he owed money to the underworld. Those 2 men, he twisted around as if he could see his attackers. They could be from Kravchuk's gang, Quindica said, but his soldiers are more competent. Cutter rubbed his jaw as he considered their revelations. You don't seem worried, DiFiore said. It's not the first time organized gangs have tried to kill me. I'm still here. Be careful. Don't take Kravchuk lightly. Gina Di Fiore, are you worried for me? She glowered at him and sidestepped his question. What will you do about him? I'll ask him what his interest is in me. 5. Cutter walked home after Quindica and Di Fiore left. He checked frequently for tails but didn't spot any. He checked the security camera feeds in his apartment using his phone's app. No sign of intruders. Beth and Megan Peterson, the twins in Zeb's team, had installed the surveillance devices and had upgraded his residence's security. They had changed the locks to biometric ones. The cameras were well hidden, 2 in the hallway, one of which overlooked the elevators and the stairs, and the other covered his door. The rest of them were inside his apartment. Their feed went to Werner as well, the AI software they used. It ran facial recognition on every visitor to the floor in real time, compared the images to those of the residents and checked the rest against various databases it was plugged into. Is this legal? He had asked them when they were outfitting his apartment. Nope, Beth replied blithely. The indoor cameras weren't the only ones the sisters had installed. There were others on the outside of every windowsill as well. All clear. Cutter half grunted as he checked the images and pocketed his phone. He showered after reaching his apartment, had his solitary dinner while he caught up with the news from the rest of the country. Grimaced at the political developments, put them out of his mind and made a call. I need a package, he said when Beth answered, and winced immediately at how he came across. Cutter Grogan needs a package, she shouted. Who does he think we are? His concierge service? A second voice yelled in the background. Megan Peterson. I need your help. He amended his request. Who's it? The older twin's voice got closer to the phone. Rick Castelli. Why does that name sound familiar? He's Senator Castelli's son, Beth replied immediately. You are going to take Jenna Gutierrez's case, Cutter? I will go to San Diego and make some inquiries. What aren't you telling us? He sighed. The sisters didn't have just snappy retorts. They were 2 of the smartest people he had met. He laid out his meeting with the mother and braced himself. Jerk, Beth said bluntly. She went on to curse him loudly until her sister cut her off. He said he's taking the case. Cutter, we looked up the deets. There's nothing suspicious about Alejandra's death. That's what I told her, he said defensively. You could have said that after you returned from San Diego, Beth told him. I agree. His admission seemed to calm her. We'll get that over to you. Do you want background on the boyfriend, too? What's his name? Chad Stepany. Yeah, that will help. And on the senator as well. We'll look into Jenna and Alejandra, too, Megan added. And Felix Kravchuk as well, while you are at it. Their silence told him they recognized the name. Why him? The elder twin asked. He's looking for me. Gina and Peyton visited me. He updated them quickly. You got attacked and a deadly bratva leader is hunting you. When were you planning to tell us? Beth's voice rose. I just did. You want us to question Kravchuk? Megan asked in a moderate tone. No. He grinned. He pictured Buana and Bear interrogating the Russian. That's going to end only one way, not in Kravchuk's favor. I'll check him out myself, he told them. We're a phone call away, Beth replied. We are off mission, and Buana's getting cranky he hasn't read the book to bad dudes. I'll keep that in mind. He thanked them and hung up. Ran his hand over his hair and glanced at his watch. 8 p.m. He went to a nightclub. 6. The joint was in the meatpacking district on the far west side of Manhattan. Cutter drove his custom Range Rover to the valet and walked inside the upscale hotel. A rooftop bar, infinity pool, limited number of rooms, every one of them with a view. The establishment was frequented by celebrities and the well-connected. Only a handful knew that it was owned by Alex Uret, a.k.a. Alexis Uretsky, a name he no longer used. Hurwitz ran guns. He was one of the city's biggest illegal arms suppliers. From automatic rifles to armored tanks, he could procure and deliver them to the latest war zone in the world. It was a business that he conducted covertly behind his facade of real estate businessman. He was into property too, but that was a sideshow to being a weapons supplier. Cutter took the stairs to the basement nightclub and joined a line of revelers. He paid his entry fee and entered the large venue. Thumping beats, swaying bodies on the dance floor, a DJ exhorting the crowd, a jam-packed bar and strobe lights. He wasn't interested in any of the entertainment. He cut around the bar and walked down a carpeted hallway to where a couple of bouncers stood. "I need to meet Alexis," he said in Russian. "There's no one here by that name, sir." One of the large men responded in the same language. "This is a private party. Please return to the bar." Cutter looked over their shoulders. There was a smaller bar around which a handful of men and women clustered. He spotted Hurwitz, but the man didn't notice him. "He's right there. This won't take long. He knows me." "Sir, please return." Cutter stood on his toes and waved at the small group. "Alex." A man looked at him curiously, shrugged his shoulders, and turned back to the group. "Sir!" The bouncer jabbed a meaty forefinger in his chest and shoved him back. "You can't disturb that group. Go back." The other heavy caught his shoulder and made to turn him around. Cutter had enough of being manhandled. He grabbed the wrist on his body and leaned back like a bamboo reed swaying in the wind. The bouncer didn't expect the move. He stumbled forward and tried to balance himself. Cutter anticipated his action. He twisted his hip, caught the man's belt with his left hand, kicked out his legs with his left ankle, and sent him sprawling onto the carpet. The second heavy roared. His cocked fist flew out. It met air when Cutter turned his head and let it fly past. He brought his hand up, focused the energy racing through him into a single point in the center of his palm, and jabbed it against the bouncer's chest in a blow that had taken years to perfect. The thug's breath whooshed out at the heavy impact. His eyes flickered in agony. He grunted and clutched his chest and collapsed to the floor. "What's happening here?" one of the guests yelled. He approached with a bunch of other guests. "Grogan!" Alex Hurwitz pushed through, surprise and anger on his face. "What are you doing here?" "Trying to meet you. Your goons thought they could stop me." The arms dealer's face darkened, but he controlled his anger. He pasted a smile on his face and murmured to his guests, who returned to the bar. "Come." He gestured. Cutter followed him to a private room, outside of which two more heavies stood guard. He whistled in appreciation at the luxurious appointment: marble-topped coffee table with expensive alcohol, framed paintings on the wall, upholstered couches. "You live well, Alexis." "Alex. That's my name," the Russian said stiffly. "We are friends, though. Remember how I saved you that time when a rival gang attacked you in Brussels? I didn't know who you were then. I killed the shooters and got you away. It put me in trouble with the Belgian police, but I did that for you. Heck, if I had known you were an arms dealer at that time, I would have turned you over to the cops." "I thanked you for that," Hurwitz snarled. "I offered you money, lots of it. You refused." "That's not how I work, Alexis." Cutter persisted in using the man's original name as he switched to Russian. "I've kept tabs on you since that time. I know that last shipment of yours went to the Democratic Republic of Congo. The previous shipment went to the Taliban. Oh yeah." He grinned at the Russian shock. "I have photographs, records of your calls, enough for the FBI to put you away for a long time." "You have been following me." "Occasionally." "What do you want?" "That's the spirit." Cutter nodded approvingly. "That's the right question to ask. Have you heard of Felix Kravchuk?" Hurwitz stiffened. "Da." "You sell to him." "A long time ago. He's got his own supply chain now." "Supply chain? Big words. You've become a businessman, Alexis. I am one, the Russian growled. Real estate. This hotel. Save it. Selling weapons is still your gig. I need information on Kravchuk. I need to know why he's interested in me. Felix wants to kill you? Urich grinned. I don't know. I want you to find out. I hope he succeeds. You'd better hope he does not. If I die, whatever the circumstances, the FBI gets everything on you. Urich cursed him. Where does he hang out? Kravchuk? The Russian asked sullenly. He's got a Midtown office. I don't know if he'll be there, though. Give me the address. Urich recited it from his phone. No one escapes Kravchuk, not even you. We'll see. Find out why he wants me. I thought you were going to ask him. I will, but he might lie to me. He left the Russian glowering in the room. He walked past the bouncers who stared hostilely at him. Don't do anything stupid, he murmured. A large, polished brass flower vase was against the wall. In its reflection, he saw the bouncers bunch their shoulders and start after him. They're going to do something stupid. He didn't wait for them to act. He took a long step back, pivoted on his heel and smashed his elbow in the first man's throat, skipped to the right and kneed the second man in the groin. Their shrieks filled the air and silenced the party. Urich burst out from the room and stared in shock at the fallen men. Cutter went out in the night and looked in the direction of Midtown. Felix Kravchuk was next on his list. 7. Cutter went through the packages the next day over his breakfast. Beth and Megan had overnighted them to his inbox, along with a message. Don't you have enough enemies? Why did you have to rattle Alexis Uretsky? He wondered how they knew about his visit, and then his brow cleared. My phone, watch, and clothing have GPS tags that Werner tracks. They must have hacked into the nightclub's cameras. Every agency operator had similar tags. Werner pinged the rest of the team if any one of them was in an unusual or new location. It was a safety measure. Cutter started with the senator. Many wealthy people put out a rags-to-riches, self-made story, conveniently ignoring those who had helped and supported them. Paul Castelli wasn't one of them. He can't say that in any case. Cutter grinned humorlessly. He was a millionaire when he was born. The Castelli family traced its roots back to the first English immigrants who had come to America. Its members spotted opportunity in the vast land. They built an empire out of mining, oil, and real estate, and when Paul Castelli took over the family's businesses, he focused on technology. He founded several startups, bought into many others, listed a few on the exchanges, sold a few more, and when he got into politics, stepped back from active involvement of all the companies. 3 messy divorces, currently dating a Hollywood actor. His finances were as clean as they could be for someone as wealthy as he was. Several offshore accounts, but none of them had any unusual transactions. Doesn't mean anything. Cutter shrugged. He had come across criminals who had spotless financials. All it proves is that he's got expensive accountants. The lawsuits caught his attention. Several of his former employees from various companies had sued him for racial and sexual abuse. Many women had come forward to claim he had harassed them. He had settled a few of the cases while others were progressing. He fought back belligerently whenever he was asked about the accusations. He claimed he was innocent and that his former employees were gold diggers. He's popular despite those cases. He's gotten most of the public to believe him. He'll have social media managers and marketers to actively manage his reputation. Cutter skimmed through the rest of the file and went through the sons. Nothing stood out there. Private school educated, and then, instead of working in his father's companies or starting his own business, Rick Castelli joined the Navy and went on to become a naval aviator. He grinned when he realized he was reading redacted portions of the son's file. Nothing's beyond Beth and Meg. There were a few minor disciplinary violations, but nothing to set back his career. Smart. Leadership potential seemed to be the assessment of his superiors. Chad Stepney was a Texan. Born to Martha and Paul Stepney, farmers in Bailey, a small town. In the only interview he had given, he admitted he had joined the Navy to escape the rural life. There was nothing controversial about his record. He had no income other than his salary, and his military file was full of commendations and appreciation. Cutter read the rest of the files that the twins had sent. Background on Rick Castelli's friends, men who had been in the bar the night Aleja was killed. Nothing here. He read the case files that the sisters had sent. It read like a textbook investigation, with the finding undisputable. Aleja's body had been found at the back of the bar, near the delivery entrance, slumped behind the trash can. The investigators didn't find anything suspicious. There weren't any witnesses and no one had heard anything. No cameras covering the back. Cutter read that in the report. Jenna said that too. No one knew why she was there. No one had seen her go there. The staff said everyone went out of the front entrance when the joint closed. There were detailed interviews with Rick and every other customer in the bar that evening. The Navy pilot stated their interaction with her was limited to placing their orders and paying for them. Chad Stepney was questioned as well. He confirmed his relationship with Aleja, admitted he had spent the previous evening with her. Everything they did was consensual, he stated firmly. They had no arguments, no fights, and weren't romantically inclined towards each other, nothing other than the physical nature of their relationship. We had a physical attraction. We spent time together. That was the extent of our involvement. Cutter grimaced at the term he had used to describe their relationship. He moved on to the medical examiner's report. The medical examiner didn't find anything significant on or in her body and concluded that her heart had given out. He commented that the bruising on her neck was consistent with the sexual acts. The cops continued investigating, however. They interviewed the bar staff, the pilots, and Stepney. Why did they persist? Cutter thought. He found no answers in the file. Was it because Rick was there? They wanted to make sure there would be no blowback later on? That no one could accuse them of sloppy work? He noted the officers' names. Carol Galvez, Coronado Police Department Detective Mike Powell and Fabian Sykes, who were detectives in the San Diego Sheriff Department's homicide unit. Why did they get involved? Coronado PD is small. They turned to SDSD for forensic or investigative help. The CPD chief must have thought it prudent to get SDSD's eyes on the investigation as well. Yeah. He nodded to himself. That must be it. He Googled the officers. Galvez had a year's experience at being an investigator while Powell and Sykes were veterans. CPD's chief didn't want anyone accusing his detective of being raw or incompetent. That might be it as well. He sighed, closed his screen, and stretched. It was obvious Aleja's death wasn't suspicious. Rick was a jerk to her, but that doesn't mean anything. There's nothing to show he killed her. Why does Jenna want me to investigate? He read her file. Jenna Gutierrez had crossed the U.S. border when she was a teenager after her folks were caught in gang warfare in Mexico. The young girl made her way to New York where she worked as a server, a house cleaner, a gardener, anything that earned her cash. No job was too menial or beneath her dignity. When she turned 21, she married Javier Alonso, who worked in a garage in the Bronx, and they had Aleja 2 years later. The husband disappeared from their life when their daughter turned a year old. Cutter read the file, searching for a reason, but there wasn't anything there. Fool, he cursed himself. Beth and Meg pieced this together from Jenna's bank account, receipts, anything they could find online. It's not as if they spent weeks and months investigating her. They wouldn't have known why Alonso vanished. He rubbed his eyes as he thought of possibilities. He must have deserted them. There wasn't any other explanation. That's why Jenna took back her maiden name and changed Aleja's last name as well. And the mother went to night school when her daughter grew older, trained to be a pharmacist, and had joined a national chain where she was still working. He checked out a mother and daughter photograph from Aleja's social media account, both of them smiling, their mutual affection apparent from their sparkling eyes and body hug. She worked hard all her life so that Aleja would have an easier ride. There was no indication that Jenna Gutierrez had any ulterior motive for blaming Rick Castelli. Closure and truth. That's all she wants. That's why she came to me. He was sure the mother felt resentful at the way Rick had mistreated her daughter, but he was equally confident she wasn't driven by the hope of securing a payout from the Castellis. He recalled her small form, the way hope had drained out of her at his words. No, she's not a gold digger. She's a grieving mother. Alone in his apartment, he made a promise he would get to the bottom of Aleja's death, even if it turns out to be what the ME reported. He read Kravchuk's file. Vicious, ruthless, likes torture were mentioned in several police reports. FBI and NYPD had both surveilled him in the past but couldn't come up with any evidence. Europol had questioned him once, and they too had to let him go. His gang abducts its victims and kills them, Beth had observed in the file. No sniper shots. That's reassuring. Cutter smiled grimly. He read the contents and reflected for several moments and then got up to get ready. It was time to meet the bratva leader, 8. Cutter checked the street from his windows before stepping out. Traffic. A few parked cars. He remote-controlled the window-mounted cameras to get their license plates and ran the numbers. Werner told him none of the owners were connected to organized crime. He went out onto the street in a light tee and jeans, a jacket to hide his Glock in its shoulder holster. He had an ankle-strapped Benchmade and Ray-Bans that were customized to reflect his rear view on its lenses. He walked swiftly, crossing the street randomly and window browsing occasionally. No tails. He was sure he didn't have anyone shadowing him. He reached Nomad and checked out the nondescript building that housed Kravchuk's office. He uses an accounting firm as his cover. The business was legitimate and had several small enterprises as its clients. It had a healthy turnover and diligently paid its taxes. Felix Kravchuk was listed as its sole owner. Cutter entered the lobby. No concierge, but a man leaning against the wall leafing through a newspaper. He looked up, nodded casually, and returned to his reading. That's the first sentry. Did he recognize me? He watched the man in his Ray-Bans as he went past and got inside the elevator. The hitter didn't reach for a phone. Cutter got out on the 6th floor of a carpeted lobby on which was a reception desk. A woman behind it who smiled brightly at him. Framed photographs on the wall. Soft music piped through hidden speakers. A bowl of fruit, a vase of flowers, and several publications on a glass table. 2 leather couches. On one was a man in a suit thumbing through his phone. Second sentry. I need to meet Felix Kravchuk. He smiled at the receptionist. Do you have an appointment, sir? No, but I'm sorry. You'll need an appointment, sir. He's very busy. In any case, he isn't in today. I saw him enter the building, Cutter lied. Her smile faltered. She gathered herself. You'll need to make an appointment. Tell him it's Cutter Grogan. I am sure he'll see me. I can't do that, Mr. Grogan. Please call his assistant to book an appointment. Leather creaked. He felt a presence behind him. You need to leave, sir, the sentry said in a gravelly voice. You heard what she said. Cutter picked up the pen that was on the desk, turned it around in his palm, took a backward step without turning around and jabbed its point deep in the bouncer's thigh. The man shouted in agony. Cutter didn't let up. He drew his Glock out, arm-twisted the sentry, and jammed his gun against the man's temple. Where's Kravchuk? He demanded. The receptionist pointed down the hallway with a trembling finger. He shoved the bouncer down the passageway, ignored the panicked looks and gasps from staff, and kicked a wooden door open. Felix Kravchuk was behind a polished teak desk. Pinstripe suit, lean, dark hair styled neatly. He didn't look like a vicious bratva leader. The Russian was expressionless as he spoke softly into his phone and hung up. Cutter knocked out the bouncer with a savage slash and stepped around his falling body. "You're looking for me. Why?" "I don't know you." "What do you mean?" Cutter whirled when two hitters burst through the door. He shot the first man in the thigh and moved instantly to cover Kravchuk. "Leave, or your boss dies." A tense moment broken only by the soft groan of the wounded man. "Go," the bratva leader said in Russian. "Take Pavel with you." He looked at Cutter when his men left. "What can I do for you?" "Why are you looking for me?" "Who said I was?" He's dropped the "I don't know you" act. "A snitch. Your gang isn't as leak-proof as you think it is." A muscle twitched on Kravchuk's cheek. No other expression. "Leave while you are still alive. Start running. I'll give you a head start." Cutter grinned humorlessly. "You looked up my file? You must have read what I've been through and what I am capable of. Me? Run?" He chuckled in genuine mirth. "I am in your office. You have 2 injured men, another one out cold. None of your men have gotten close to me. You might want to reconsider your position. You and I haven't crossed paths, but I'm guessing you have a client who wants me dead, which is why your men are hunting me. I could kill you here, in your office, and claim it was in self-defense." He smiled broadly. "I won't, however. I'll let you live. Don't let our paths cross again, or they'll reach a dead end. For you." No one stopped him when he left. 9. Felix Kravchuk sat motionless for several moments after Grogan had left. His assistant poked his head inside the office. He beckoned the man. "Are you okay?" "I was going to get more men, but Grogan left before I could." "Da, he said he injured 2 men. He shot Nikola. Who's the second man?" "Victor. Victor, Nikola, and Pavel. Dispose of them." Alexis, his assistant, had been with him ever since he had formed the bratva. There was nothing the man didn't know of Kravchuk's business. "Da," he replied as if he was acknowledging a weather briefing. "I'll tell the staff that Grogan is an accounting client who owes us money, for whom we have stopped delivering services." "Good. Deal with all that. You had 2 men following Grogan. Why didn't they report he was in our building?" "They attacked him. They thought you would reward them if they captured and brought him to you." "What happened to them?" "They underestimated him. I asked them to stay inside their building. The police are looking for them." "They will never work for us again." "Da." Kravchuk dismissed him, logged into the security camera's feeds, and watched Grogan enter the building's lobby and approach the receptionist. He paused the videos several times to study the American. A soft breath escaped him when he had finished. He summoned Alexis. "Get me the wolf," he told his assistant. The wolf entered his office 20 minutes later. He was a stringy-looking man in an untucked shirt over dark trousers, rubber-soled sneakers on his feet that didn't make a sound. His eyes were dark, fathomless pools. His hair was cropped short. His bare arms were sleeved with tattoos. He stood in front of Kravchuk. He didn't speak, didn't smile, didn't sit. The bratva leader knew the wolf could remain in that position all day if he had to. He brought out his phone and dialed a number. "Grogan was here. He knows we are looking for him." He listened when the voice on the phone rose. "No," he said finally when the man fell silent. "I didn't tell him about you. You know that's not how I work. He threatened me and went away. I need to drop you as a client, however." The voice chattered angrily. "Will you let me finish?" The voice fell silent. "Word needs to get out that I, Felix Kravchuk, have dropped a client. That will reach Grogan. He'll think I have ended our business relationship. He'll become complacent. That's when we'll kill him. The voice sounded pleased, and after a few compliments, hung up. "You heard that?" Kravchuk looked at the wolf. The killer nodded. "3 of our men have to be taken care of. Alexis has their details." The assassin showed no expression. He knew what was expected of him. The thug's hours on the planet were numbered. The bratva leader turned his screen towards the assassin and pointed at Grogan's images on the feeds. "That's him. Wait for a few days for the rumor to spread. Then hunt him and bring him to me." The killer looked at the screen for long moments, nodded, and left the office. The bratva leader crossed his hands behind his neck, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling. Felix Kravchuk smiled coldly. No one escaped the wolf. 10. Cutter was in a Starbucks opposite Kravchuk's building. He watched bouncers load 3 men in a van and drive them away. "Those are the ones I took out. I bet they'll never be seen again." No police cruiser rolled up. There were no sudden arrivals of bouncers. Kravchuk's smart. He'll reflect and work out how best to deal with me. He won't react immediately. He considered his options. I can continue watching, but it won't help. He's not going to have gunmen come out of the door. Even if they do, they might not be after me. Cutter drained his coffee and left the store. He returned to his apartment, where he packed an overnight bag swiftly and caught a cab to JFK, where he bought a ticket to San Diego. 9 hours later, his aircraft flew over downtown San Diego's high-rises and landed on the city's single-runway airport. He caught a cab, gave the directions to his hotel, sat back, and enjoyed the short drive. It was pleasantly warm when he arrived at his hotel in Coronado, overlooking the shore's beach. He showered and went for a walk on the sand. The city was a tide island connected to the mainland by Silver Strand, a sandy strip. Families relaxed on the beach. A bunch of young kids played baseball, while nearer to the water, a group of young men raced hard sprints under the supervision of an older man. Those could be SEALs. The U.S. Navy was the largest employer in the city, with close to 15,000 personnel stationed in the city on 2 facilities, the Naval Air Station North Island and Naval Amphibious Base in the south. Both the installations were part of the larger Naval Base Coronado. Cutter looked toward San Diego Bay and saw 2 warships anchored at their berths. It reminded him of the senator's son. Rick, Chad, and their friends are stationed on North Island. That's how they were at that bar. He decided to check it out. The bar was warm, homely, and did not have the loud music that Cutter disliked in many other establishments. On its dark wood walls were military pictures. F-18S, F-35S, aircraft carriers, helis, uniformed troops, medals, and various paraphernalia. The joint was founded by a former naval aviator, and his backstory, along with the establishment's location, meant it was a draw for military personnel. They served good food, too. Cutter inspected the menu, placed his order, and went to a corner table from where he had a wide field of view. No pictures of Aleja anywhere. Were there any flowers or wreaths at the entrance in her memory? Nope. He shook his head. I would have seen them when I walked in. The men came in at 9 p.m., 11. Rick Castelli in the lead, Chad Stepney behind him, 2 more men and a woman, Sanchez and Barkow. He recognized the other men from the package. The woman seemed to be new to the group. She laughed with their jokes, backslapped them, but he could see from the distance she kept, and from her silences, that she wasn't part of their in-group. More military personnel came in, recognizable from their short hair and the white tees they wore. They greeted Castelli's group. Some of them stayed with them while the others left. Cutter had been in such bars, with similar company. He knew how it felt to relax outside the base, which could feel confining at times. "Sir, can I take this chair?" Barkow came to his table, pointing at the empty one opposite him. "Sure." He shrugged. "I'm alone." "Are you an officer, sir?" "Nope." I left that world a long time ago. Barkow smiled in thanks, picked up the chair and returned to the bar. By then, a big crowd had gathered around Castelli's group. Their voices grew louder. Someone broke into a song and they joined in. The two bartenders, a woman and a man, worked with practiced efficiency as they served drinks and kept their customers lubricated. Rick looked like he had stepped out of a naval recruitment poster. He had looks. He carried himself with easy confidence, even with a subtle swagger. He flirted with the women in his group and seemed to make them feel special. Stepani was quieter but laughed readily and joined in their humor. It's not even 3 weeks since Aleja's death. It doesn't look like he's mourning her. Cutter suppressed his disgust. He cautioned himself from jumping to conclusions. Maybe he and she were no more than friends with a physical relationship, despite what he told Jenna. Rick leaned towards the woman who had come with his group and whispered in her ear. She shook her head, and did it again forcefully when he kept murmuring. Rick's grin faded for a moment. He squeezed her shoulder hard. Cutter could see his knuckles whiten even from the distance. The woman didn't flinch. She kept looking at him until he dropped his hand. His megawatt smile returned as he turned back to the bar. Stepani looked uneasy as he glanced at her, and then he too turned towards the rest of his friends. What was that about? Cutter kept watching, but the naval group drifted to a dartboard on the wall close to him without any more incidents. Rick took the first throw, cheered on by his friends. It hit the bullseye. Stepani followed and too hit the target. Barkow threw next. The dart hit the side, bounced off it and clattered to the floor. A customer kicked it towards them, but it ricocheted against a chair and slid towards Cutter. He picked it up and balanced it on his palm as memories of similar times returned. "You want to throw, sir?" Barkow grinned down at him. "No, I'm not as good as you." "Me? Good? Did you see my try?" "I'm sure you're better than me." He returned the dart to the pilot, who nodded in thanks and went to his friends. Cutter felt Rick's and Chad's eyes on him. He nodded. They returned the gesture. The woman looked at him expressionlessly and slid her gaze away. He watched them play for several more moments and then finished his food, left a tip, and went out. He circled the bar and went to the rear, where it was darker. A dim light hung over the delivery door, but it didn't illuminate the backyard well enough. A concrete pathway led to a gate and onward to the sidewalk and to 10th Street. Empty crates and cartons neatly stacked at a side. 2 big black trash bins. He guessed Aleja's body was found behind one of them. He made to return to the front when he heard a footstep. He inched to his left where it was darker, away from the light. A figure came into view. She's that pilot. He recognized her from the way she carried herself. "He was at it again," she said bitterly in a low voice. Cutter made out the phone pressed to her ear as she paced the backyard. "He asked me to go back with him. I refused. You know what he did next. He nearly crushed my shoulder." "No." Her head bobbed sharply. "We've all had this discussion before. I don't care how good our CO is. I'm not going to do anything to risk my career. Do you even know how much juice his dad—" She jerked up suddenly and whirled towards the rear door. She must have sensed my presence. Cutter went down the concrete path. "I saw his hand on you." "Please mind your own business, sir," she said sharply. "Is Rick Castelli harassing you?" She turned her back on him and strode towards the front. "I wasn't here by coincidence. I am investigating Alejandra Gutierrez's death." She froze. "Her mother hired me to look into it." "I heard about that. I wasn't there." She's responding. "Rick Castelli was there that night." "He had nothing to do with it." She flared as she spun on her heel to look at him. "It wasn't murder. I read up on it." "It might not be, but I'm here to dig. It looks like you're having some issues with Rick." "Sir, back off," she said coldly. "You overheard a private conversation. I strongly suggest you forget it. What you are doing here in Coronado is your business." Don't interfere in mine, is what she's implying. My name is Cutter Grogan. He gave her his card. I am a PI from New York. I have a military background. I have made the news a few times. Look me up. I would like to talk to you about what happened back there. He jerked his head at the bar. And about Rick and Chad Stepney. You'll be wasting your time, Mr. Grogan, if you're going to wait for my call. I'm not going to do that. She left him standing in the backyard. He was smiling to himself, however. She didn't tear up my card or drop it in the trash. 12. Lieutenant Marina Soria went around the bar, called a cab on a ride-hailing app, and went to her apartment in Captain's Corner in San Diego. Like many of the other pilots in her squadron, she lived off base but within easy commuting distance to Naval Air Station North Island. She unlocked her single-bedroom residence, went to the shower to bathe. She winced when she saw the reddening marks on her shoulder and slipped on a tee. She threw herself onto the bed and stared at the ceiling as she thought. No, she told herself firmly, don't screw up your career. Mama and Papa worked hard all their lives so that Ruben and I could pursue our careers. Ruben, her younger brother, worked in a tech company in San Francisco. Marina was the first Cuban-American Marine fighter pilot. She was one of the very few women naval aviators to break the glass ceiling. I can't sacrifice all that just to report Rick. It wasn't that she didn't trust the Navy or her superiors, but she wasn't going to risk finding out. She remembered the man who had spoken to her and opened her purse to inspect his card. It wasn't fancy. A name, a number, and an email. No social media handles. She Googled him. The Fixer. The name jumped out at her from several articles. It looked like Cutter Grogan had given himself that label when he was building his PI practice. He didn't use it anymore, but the name seemed to have stuck. She read some of the reports. Took down a white supremacy gang in New York, rescued not just the Veeps, but also the speaker's daughters. He had helped the LAPD too on several occasions. It looked like law enforcement agencies spoke well of him, though several people said he was a maverick and was a lawbreaker himself. He had been arrested several times but had been released quickly and hadn't been charged. Didn't he say he was former military? She clicked several links until she got to some of his backstory. Former Delta operator. Yeah, now the way he carried himself made sense. Fighter pilots like herself were like the best of officers. The training, the tests, the drills they went through separated the great from the good. It bred a confidence in them. A few of them became arrogant but hid it well, since the Navy had no room for cockiness. But that mask fell when they were off base and on their own time. Grogan hadn't shown it. She had observed him a few times in the bar and he had sat there quietly, having his dinner. He isn't a Navy fighter pilot. She grinned. He isn't as good as us. She knew, however, even as her smile faded, that she was wrong. Elite military personnel were the same, whether they were pilots or special forces operators. They were the best of the best. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking to him. She shut her screen and settled down to sleep. It didn't come. Finally, she huffed impatiently and reached beneath her pillow for her phone. She brought up a name, Vertasha Rivers. Vertie, we need to talk about Rick, 13. Cutter wore a jacket the next day, even though it was dry and hot. He caught a cab to Broadway to San Diego Police Department's headquarters and entered the busy lobby. Staff, visitors, families, school tours, they were all crowded around the reception area. He checked out the guards, who were watchful. He waited for a distraction. A child provided one by running across the tiled floor and upturning a flower vase. The loud crash drew everyone's attention. Cutter got close to a bunch of the visitors and deftly removed a pass that was hanging out of a man's rear pocket. He looked around casually. No one had seen him. He hustled to the entry barriers and used the card to let himself through. Never fails, he thought. Stealing a visitor pass was the easiest way to gain entry to a building. He entered the elevator car and punched the button to his floor. walked out past cubicles and desks where uniformed officers and civilians were working. "Sir, you can't go through." He ignored the executive assistant's exclamation and pushed through the door. An African-American woman broke away from her conversation and looked sharply at him. Two other women swung around. Cutter grinned at SDPD Chief Deanna Chapman, Gina DiFiore, and Peyton Quindica. "Can I join the party?" 14. "What are you doing here?" Chapman glowered at him. "How did you get in?" "Someone dropped a pass." Cutter held up the badge. "You stole it?" "It transferred ownership," he fudged. DiFiore rolled her eyes. "That's a new one. I wonder thieves haven't used it to defend themselves." "There's a difference. I'm not a thief." He winked at Quindica, who hid her smile. "So you say," the detective retorted. "Cutter," Chapman growled, "why are you here?" "Don't take that tone with me," he said in a mock-injured tone. "Mikey wouldn't like that you are annoyed with me." Mikey Chapman was the police chief's 6-year-old son, whom he had rescued when a bunch of armed thugs had attacked the police chief's family back when she was a detective. He had been dining at a nearby restaurant when he had seen the gunman approach. Instinct had taken over. He had seen the child in the rear seat and had raced to the car to extricate him and hustle him to the safety of the restaurant. He had returned with his Glock bucking in his hand to take down 3 of the gunmen while Deanna took cover behind the driver's door and shot it out. The 7-minute firefight was intense and brutal. He had taken a round to his shoulder. The car was shredded. A civilian was injured, but at the end of it, as cruisers rolled up to join in, the 7 killers lay dead on the street. Cutter became part of the Chapman family that day, joining the single parent and her only child. "Why are you here?" the police chief repeated. "Alejandra Gutierrez." Her brow furrowed. "Gutierrez?" She searched her memory. "Isn't that the woman who died in Coronado some weeks ago?" "Yeah, just over 2 weeks." "What about her? That's not our jurisdiction." "We weren't involved in the investigation. If I remember right, she died of natural causes." "Her mother disagrees. She wants me to look into it." "So do it. Why are you bothering us?" "I don't have contacts there. I would like to speak to the detectives. Coronado PD and San Diego Sheriff's Department were involved." He slid the names of the investigators across to her. "You want me to use my juice to fix meetings for you?" She didn't glance at the note. "Yeah." "No." DiFiore chuckled. "You, an unauthorized visitor to my office, interrupt a meeting and expect me to do favors for you." "That death. Rick Castelli is involved in the case. He's Senator Paul Castelli's son." "I remember. I know who all are involved." Coronado PD took the help from the sheriff's department, given that it could go high profile. The detective they assigned from their side was young, inexperienced. They didn't have anyone else, however. Their other investigators were either on vacation or were off sick. "That's interesting." Chapman didn't sound the least bit interested. "What's it got to do with me?" Coronado PD's detective was Carol Galvez. You mentored her. 15. Deanna Chapman glanced at the note. Her lips tightened. She glanced at her watch and the calendar on her computer. "Do you mind if I discuss this with Cutter?" she asked DiFiore and Quindica. "I'm sure they won't," he began. "I didn't address you," she rapped out sharply. "She's your friend, but she's also SDPD chief." "Don't forget that," he reminded himself. "We don't mind," Quindica grinned. "In fact, we'd love to hear what Cutter has in mind." "You both are aware of this?" "We know about the case." DiFiore nodded. "He told us. That's why he barged in. He knew we wouldn't object." "Tell me everything." Cutter eyed the jug of coffee, at which Chapman sighed. "There are times I want to shoot you." "Get in line," DiFiore growled. He grinned unrepentantly and poured the brew in a cup for himself and topped up theirs. Jamaican Blue Mountain. He raised his eyebrow. You introduced me to it. He reached into his jacket pocket and brought out a small bag of the coffee. Is this a bribe? She asked as she inhaled the scent and closed her eyes in pleasure. Thanks for not shooting me. That might still happen. He chuckled, crossed his legs, and laid it out for her. I don't see why the mother wants you to investigate, she said when he had finished. Other than Rick Castelli's behavior, but that should not have any bearing. She's grieving. You want to talk to Carol and get her feel for the investigation? Yeah. She was your mentee. I'm guessing she too would have a strong sense of right and wrong and good instincts. Lay off the flattery. She looked out of the window for a moment at San Diego's skyline and then nodded. I'll set it up, but don't drag her into interdepartment politics. I won't. Di Fiore stirred. What about Kravchuk? Who? Chapman asked, startled. Felix Kravchuk. He wants to kill Grogan, 16. Quindica swiftly briefed the SDPD chief, who looked shocked. Do you know why? No. I asked him. He didn't reply. He grinned at their expressions. What? I can't go to his office like anyone else? What was his reaction? Quindica said in a stunned voice. He didn't speak. He's got dead eyes. No expression in them. He was watching me the whole time I asked questions. He didn't say a word. No one stopped you. They tried. Chapman sighed. Kravchuk's gang killed a Hollywood executive last year. He was tortured. They chopped off his fingers, his testicles, and then shot him. His movie was funded by criminal gangs and didn't succeed as much as he hoped. We got nowhere in our investigation. Witnesses and informers either disappeared or changed their stories. The DA couldn't build a case. Be careful. I will. You'll call Carol? Yeah. Why do you want to talk to her and not the sheriff's detectives? I have contacts there too. I'm sure I could get them to open up to you. Carol may be relatively inexperienced, but she's smart. I prefer to hear her thoughts, initially. I might take you up on your offer, however. Cutter hugged her when she came around the desk. He embraced Quindica too, bumped fists with Di Fiore, and went out of the chief's office. He ducked his head inside a moment later. You both. He looked at Di Fiore and Quindica. Why are you here? None of your business, the NYPD detective replied. He rolled his eyes and left. Why didn't you tell him we are jointly investigating Russian mobsters? Chapman asked when Cutter had left. He's a civilian, Di Fiore snorted. He doesn't need to know. What Gina means, Quindica drawled, is Cutter's cases often overlap ours. She doesn't want to share our files on Kravchuk with him. I guess he has his own sources, the SDPD chief said. Chapman and the SAC looked at the detective when she chuckled. What? The police chief asked. Felix Kravchuk doesn't know who he's tangling with. Cutter Grogan is the most dangerous man I have ever known. 17. The wolf wore a mask over his face when he approached Grogan's apartment door and inspected the lock. Nope. It was one of those high-end ones that would need a lot of time and some luck to pick. He went to the other door on the floor and put his ear to it. No sound from within. He returned to the PI's apartment door, removed an electric drill from his backpack and made holes around the lock. 5 minutes later, he was inside the apartment. He didn't bother to check for cameras. He was aware the security system could be rigged to ring an alarm at the police station. He searched the residence quickly and didn't find a laptop, gun, or a hidden safe. There was a notepad on the breakfast bar. He looked at the scribbling on it. He squinted hard as he tried to make out Grogan's handwriting. Was that San? What were those numbers after them? His brow cleared. San Diego Airport. Grogan had flown to that city. Cutter's phone buzzed when he was in the cab. An alarm from his security system followed by the camera's feed. He watched the masked man enter the apartment and linger at the breakfast bar. He dialed a number and spoke when a gravelly voice took his call. "Pete, my apartment door needs fixing." "What happened?" "Someone broke into it, drilled around the lock." "Heck, did you call the police?" "I'm out of town. Can you replace it?" "Sure. There's a new lock on the market, better than the one that was on your door, more secure." "Install it. Send me your invoice. Can you do it right away? My apartment is unsecured." "I'll have to clear my diary. But for you, yeah." "Good man." Pete Haggerty installed security systems. He had been recommended by Beth and Megan, who said he was the best in the business. Cutter dialed the younger sister's number. "I need your help. I have sent a video clip to you." "Got it. That's your apartment. Someone broke into it." "Yeah. Can you run gait analysis on that man and see if he's in your system?" "Cutter, we'll do that." A second voice broke in. Megan. The sisters usually put their calls on speaker so that both could join in. It was how Zeb's team worked. "See how that man moves? He glides. He's a pro." "Yeah, that's what I figured." "He hasn't taken anything from your apartment." "He's not a thief." "You know of him?" "No, but I was expecting something like this to happen. I'm confident he was there to either kill me or find where I am." "He's Kravchuk's man?" "I suspect." "What's he doing at your kitchen counter? His back is to the camera." Cutter smiled coldly. "Falling into my trap?" He hung up and read the new message from Chapman. "Carol will meet you in a coffee bar." The detective was alone in the store, which was at the end of Olive Avenue. It was in a home converted to a cafe with limited seating and the smell of garden flowers wafting in. The detective was seated against the back wall and looked nervous when he approached. He smiled reassuringly. Her handshake was tentative. "Cutter Grogan," he introduced himself. "Deanna mentioned why I wanted to meet." He deliberately took the chief's first name to create trust. "You want inside information on Alejandra Gutierrez." "I wouldn't put it like that, ma'am. I am a licensed private investigator." He showed her his card. "Jenna, Aleja's mother, wants a fresh pair of eyes on the case." "I don't know what more I can tell you that isn't in our file. If you ask our chief or San Diego's sheriff's department, they might share it with you." "I've read it." "No, that's not why I am here. I want to get your feel for the death." "Why me, Mr. Grogan? I'm sure you are aware this is only my second year as a detective. Coronado is small. It's not the city where investigators are busy all year round. I have multiple duties in the PD. You should talk to Powell and Sykes. They were the lead detectives from San Diego and are far more experienced than me." "I trust your instincts, ma'am. The best investigators I know are women. Experience, the number of years on the job, play a role for sure, but those can be acquired. Not so with intuition." She sized him up as she sipped her coffee. Her confidence had returned. It was in her cool gaze and posture. "Flattery, Mr. Grogan?" "Deanna Chapman is a good friend. I trust her judgment. She said you're one of the best police officers she has mentored. That recommendation is good enough for me. I don't need to talk to anyone else." "It's a straightforward case. That's what we told the mother. My view hasn't changed." "Walk me through it, please." "Wayne Zabrowski, the bar's owner, called our station that night. It's a small town and he knows us well enough to ring us directly instead of going through 911. A patrol car responded and secured the site. I was the second arrival at the bar." She narrated what had gone down. Her interviewing Zabrowski, who had discovered the body, and every staff member and customer. The arrival of the forensic team. Our chief decided the next day to get Bruce Epps, that's the sheriff, to take over the investigation. That was once he learned of Rick Castelli's involvement? That's the wrong word, Mr. Grogan. Rick was present in the bar. He knew Alejandra, but yeah, that was why the chief made his call. He couldn't detect any trace of resentment in her voice. Deanna said she's a pro. She wouldn't share how she felt about that decision with me, a stranger. I learned a lot from Powell and Sykes, how they put together the timeline, handled the interviews the second time round, checked into Stephanie. They involved me fully. They didn't treat me like a rookie. Mr. Grogan, I feel for Jenna Gutierrez, but there's nothing here. Alejandra died from natural causes. My cousin is an ME in Texas. I shared the... She bit her lip abruptly and stopped. He realized why. Sharing that report, unauthorized, could be grounds for disciplinary action. Ma'am, whatever you share remains with me. I'm interested only in the case and nothing else. Thank you. My cousin agreed with Stanley Chan's. He's the sheriff's medical examiner. Findings. I'm sorry to disappoint you. He shrugged. I told Jenna there was no smoke here, let alone a fire. Chad Stephanie. His alibi stacked up, I guess. Yeah, he was high up in the air, she said dryly, flying a F-35 on that day. He was on North Island, on the base that night. Several witnesses confirmed that. He and Alejandra didn't fight, didn't break up. Their relationship was casual. I know. What aren't you telling me? He read her hesitation. It's nothing. She shook her head. He waited. It was an old interrogation trick, using silence to get the other person to talk. It worked on Galvez. The sheriff held a press conference on the day he closed the case. I've seen the video. That was in the afternoon. In the morning, he, Powell, and Sykes held a closed-door meeting. I wasn't invited to that. They're in the same department. You are Coronado PD. Senator Castelli was in that meeting. 18. Cutter sat back in his chair. That wasn't in Beth and Meg's package, nor was it mentioned in any of the media coverage. No one knew of it. Galvez guessed his thoughts. I found out a week later. The night cleaning crew. They work for a private company. I have a friend who works there. She was on shift that night. Powell, Sykes, and Epps were still in office. She overheard her talking about the meeting. She's sure Castelli was there? Yeah. She overheard them enough to confirm that. I did some investigation myself. That's a big building, Mr. Grogan. That department has 4,000 employees. Hundreds of staff work in the headquarters. It would be easy for the senator to slip in and out. There are several exits, many of which are discreet and are used to bring in high-profile witnesses or celebrities. That meeting, it doesn't change your view on Aleja's death. No. The way I figure it, Epps called Castelli to tell him that there was no case. The sheriff's an ambitious man. I'm sure you have heard of the chatter that he might run for governor. It's a smart move on his part to have the senator as an ally. Cutter nodded. He signaled for the check, paid it, and left a tip. Thank you. He shook her hand. Please tell Jenna Gutierrez that I understand and I am sorry, but... Galvez trailed off. I will. Cutter returned to Zabrowski's bar that evening and hung around watching a few customers at the dartboard. Rick and his group come twice a week. The twins had hacked into the establishment's few cameras and had confirmed that. They should arrive any moment. The aviators came at 9 p.m. The same group as the previous evening, but this time the woman wasn't alone. There was an African-American woman with her, Marina Soria. Cutter had looked up the woman he had spoken to in the backyard. Once he had known her background, he had instantly understood why she had reacted in the manner she had. Besides, he smiled wryly at himself. Who wants to share with a stranger? He discreetly watched the two women pilots interact. It was like they were in a bubble of their own. They conversed freely with the other aviators, but it was obvious they had each other's backs. Marina felt his gaze. She looked sideways and turned back to her team. The African-American woman dropped her purse and bent to pick it up. She shot a look at him while straightening. Cutter watched and waited. He had time. He wanted the naval crew to become lubricated for alcohol to warm them and loosen up their bodies. He doodled idly on his table with a finger wet from the side of his frosty glass. He browsed on his phone. Vertesha Rivers was the African-American. The local newspaper had interviewed her, Marina, and 2 other women pilots who were on North Island. F-35 pilots who broke the glass ceiling was the headline. Lauren Mayo and Tracy Orozco were the others. There were the obligatory photographs of them posing against a fighter jet and in the cockpits of their aircraft. Cutter made his move when Chad Stepney headed to the bathroom. He followed him and lingered at the sinks. The pilot joined him, washed his hands and blow-dried them. No one else but us here. Stepney, I am Cutter Grogan. I am a private investigator from New York. Jenna Gutierrez is my client. I am looking into her daughter's death. The pilot's initial half-smile slipped. His face turned blank and then stony. I have nothing to say to you. He slammed out of the door. I would like to get your version of the... My version? The naval man spun on his heel. There's only one version, and I have told that to the cops. They investigated. The case is closed. There's nothing to be discussed. Chad, what's going on? Rick Castelli came up to them with 2 other men. This man claims to be some PI. He was asking me about Alejandra. Is that right, sir? Cutter had been with powerful people. He had had celebrity clients. He had experienced how some of them had the ability to make their audience feel important. Rick Castelli had that knack. He had a lazy grin. His blue eyes were laser-focused as if no one else but the PI existed. Yeah. Chad must have told you. All that's behind us. We want to get on with our lives. Jenna Gutierrez can't. She's lost her only daughter. I'm sure you understand her situation, Cutter replied easily, taking in how Rick and his friends had backed up Stepney. Of course. The billionaire's son nodded sympathetically. I spoke to her once when she was here. What happened was shocking and tragic, but neither Chad nor any of us had anything to do with it. Why are you talking? It's your friend I want to talk to. There's nothing I have to say to you, Stepney said harshly. He spun on his heel and shouldered through his friends. You heard him. Rick flashed his megawatt smile. Give him my card. Cutter dug out one from his pocket and handed it to the pilot. The aviator glanced at it. He fingered its edges. Weren't you here the other night, Mr. Grogan? I think I saw you in the bar. I was. It wasn't a coincidence, was it? No. You should ask Stepney to talk to me. I want to hear his story and then yours. That's all. I'm not making any accusations, but if those conversations can give some closure to Jenna, they're worth it. Rick's grin slipped a fraction. You want to talk to me as well? All of you who were in the bar that day and who knew Alejandra. That won't happen, sir. We are busy. The sheriff's office might be more useful to you. Have a good evening, sir. His smile returned. He bobbed his head, touched one of his friends on the shoulder, and they returned to the bar. Cutter returned to his table and finished his drink. He watched them openly. Marina and Vertesha glanced at him a couple of times. It was clear his confrontation and presence were a mood killer. He raised his glass in a silent toast when Rick and Stepney led the pilots out of the bar. None of them looked his way. He followed them to the door and lingered there until they climbed into their vehicles and cabs and disappeared into the night. Marina and Vertesha were the last to leave. The Cuban-American looked at him expressionlessly as her ride swept down the front of the bar, turned the corner, and vanished. What was that about? 19. Cutter turned to see Wayne Zabrowski. Beats me. I wanted to talk to Chad Stepney, but he wasn't in the mood, and then Rick Castelli decided for all of them to clam up. You are a private investigator? I overheard them. Yeah, from New York. Cutter shook his hand and laid it out for him. She lit up my bar, Zabrowski said after a long silence. They had returned to the bar where he had poured himself an alcoholic drink and a fruit concoction for Cutter. She was a student at the university. This was a job for her, a way to pay for some of her living costs, but she didn't treat it like one. She took pride in learning everything there was about bartending. She was my best employee. You found her body? I did. I was closing up that night. I figured she had gone, and when I saw her on the ground, I nearly had a stroke myself. I knew she was gone. I didn't even have to feel her body. I was in the military, Mr. Grogan. Cutter. Zabrowski inclined his head. I have seen more death than anyone should. I called Coronado PD, and if you have followed the case, you know what happened next. How close were she and Stephanie? Everyone asks that. He chuckled grimly. Everyone thinks Chad is a suspect. Yeah, the two were seeing each other, but it wasn't any long-term thing. I have heard about the bruises, how they got there. What they did between themselves was their business. These kids have been coming to my bar for a while. None of them is a killer. Yeah, he said when Cutter straightened. I know anyone can kill depending on the emotions and the circumstances of the moment. Nope. These Navy folks, they had nothing to do with Aleja's death. You have seen my bar. It's not a big place. Anyone would have seen a confrontation or a fight. No, sir. Jenna died of natural causes. He cocked his head up. You aren't convinced? I have read the case report, Cutter replied. It looks cut and dried. However, I wish Stephanie, Rick, and the others would talk to me freely. Once I hear their stories, my job is done. I'll see if I can nudge them, for Aleja's sake, but I'm not sure if they'll listen to me. Those boys lawyered up very quickly. That's the senator's doing. They are all represented by the same fancy firm out of downtown. Same lawyer? Cutter asked, surprisedly. Attorneys, plural. There is a lead one dressed in a suit that would pay for one of my vacations. He turned up very quickly along with some flunkies and sat in on most of the police interviews. What about Marina and Vertesha? They are represented by the same firm. You know their names? I am an investigator. No. None of the women pilots were in the bar that night. The cops questioned them only once, like they did everyone who knew Aleja. The investigation's focus was on Chad and Rick, however, since those two knew her the best. Her university friends? Yeah, they talked to them too. Cutter scratched his chin and made a face. It doesn't look like I'll have anything different to tell Jenna. I'll be seeing you again, Zabrowski asked when he got to his feet. Yeah. No fighting. I won't start one. The bar owner sized him up from beneath bushy eyebrows. Why do I think you've been in quite a few brawls? Cutter grinned at him, snapped a silent salute, and left. He walked in the shadows, but no one shot at him or attacked him. I won't break out the champagne just yet. 20. It was a black Range Rover. Cutter had collected it from a garage the previous day after returning from Chapman's office. The auto shop was used by Zeb's crew to outfit them with rides whenever they were in the city. It rode heavy on its shocks because of its mods: armor plating, toughened glass, run-flat tires, wireless connectivity, hidden compartments filled with HKs, spare magazines, grenades, and various other weapons. Cutter had taken it since it was more convenient to have his own wheels than to rely on cabs. It was in the hotel's front parking lot. One man was peering through its windows when Cutter stepped out of the hotel, and another was leaning against its hood. Powell and Sykes. He recognized them from the package. Both were in shirts and dark trousers, with the second detective sporting a lightweight jacket. Something I can help you with? He approached them. Grogan, Fabian Sykes, and that's Mike Powell. The detective introduced himself and his partner. We heard you were in town asking questions about the death at the bar. What's that they say? Cutter grinned. Gossip is faster than the speed of light. Word sure does get around here. Yeah, you heard right. Why? Why not? Jenna Gutierrez has every right to appoint me or whoever she pleases to check out her daughter's death. There was no foul play. We explained that to her. The sheriff did too. Coronado's police chief told that to her, and Carol Galvez, the local detective, said that too. What more does she want? A fresh set of eyes to look at the case. That's you? Powell chewed on a toothpick. That's me. We looked you up. You're a troublemaker. Violence and killings wherever you go. Cutter laughed incredulously. Is this where you tell me to get out of town? That line's a mite old, isn't it? This is Coronado, not our jurisdiction. You want to look at the case files, ask nicely. As simple as that? Yeah, we aren't New Yorkers. We are friendly over here. Can I look at your files? Follow us. Why are they being nice? Cutter asked himself as he tailed their ride to the sheriff's office in San Diego. Someone must have decided it's easier to extend some cooperation to me. That might get me out of their hair. Who is that, though? Rick and Stephanie's law firm? Paul Castelli? No, why would he get involved? It's his son, dumbass. He shrugged. No point in speculating. I'll find out my way. Powell bowed elaborately and gestured for him to enter the elevator car in the sheriff's office. They took him to a glass-paneled office. That's everything on the case. The detective pointed to a thick pile of paper. Everything's on computer, but we printed it out for you. First call to Coronado PD onwards. Witness statements, forensic report, everything is there. Coffee, too, Sykes said, but not Jamaican Blue Mountain. You have done your homework. They must have got that from some of my old interviews. We aren't as backward as you might think. I looked you up, too. I never thought you were. You're good cops. That seemed to surprise them. Powell cleared his throat. Shout, if you need us. We're a few desks away. He pointed to the bullpen. Cutter nodded and got to work. 2 hours later, he yawned and stretched. How's it going? He took the coffee mug from Sykes's hand and sipped at it. Powell leaned against the door jamb. As I expected, there isn't anything here to suspect anything other than natural causes. You could have called us from New York to hear that, Sykes said. It would have saved you a flight ticket. He thought of Jenna, of her pinched face and bowed shoulders when she had walked away from him. It wouldn't have saved my conscience. He didn't admit that to the cops, however. Yeah, but I needed to get away from New York in any case. You'll be going back? Soon, as soon as I talk to Rick and Stephanie. Both the cops looked disinterested at his reply. Can't help you with that. Powell straightened. We haven't spoken to them since the investigation. I reckon they want to lie low for some time. Cutter followed the detectives out of the building and shook hands with them. He watched them head back inside and wondered if they had genuinely wanted to help him. Or did they want to appear so? 21. Cutter stopped off at Hobnob Hill, a diner on First Avenue, for a late breakfast. He was digging into his pancakes when shadows crossed his table. Di Fiore and Quindica dropped into chairs opposite him. The detective didn't greet him. She motioned for the server and ordered coffees for herself and her partner. She eyed Cutter's plate until he sighed and pushed it towards her and gestured towards the spare cutlery. Help yourself. She cut a slice and offered it to Quindica. You want me to refuse, don't you? The FBI SS chuckled. Yeah, Di Fiore said, unembarrassed. She munched and closed her eyes momentarily in bliss. I told Peyton, she said with her mouth half full, if you aren't badgering someone, you'll be in a nice restaurant. We checked out the places you've mentioned and then saw that ugly Range Rover in the parking lot. Only you could drive that. You could have called me, he said mildly. I'm a detective. I detect. He grinned. I missed you too, he said, implicitly asking why they had followed him. She kicked him beneath the table, finished the last of his brunch and shoved it away. She poured herself a coffee and topped up Quindica's cup. The FBI agent laid out photographs once the server had cleared the plates. A sharp-faced man in one image, a balding one in another. A third one was younger, carrying a backpack. "Yeah, what of them?" Cutter asked. "Who are they?" He recognized where they had been taken. That's San Diego International Airport. Vasily. Quindica stabbed the first photograph with her forefinger. "Pete and Gregg, whose real names are Piotr and Grigory." "Not my friends." "Smartass, we know that. They are Kravchuk's killers. They arrived early this morning. 22. Cutter stared at the images until he was sure he could recognize the men if he saw them. He photographed them with his phone as backup and handed them back to the SAC. "We are working with SDPD," DeFiore said, "looking into organized crime in the city and around the country. Russian mobsters are of interest. Kravchuk is a major player in that scene." "You could have told me all of that in Deanna's office." "None of your business." "It still isn't, but Peyton convinced me you needed to know about these men." "That masked man in my apartment. Beth and Meg haven't found him in their database, or else they would have pinged me." He knew the twins would have set Werner up to check camera feeds at San Diego Airport to see if the mystery man turned up. It's how they work. It didn't matter that the man's face had been hidden. Their software's gait and posture analysis was so advanced that it could identify a possible suspect from the thousands of people who flew into the city each day. They haven't alerted me, which only meant that masked man hadn't come into the airport. He could have flown to any private airport and driven to the city. "What are you thinking?" DeFiore asked impatiently. "Interesting." "That's all you've to say?" "I'm not going to lose sleep over some thugs." "You were expecting these thugs," Quindica said softly. "I was expecting Kravchuk to send some hitters. They have arrived, but they could be here for other reasons too." The women looked at him for long moments, and then Quindica put the photographs back in a folder. "That's why you've got that beast," DeFiore nodded, referring to the Range Rover. "You are prepared." He smiled in response. "How's your investigation going?" "Nowhere." He outlined what had gone down in the bar and the meeting with the sheriff's detectives. "You'll keep poking and prodding, however, until something or someone breaks," she guessed. "And what if that doesn't happen?" Quindica asked. The detective answered for him. "Something will happen. Grogan's good at bringing wrecking balls to parties." 23. Paul Castelli read the dossier swiftly and looked at the various photographs spread out on the table. "Cutter Grogan," he said softly. "Yes, Senator. We found out where he stays and got a surveillance team there early this morning." "You're following him?" "No, sir." Charles Lomax, managing partner in Lomax, Bruin & Schuster, replied. "It was a fancy law firm in the city that took on only the 1%ers, clients who had a net worth of at least $500 million. If you look at that other photograph," the partner gestured at another image. "That's Powell and Sykes from the sheriff's department." "Yeah, I asked them to meet him." Lomax, tanned, fit, in his 50s, didn't hide his astonishment. "You did, Senator. Why?" "I don't want Grogan to think we have anything to hide. The quicker he's out of this town, the better for all of us, which means getting him to know everything about the case." "Did he say anything else to Rick or Chad?" "Just that he wanted to talk to both of them, Chad in particular. They both declined, of course. Your surveillance team, how good is it?" "The best, sir. We hire former intelligence agents or covert military operators, people who have done this for a living. You want Grogan tailed." "Can you do that without his knowing?" "Yes, sir." "He's a dangerous man." "I have read his files, sir, but my team will be discreet. It won't be a single crew. They will rotate." "Do it. I want to know where he goes, who he meets, what he eats, everything." "You'll get a daily report, sir." The senator messaged his son when he was alone. "Keep your head down. Let me know if Grogan comes to you again. A similar meeting was playing out downtown in less luxurious surroundings. The four men were in a meat shop with the smell of dead animals and the sounds of saws as the machine sliced and diced flesh. The wolf sat in the manager's chair in his office. Vasily, Pete, and Gregg opposite him. "You are clear?" he asked. "Da," Vasily nodded. "Find Grogan, follow him, and get back to you. Don't do anything else." The words were spoken softly, but the three men knew the wolf meant them as a warning. "Da. Go." The wolf twirled a pencil in his fingers when they had left. He had flown to Los Angeles and driven from there. A long journey, but he was used to them. His lean face showed no weariness. He, too, had read up on Grogan. He wasn't worried about the American's background. The wolf had come across many lethal men in his career. None of them had survived their encounters with him. 24. Cutter had a quiet dinner in Zabrowski's bar and listened to the live music for a while. A jazz band and a soul singer. He tipped the artists after their last performance and went out into the night. He had walked to the joint from his hotel since it wasn't far. He wasn't worried about snipers. Kravchuk will want to kill me himself. Masked Man's job will be to capture me. The night was warm. Traffic was light, and he was lost in his thoughts when the three men came out of a car behind him. He had been dimly aware of it stopping, and only the sounds of rushing footsteps alerted him. But he wasn't quick enough to duck from the baseball bat that struck him on the back. He grunted and felt a steel-toed shoe crash into his ribs, caught a glimpse of his attackers, masked men, dark clothing, gloved hands brandishing bats. And then the fighting fury took over. He grabbed the leg that was retreating and twisted it savagely. He took another blow to his chest but ignored the racing burn and reared up to groin punch kicker, caught the man's flailing arm and wrested the bat from his fingers. He was armed now. He blocked the next swing expertly. Wood clashed against wood. He didn't swing. He thrust and caught a second attacker in the belly. It wasn't soft or fleshy. He could feel muscle. His jab was fierce, however, and left the man gasping. Then Cutter got to his knees and turned on the third man, caught the incoming swing on the flesh of his left shoulder and felt its impact down to his fingers. But he was in attack mode and compartmentalized the agony. He thrust his bat at the man's exposed throat, which drew a shriek. Cutter got to his feet in the momentary opening he got. Kicker returned, wheezing and swinging his fist. He ducked under the blow and thrust his bat in the man's sternum. He felt movement at his right but couldn't evade the crash of the bat on his body. He grunted and pivoted on his heel to swing around and caught the man on the chin. Headlights lit up the street. Kicker pointed furiously at the approaching vehicle. The men turned around and sprinted at their car, clambered into it, and drove away. Cutter doubled up against the nearby building's wall and sucked lungfuls of air. "Are you okay?" He heard a woman call out. He heard her car stop and a door slam. He saw her heels appear in his vision and looked up slowly. "Yeah," he managed. "Oh, God. You are bleeding." It was only then he felt the warm trickle of blood down his face. Was I hit there? No. Someone hit me in the temple, he thought blearily. I wasn't even aware of that blow. The woman yelled at someone in the car. A man came out of it with a bottle of water. Cutter took it and drank gratefully. "I called 911. You need to get to a hospital right away." "Oh my God. We saw those men hitting you. We didn't believe our eyes. We thought they were playing around. It was only when we got closer." The woman trailed away. She swallowed and extracted a pack of wet wipes from her bag. Cutter took one out and dabbed at his face. He tried a grin. His voice appeared steady and strong to his ears. "They weren't friends. I can confirm that." "Oh my God." The woman seemed to be in more shock than he was. "Do you know them?" "No, ma'am." He took another swig from the water bottle. "They were masked." "Yeah, I saw that," her companion answered. Did you see their car? Its plates, you mean? No. A cruiser rolled up with flashing lights and siren. A second car came to a stop behind it, and Carol Galvez emerged from it. Her concerned face turned grim when she recognized him. She and the patrol officer listened quietly when he narrated the attack. They took the witness statements and their details. Alicia Morano, the woman, gave her business card with shaking fingers. I've lived in Coronado for years, but never witnessed an attack. She explained she ran a marketing agency and was out for dinner with her boyfriend and saw the men pile on Cutter when they were returning. Let's get you to a hospital, Galvez told Cutter. No, this isn't the first time I've been attacked. You might have their DNA. I won't. They were masked and gloved, and even their necks were covered. There's no way those men can be identified. That wasn't a request. He complied. It was close to 11 by the time he was discharged from the Sharp Coronado Hospital's emergency room. He walked out despite the medic's protestations and Galvez's urgings. I'll give you a ride back to your hotel, the detective said. Don't you have reports to fill in? I did all that when you were being examined. Everything's on computer these days. She glanced sideways at him. You're lucky. Not even a broken rib. Tell that to my body. He grimaced. I feel like a herd of bison walked over me. She laughed, waited at a light, and feathered the accelerator when it changed. You're alone? No wife or girlfriend or partner? I saw you didn't enter anyone's name in the hospital form. I have friends. I don't want to trouble them. He knew that wasn't what she meant, but he didn't want to elaborate. Only those closest to him knew his backstory. She didn't probe. I want to manage your expectations. Finding those thugs will be impossible. Yeah, I know. Their car didn't have plates. No cameras on that stretch of road. I couldn't identify them because of their masks. You have any idea who they could be? They were young, fit. They moved fast. Cutter had lived undercover in hostile countries for months. He had fought against terrorists and criminal gangs and had survived near-death encounters several times. His skills and experience gave him an edge over even highly trained elite soldiers. Very few of them get to face hostiles in person. It was that edge that had helped him. They didn't want to kill me. That attack was a warning for me to back off. Yeah, I've a good idea who they were. Rick Castelli, Chad Stepney, and one of their friends. He grinned in the darkness. I wonder how they're feeling. I bet they too are hurting all over. He hid his smile, turned to Galvez and shook his head. No clue. They could be anyone. 25. Castelli has funded Epps' campaign. The message was from Beth. Cutter read it after he had showered the next day. He Googled but found nothing about the sheriff running for any office. What campaign? He messaged back. No idea. The donation was through an obscure company that's linked to the senator and went to Epps' wife. Campaign donation is how it's recorded in the bank statement. There are rumors that Epps might have a go at being governor. That could be it. Why would Castelli hide his donation? You're the PI. Find out. Do we have to do your work? Why are you looking into Epps? That's the thanks we get for helping you? Cutter gave up. She and Meg must have looked into everyone involved in the death. That's how they found out about Epps and Castelli. They must have hacked into their bank accounts. He grinned. The twins had a very liberal interpretation of privacy and laws once they were on a mission. He dressed swiftly and headed out. It was time to rattle the sheriff. Getting inside the San Diego County Sheriff's headquarters on Ridge Haven Court was as easy as going to Chapman's office. Cutter watched a delivery driver who was pushing a cart full of cartons through a side entrance. A bored guard ran a scanner over the boxes, raised the barrier, and let him inside. Cutter went to the man's truck and looked through the driver's window. A bunch of papers stuffed in the sun visor. He skimmed through them, stuffed them back, and went to the rear where the tailgate was open. He reached inside and dragged out another carton. He hurried inside the entrance with the box held to his chest. "Jake left this one behind," he gasped at the guard, making it look like the box was heavy. The guard hesitated and then swore beneath his breath, scanned the carton and raised the barrier. "Thanks," Cutter grunted and hurried down the hallway. He dumped the box to the floor as soon as he was out of sight of the guard and checked out a floor plan that hung on a wall. He took the stairs and entered a carpeted hallway. He walked as if he belonged and lingered over an empty desk while he discreetly searched for Bruce Epps's office. There, the corner one with the partly open window blinds, and that's him at his desk. He's got a visitor. Cutter flipped through a folder when an officer went past. He mumbled an inarticulate greeting and pretended to read a report. Epps's office door opened. The sheriff led his visitor to the elevator. That was the opening Cutter needed. He was in a chair fingering a paperweight when he heard Epps enter the office, approach from behind and go around the desk. The sheriff was staring at him. "Who are you? Do I know you?" "No and no." Cutter smiled. "How did you get in here? Do you know where you are? I'll have you arrested." Epps opened his mouth to yell at a couple of passing officers. "Why did you meet Senator Paul Castelli secretly?" The sheriff closed his mouth with a snap. His fleshy face mottled. "You, Powell, and Sykes met him, here, the day you held a press conference. What was that meeting about? Why did you hide it from everyone?" "Get out," Epps snarled. "Go, before I have you arrested." "What's stopping me from going to the press about this meeting? I'm sure they'll have a field day with it. Was there something about how Alejandra died? Did you cover up Rick Castelli's involvement?" "Go. You are intruding in my office. You breached security. I can have you imprisoned just for that." "Relax, Sheriff." Cutter grinned and got up. "Don't bust a gut. It isn't healthy. Yeah, that donation the senator made to your wife's account. Are you planning to run for governor?" He ducked when Epps threw the paperweight at him. It crashed into the door. "Taxpayers' property, Sheriff. You cannot go about destroying it." He hustled out before more missiles came his way. Bruce Epps struggled to control his fury. "I'm okay," he growled when his aide entered the office. "That was an old friend. We had an argument. Nothing to be concerned about." He nodded and left, but not without a curious look at the cracked window in the door. The sheriff made an inarticulate sound of rage and rocked in his chair. He breathed deeply several times until his pulse returned to normal. He came to a decision and sent a message. "Our secret isn't a secret anymore." He sent more details in a longer message. Paul Castelli read the messages only at lunchtime after he had finished several business meetings in the Fairmont Grand Del Mar. He went to his hotel room and occupied a couch where he went through the rest of his communication and returned to the ones from the sheriff. He didn't feel anger. His breathing was normal. His heartbeat was steady. He hadn't gotten to his wealth and position by acting hastily or giving in to rages. "I'll deal with it," he replied to Epps. "Meet me right away," he messaged Lomax. He met the lawyer half an hour later in one of the hotel's conference rooms. The attorney had a flunky who presented another set of photographs to the billionaire. "Sir, Grogan went to the sheriff's office earlier today." "Yeah, I am aware of it. Bruce Epps called me. The investigator knows about my meeting as well as my donation." Lomax's urbane facade cracked. He looked surprised. "How, sir?" "There are hundreds of staff in that building. Anyone could have heard about my meeting. Epps said no one else knew, but—" He shrugged his shoulder. "The donations, that's more interesting. Grogan has gotten hold of my financial transactions. The sheriff's too." "We can sue him for—" "For what? He didn't show any records. It's just his word against Epps. No, we need to tackle this differently." The men sat silently for a moment and then Lomax stirred. "You should know this. Grogan was attacked by 3 thugs yesterday evening." "What?" Castelli rocked forward. Yes, sir. Our surveillance team wasn't in place by then, so we didn't see it go down. However, we are well connected to Coronado PD. I have seen the report. 3 masked men attacked him with baseball bats when he was returning from dinner. He had been to Zabrowski's bar. How badly is he hurt? Bruises, cracked skin, bleeding temple. He was lucky nothing was broken. The attackers. Nothing on them. Their car didn't have plates. They got away. Castelli forced himself to remain expressionless. He uncurled his fists beneath the table. Keep me posted on developments on that front, he said neutrally. Yes, sir. I know how to head Grogan off. He smiled coldly at Lomax's questioning expression. We'll hold a press conference. 26. Cutter was in a cafe in the evening. A half-empty cup of coffee sat in front of him as he read through Powell's, Sykes's, and Epps's files again. He shook his head when he had finished. Other than the donation, there were no signs of any impropriety. All men lived within their means. There were no fancy cars, splashy homes, nothing to indicate they were corrupt. A local news station was playing on a wall-mounted TV. He watched it absent-mindedly and then leaned forward when a breaking news banner appeared. Paul Castelli appeared in the frame. He was flanked by a middle-aged suit. That's the Fairmont Hotel. Looks like a press conference. There's something about San Diego. I can't keep coming back to your city. I should just make this my home. Journalists laughed appreciatively. I was here last time in tragic circumstances. Let us not forget Alejandra Gutierrez died. My thoughts and prayers are with her mother. There was pin-drop silence from the press pack. Cutter motioned to the server, who raised the volume. A few other customers started watching the conference. Something good came out of my last visit, however. I met one of the finest residents of this city. I am proud to know Sheriff Bruce Epps, who is now a good friend. The sheriff and I met privately shortly before the press conference. Neither of us mentioned it then because we didn't want it to overshadow the tragedy. I can disclose it now. Bruce shares a passion for serving people just like me. He wants to explore a potential bid to run for state governor. Applause, cheers, and whoops rang out. Castelli smiled and waited for the reporters to settle down. I encouraged him in that meeting. Later, I also made a small donation to any upcoming campaign he might form, but accounting clerks being what they are, he smiled disparagingly, the sum went to his wife's account. That will get rectified. I called this press conference to make it transparent, that if the sheriff runs, he has my full support. Governor Bruce Epps, how does that sound? Cheers broke out. Cutter watched him take questions, answer them with polished ease. He shook his head. He and Epps got ahead of the curve. They've headed off any accusations of abuse of office or influence. Sure, some reporters might probe, but Castelli has laid it out in the open. What can he and the sheriff be accused of? He finished his drink and left the restaurant with his hands jammed in his pockets. His phone rang when he was close to the hotel. Number withheld. He thought of ignoring the call, but his device buzzed insistently. Yeah? He growled, in no mood to be polite. Cutter Grogan? A smooth voice asked. Don't you know who you called? Mr. Grogan, my name is Charles Lomax. I am a partner with Lomax, Bruin and Schuster, a San Diego law firm. I believe you wish to talk to Rick Castelli and Chad Stepney. I can arrange that. 27. Cutter met them the next day in the Fairmont, in a conference room that the lawyer had booked. Lomax, in a suit, smelling of expensive cologne, shook his hand and flashed a megawatt smile at him. Mr. Grogan, so good of you to come. He introduced Senator Castelli, who was in jeans, tucked-in shirt, and a casual jacket. It was a look put together to present a casual, informal look, as if the billionaire was next-door neighbor Joe. That outfit's probably more than the GDP of a small country. Cutter, I've heard a lot about you. The politician didn't seem to believe in formality. His grin radiated warmth, and his grip and the shoulder touch were meant to convey how important the meeting was. Yeah, I can feel his personality. No wonder his campaign rallies are popular. You know these two. The lawyer introduced him to Rick and Stephanie, who nodded from their seats. Both were dressed casually and made no attempt to rise. Lomax gestured at Cutter to take a seat opposite them. You are working for Jenna Gutierrez. I believe you wanted to talk to Rick and Chad. Here they are. Ask them whatever you want, but... He smiled conspiratorially. I might advise them not to answer every question. His smile faded. We can imagine what she's going through. This meeting, hopefully, should help towards giving her some closure. Smart, very smart. This way they control the meeting and I can't accuse them or go to the press, complaining that they aren't cooperating. It's only your word that your relationship with Alejandra was consensual, he addressed Stephanie. The aviator's face flushed. It was, he retorted angrily. I didn't force her into anything. Everyone who knew about us was aware of that. The cops questioned me for hours. They were satisfied too. You choke your other girlfriends too? Mr. Grogan, Lomax chuckled. You have to admit we have been very generous in letting you question Rick and Chad. That does not mean you can make wild accusations. Do you? Cutter ignored him. None of your business. What went down that night? You know all about it. I wasn't there. Tell me. Stephanie stared angrily at him and then at a nod from Lomax, narrated his day. That tallies with what he told the cops. And you? Cutter turned to Rick, who was looking on in amusement. Why were you hitting on her even though she was dating your friend? The smile slipped from the son's face. He lurched forward. What? How? I can show your father and Lomax the messages you sent to Alejandra. Those didn't mean anything. We were friendly with each other. She called you a creep when she spoke of you to her mother. I can show you some of those messages. She didn't see you as friendly. Paul Castelli's eyes were narrowed. A muscle ticked on his cheek. He stayed silent, however. Rick's interaction with Alejandra is irrelevant, Mr. Grogan. Surely you are not accusing him of anything. Lomax laughed dismissively. Alejandra had cause to resent him. So what? The pilot burst out. Dad, Mr. Lomax, why are we even here? Chad and I had to get permission to leave the base. The lawyer held up a placating hand. Mr. Grogan, is there anything concrete you want to ask these young men? They could be training right now instead of sitting here and listening to wild talk from you. Tell me what went down that night, Cutter told Rick. It's in the police report. Read it. I want to hear it from you. The pilot recited the night's events sullenly. Cutter grilled him and Stephanie, but their stories didn't deviate, and after close to an hour, Lomax held up his hand. Let's end it here, Mr. Grogan. There's nothing more Rick and Chad can tell you. He's right. Cutter got to his feet. He nodded at the senator, who returned the gesture expressionlessly. The naval aviators looked on wordlessly. He thought he detected a sneer on Rick's face, but he couldn't be sure. Charles Lomax saw him out and shook his hand again. You got what you wanted? Yeah, he replied laconically. You'll be returning to New York? Soon. Tomorrow, he decided as he went out of the hotel. There's nothing else keeping me in San Diego. He was aware that Jenna Gutierrez would be disappointed with what he had to relay. Cutter breathed deeply and shrugged mentally. Nothing I can do about that either. The aviators were in the bar when he went in the evening, a large bunch of them with Rick and Stephanie in the center, as on previous occasions. Marina Soria was there as well, along with Vertesha and the other women from the photograph. They're celebrating, Zabrowski said when he squeezed beside the group. What? They always have something. They have these competitions among themselves during training, drills. You know how those go. Cutter nodded. "Rick's buying," the bartender added. "Hey, Mr. Grogan." The aviator glanced across at them. "The drinks are on me." "Thanks. I'll pay for myself. I don't drink alcohol." The pilot looked astonished. "You don't? You sure are missing out on a lot." Some of his friends nodded at that. Marina looked on, curiously. "I'm not," Cutter said. He took his drink and went to his table and stayed there, sipping easily. The group of military personnel sounded louder than previous nights. They backslapped and high-fived one another and joked loudly. The women took part too, but only a close observer could see they were more restrained. "Enjoying yourself, Pops?" An aviator yelled as he lurched towards the bathroom. Cutter ignored him, even though the taunt was aimed at him. "He's drunk." The Navy man stumbled against his table and crashed into him. He slurred an apology when Cutter mopped up his spilled drink. Rick was there instantly. He put an arm around his friend and held him up. "Sorry about that, Mr. Grogan." "No harm done." "Don't take it hard. What happened today?" The pilot's voice dropped to a whisper. "I'm not." "So you say." "I was watching you. You looked humiliated." Let him think what he wants. Cutter played with his empty glass as he locked eyes with Rick Castelli, who was still propping up his friend. "How are your ribs? I hope those attackers didn't hurt you badly." The aviator was smiling, but his eyes were cold. "How's your groin? You're hiding your limp well." The pilot's grin faded. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Is this the third man?" Cutter nodded at his friend. Rick swore beneath his breath and led his friend away to the bar, where the revelry continued. "They're talking of how you tried to pin Alejandra's death on Chad and Rick, and failed," Zabrowski commented softly when Cutter went to the bar. "That's not what happened." "Yeah, I guessed." The bartender polished the counter with a rag. "They're noisier than usual. Who pays when they gather here?" "They pay for themselves, but today Rick's picking up the tab." "Marina and the women, they come in often." "Not always. They come on their own many times. Her, Vertesha, Lauren, they are good people, don't get me wrong." His head snapped up. "Rick, Chad, they are great customers, always polite. They don't cause any trouble, but they're like a clique. They don't mix with other military folks. The women aren't like that." Cutter nodded. "Doesn't matter to me anymore. I'm out of San Diego in the morning." He felt Marina's eyes on him, but she looked away when he raised an eyebrow. She was watching when Rick stopped at my table. "Stop it," he told himself. If she wanted to do something about him, she would have done so by now. It was late when he left the bar. A pleasant night. He took the same route when he had been attacked, walking easily, enjoying the cool breeze. He reached his hotel and went through the dark parking lot to its entrance when he saw the car next to his Range Rover. "Are there shadows in it?" He watched it from the corner of his eyes, his right hand drifting towards the shoulder-holstered Glock beneath his jacket. "Yeah, I can see movement. There are people in that car." It was to his right. A few more steps and it would be behind him. He cursed audibly and bent down to tie his shoe. The move enabled him to draw his gun. The car's door opened. Its dome light stayed dark. He dropped to his knee and thrust his Glock out. "That won't be necessary." He recognized Marina Soria's voice. He slid his weapon back and got to his feet. 3 other figures joined her: Vertesha, Lauren, and Tracy. "We left before the others," the Cuban-American said. He took a few steps towards them, close enough for him to see their features, and waited. "We didn't want them to see us come into your hotel." "Mr. Grogan, another woman started. "Tracy Orozco. I looked you all up." "Yeah, we had our 15 minutes of fame." Her smile flashed briefly. "Marina figured we should talk to you. It took some convincing, but here we are. You are former military yourself. You know how the system works. You're smart enough to know how women still have to prove themselves every day, every minute, more than men." "Yeah." "What we say tonight stays between us, Mr. Grogan," Marina resumed. "It will. Rick Castelli is a sexual predator, Vertesha Rivers burst out. He charms women, uses them, and then discards them when he's bored of them. No. Lauren broke her silence. He hasn't been involved with any of us, but that's not because he hasn't tried. He has pursued each one of us and still does, even though we have told him we aren't interested. It's not being persistent, Marina cut in. We can handle that. We attract attention. We get that. Most men on the base are polite and respectful. Rick is too, but he's smart. He stays short of harassing us. He's careful. He doesn't message us, but when he comes across us, he drops hints, makes suggestions. You can guess which kind. There are no witnesses. There are 4 of you. You can report him. Where would that go, Mr. Grogan? Do you believe his father doesn't have any influence and that he wouldn't use it? We are aware of a few women who spoke out against him. Their careers have suffered. Who are they? No. She shook her head firmly. You're not going to get their names from us. They have been through enough. Why are you here in that case? Marina looked at the other women who nodded. We were friendly with Aleja, not best buddies, but close enough to share stuff, get together outside the bar. She showed us around San Diego when we were new and we bonded since then. She too was harassed by Rick. He upped his attention when she got involved with Chad. That relationship seemed to affect him in some way. Aleja said he wanted to prove he could get her even though she was dating someone else. Stephanie knew about him? Yeah, but not the details or how ruthless he was. She said he threatened her once that he would get her fired if she didn't sleep with him. She didn't tell her mother about that. Nothing in her messages about the threat. I don't see how I can help you, he said finally. You might have heard about the meeting I had today. That's what Rick was celebrating, Lauren snorted. He and Chad couldn't stop talking about it. All that we told you, Marina said softly. That's not why we came here. Aleja said something to us more than once that we can't forget. What? That the Castellis were dangerous. 28. Cutter froze. Dangerous? Yeah. Castellis, she said, Vertesha murmured. She meant both. When was this? About a month ago. We were hanging out on Pacific Pier, the 5 of us. She was telling us about Rick when she said we shouldn't underestimate his father. She say why? She clammed up, Lauren sighed. We pressed her, but she refused to answer. She was scared. Why didn't you tell this to the cops? Tracy said bitterly. What good would that do? Rick would say it was a baseless accusation, that we were trying to frame him. You need to stay back here. Marina took a step towards Cutter. We don't know what's going on here. You need to look into it. We can't turn to anyone else. Why me? We looked you up too, Mr. Grogan. We made some calls to some friends who know people who know people. They said you are good at lighting fires and bringing down powerful people, Vertesha said. We want you to find out why Aleja said that. What exactly are the Castellis involved in? We can pay, sir. She reached inside her bag. No, Cutter said harshly. He softened his tone immediately. I don't need to be paid. But your time is my own. How I choose to spend it is my choice. She removed her hand slowly from her bag and nodded in silent thanks. We need to go. Marina glanced at her watch. Anyone might see us. The hotel's security will know you are here. How? They don't have cameras facing this way. We checked. That's why we were sitting in our car. They do. They installed the cameras this morning. He could feel the shock race through them. Their expressions grew alarmed. We don't want anyone to know we met you. Tracy licked her lips. They won't. But you said there are cameras. I will erase that feed. The 4 women stared at him for a long time. Just who are you, Mr. Grogan? Marina exhaled softly. He didn't reply. He shook their hands and after they drove away, sent a message to Beth. She responded with a thumbs up. The camera's feeds would be wiped out. Cutter went up to his room, thinking furiously. He dropped his jacket on the bed, went to the bathroom to turn on the shower, returned to the bedroom and started unbuttoning his shirt, which was when the three men entered his room silently. 29. Vasily, Pyotr, and Grigory. He recognized them instantly. All of them were bare-handed, but even as he watched, Vasily drew out a taser from his backpack while the others rushed at him. Cutter drew his Glock and fired. Pyotr was onto him, however, punching furiously, and his shot went into the ceiling. He fell to the floor. Grigory lunged over the bed and stamped on his left hand. "Hold him!" Vasily cried, and came close with the taser extended. Cutter let go of his gun, reached back desperately and grabbed a chair's leg. He grunted as he lifted it and brought it down on Pyotr's head. He continued with the swing and caught Grigory in the side. "Can't let that taser get to me." He threw the chair at the approaching Vasily, turned and head-butted Pyotr, freed his left arm and kicked into the carpet to drag himself backwards, and then he was up. He saw Vasily throw the taser and reach into his backpack to bring out a gun. Cutter dove to the floor as a round shattered the mirror above him. A second bullet burned air inches over his head. His palm curled over his Glock's butt. He felt a shadow move to his side. Grigory. He shot the thug in the shoulder and rolled over to aim at Pyotr, but Vasily grabbed him and yanked him out of the bedroom door before he could fire. Cutter heard their pounding steps down the hallway. He heard shrieks and screams from the hotel's guests, and then he focused on Grigory, who was desperately drawing out his gun. "Stop! Drop it!" he yelled. The killer, his face twisted in fury, ignored him and started lining up his gun when Cutter shot him in the forehead. "Deanna said it's never boring when you are in town." Cutter grunted at Carol Galvez's comment and watched Coronado PD's technicians load Grigory's body in their vehicle. The cops had arrived 20 minutes after the shooting, during which every resident on his floor had fled to the parking lot. He checked the empty rooms to confirm Vasily and Pyotr weren't hiding in them, and had then gone to the manager's office, where he had watched the security tapes to confirm the men had driven away. Coronado PD had arrived by then. He had given his statement to Galvez. Several witnesses confirmed they saw two men flee. One resident on his floor said he had seen the three men enter his room. "Grigory, any second name?" Galvez asked. "I don't know it." "Why were they in your room?" A car nosed into the hotel's driveway before he could reply. A second vehicle followed it. DeFiore and Quindica got out of the first while Chapman emerged from the second. The NYPD detective looked at the scene and then at Cutter. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Only one man dead. You're losing your touch. 30. The other two didn't stick around for me to kill them." Cutter grinned. "It's all right," he explained to Galvez, who looked on, astonished at the exchange. "Gina DeFiore and I go a long way back." Chapman introduced the NYPD detective and FBI SAC to the Coronado PD officer, who was visibly awed at the presence of the San Diego PD chief. "Ma'am," she stuttered and then regained control. "How come all of you are here?" "We are working on an organized crime case along with the FBI and NYPD's Joint Task Force. These three men were on our radar." "Do you respond to arrests or incidents yourself?" Cutter suppressed a grin. "That's a fair question. I too want to know how these three showed up so quickly." "No," Chapman replied with an amused smile. "The three of us were returning from dinner in Coronado when we heard of the shooting." "We knew Grogan was in the city and connected the dots," Quindica drawled. She turned to her partner. "He hasn't lost his touch. He's just getting started, that's all." Galvez turned to him. "That true?" "Nah." He raised his hands defensively. "They're exaggerating." "Exaggerating?" Chapman retorted. You killed over 10 men in L.A. last time you were there, and that's not including the gang war you started, which wiped out over 30. All of them were criminals. And New York, DeFiore said. We aren't keeping track of Grogan's body count there anymore. You folks don't have a crime to investigate? Our suspect's with us, the detective said triumphantly. There's a benefit to having him in your city, the size of Coronado. Quindica gave him a side eye. Crime drops off when he's around. Keep going, Cutter said sarcastically. I like to hear about me. What happened? DeFiore changed the subject. He broke it down for them quickly. How did they know you were here? They could have asked around the city. I registered in my own name. Once they knew I was in this hotel, they could have followed me. You didn't detect them? No. You don't look worried, Galvez commented. He didn't explain that he didn't fear death. Zeb and I, we are constructed differently. They weren't out to kill me. They tried to capture me. I resisted, and that's when they went hot. Galvez looked in the direction the body van had taken. Those two are out there still. We'll notify every officer to look out for them. Chances are they have already gotten away. Yeah, Chapman responded after hanging up her phone. I've got my department alerted too and issued a statewide notification. Thanks. Nada. She looked at Cutter. How's your investigation going? She nodded imperceptibly at his glance to convey Galvez could be trusted. I was thinking it was over. He briefed them about the meeting in the morning. I was flying out tomorrow. Was? Marina Soria and the other women pilots met me. You know, we've heard of them. They were waiting for me here. They said Alejandra told them the Castellis were dangerous. Galvez sucked in her breath sharply. DeFiore, Quindica, and Chapman showed no expression. Dangerous? The SAC asked. Yeah, that word. She meant both of them, but didn't tell them why she thought so. Stephanie must have told her something, or she might have seen stuff when she was hanging out with him. Possible. What do you intend to do? Poke the bear. He grinned, shook their hands, and went inside the hotel. Carol Galvez watched him go. I checked him out. He has a colorful past. That's putting it mildly, DeFiore snorted. Cutter is known to most state and city police in the country. You called him by his first name. She felt the NYPD cop appraise her. The detective's ice-like exterior cracked in a warm smile. He's a friend. He's also someone who's totally unlike me. Gina is into rules, the law, Quindica explained. Cutter, well, you've already had first-hand experience of him. Galvez nodded thoughtfully. He was so calm, so casual when I was taking his statement. The attack hadn't fazed him. Very little does. What you said about his body count, it's not something he takes pride in. He's not a reckless shooter. Yeah, I sensed that about him. You know, she smiled ruefully. I haven't shot my gun even once while on duty. I hope you don't have to. Chapman squeezed her shoulder affectionately. Galvez nodded, but her eyes strayed to the hotel where the easygoing PI was staying. She remembered the way his eyes had been flat and hard when Grigori's body had been carried out. The thought came to her suddenly. I'm glad he's on our side. 31. The wolf wanted to kill. He could feel the urge in him. It was like a dark beast yapping at his heels. He gave in to the urge most times. After all, the beast was him. He couldn't at that moment, however desperately he wanted to draw his gun out and shoot, or better still, wield his knife to chop limbs and hear the victim shriek and beg. Vasily and Pyotr sensed his feelings. They looked scared. They tried to take a step back, but they were against the wall in the wolf's small motel room. What did I tell you? The killer whispered. The men didn't reply. What did I tell you? He repeated. To find out where Grogan was. Vasily found his courage. We did that. Why were you in his hotel in that case? We wanted to bring him to you. Did I ask you to do that? Not yet. The wolf slapped him. It was a casual-looking blow, but its force rocked Vasili's head against the wall and split his lips. No one knew of us in the city, the assassin hissed. Now, every cop will be looking for us. I should kill you. I want to kill you. Can you feel it? Can you? He whisper-shouted when they didn't reply. Da, they chorused, nodding their heads desperately. Because of you, our simple mission has turned hard. Do you know what Felix would do to you if he was here? They didn't answer, but he could see it in their eyes. They had seen the OG cut victims to small pieces while they were alive. The wolf turned away angrily and paced the room as he worked out his next actions. He could kill the men with him and ask Kravchuk to send replacements. That would take time, however. He had worked with Vasily and Pyotr, but the new arrivals could be random hitters from the gang. Men he didn't know. No, it was better to continue with the existing men. Stay on top of Grogan, he rasped finally. He will be careful. Police officers will be looking for you. I don't care how you deal with those issues. I want you to follow the American, find out his routine so that we can grab him. We, he snarled in their faces. Not you. Got that? Da, they yelled and fled from his room. We need to meet. Now? Castelli looked at his phone in astonishment. I just returned from dinner and was going to bed. I'm in the Fairmont's lobby, Lomax replied. I'll be in the bar. The lawyer was looking as immaculately put together as ever, as if the long day hadn't happened. His suit jacket was uncreased. The trousers' legs were razor sharp. Castelli wondered idly if Lomax changed his suits every hour. He nodded at the man's finger wave, joined him at the bar, and ordered a drink. Something that couldn't wait? Yeah, Lomax replied. He waited for their drinks to be served and then led them to a corner table. We have a team shadowing Grogan. Yeah, I remember, Castelli grunted. Found anything? The lawyer brought out 3 photographs and slid them across the table. I'm supposed to know these men. The senator flicked through them rapidly. I don't. They were outside his hotel. My team spotted them. They too have been following him. Who are they? One of them is dead. The others are in the wind. He chuckled at the billionaire's expression. It happened a couple of hours ago. Looks like they attacked him in his room, and during that he killed one dude. The cops haven't released any more details. Find out, Castelli ordered. Identify them. See if the cops know why they attacked him. Yeah, Galvez turned up at the hotel. Looks like she's the detective on this case. That doesn't surprise me. Coronado PD doesn't have that many officers and it's vacation season. Yeah, but she wasn't the only one who showed up at the scene. Deanna Chapman and these two. He brought out 2 more photographs. Chapman? The San Diego police chief? Yeah, her. Who are these other women? Peyton Quindica, FBI SAC. She's a rock star over there. Incredibly high closure rate and is tasked with high-profile, critical, and sensitive cases. Organized crime, terrorism, cyber attacks, that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. She heads Joint Task Force with the NYPD. Gina DiFiore is a detective from that other organization. She's seconded to the task force. She too is a hotshot. Castelli digested the information and then shook his head. Why are they there? They know Grogan very well. My team shot several videos and I watched all of them. Chapman, Quindica, DiFiore, and he seemed to be close friends. Okay, that would explain why Chapman was there. But those other women, are they on vacation and happen to be in the city? No, they are on an official visit. I couldn't find anything beyond that. Castelli returned to the thug's photographs. Organized crime. Could be they are interested in these men. That's my guess as well. Good work. Find out who they work for. There's something else. They weren't the only visitors he got. Marina Soria, Vertesha Waters, Lauren Mayo, and Tracy Orozco met him as well. They were waiting for him in the hotel's car park. "No," he said quickly when Castelli made to interrupt. "My people couldn't overhear what they were talking about, nor did they get photographs or video. The angle was wrong." "You're sure it was them?" "Yeah." The senator rubbed his jaw. He stared into space while he sipped his drink. "Do you want me to check their backgrounds?" "No need. I have files on everyone in Rick's squadron. I know everything about them." "They were in the bar earlier in the evening. Grogan was there too." "Uh-huh," Castelli grunted, still lost in thought. He shrugged inwardly. "We can sit here and speculate all we want." He got to his feet. "Let me know once Grogan has boarded his flight." "Will do." The senator went to his room, lay on his bed, and stared at the ceiling. Those thugs. Grogan has many enemies. They could be from some gang that's out for payback. It was the pilots who worried him. What did they tell him? 32. Cutter momentarily thought of faking it the next day. "I can go to the airport, go past security, and then exit in a disguise. That will fool whoever's following me." "Nah," he grinned. "What would be the fun in that? I want them to come for me." He read through the twins' package again, but didn't find anything that made Paul Castelli dangerous. Did Aleja say that because he's wealthy? That was possible, but there was no way of knowing. She was level-headed. She had several rich kids in her university, many of them with billionaire moms and dads. Nope, he decided. She said they were dangerous because she knew something about them. He dug out a number in his phone and dialed it. It rang for several moments before it was answered. "Yeah?" a hard voice asked. "Travis, it's me, Cutter." "Video." He turned on his camera. Travis Chan, executive assistant to Clayton Lukather, turned on his camera too. He was in a library. "I see you." "I see you too. How long are we going to play this video game?" "As long as I am in this position." "I know. You have a man crush on me. It happens. I'm good looking." "I feel nothing for you," Chan said coldly. "It's hard to accept. Stop talking." Lukather's net worth was higher than Castelli's. Mining, manufacturing, retail, pharmaceuticals, and travel were his main business interests. He had invested in a space company which was collaborating with NASA on several missions. Chan insisted on video verification for every caller, even though his number was given to very few trusted people. "Is he there? Hold up." The EA went down rows of shelves and handed over the phone. Cutter had Lukather's number too, but always went through the EA whose chain he liked to yank. "Cutter." Lukather's voice boomed. "Long time. How are you?" He was in his 70s but ran the Boston Marathon each year, surrounded by his security team. "I'm good, sir. How are Helen and Diane?" "They're constantly on my case to get me to retire, like that's going to happen." Cutter had rescued the billionaire's wife and daughter from a Mexican cartel several years ago, and since then had been considered family by the Lukathers. He continually got invitations to their intimate as well as social gatherings but never went. "You didn't come to Diane's 28th birthday. She was missing you." "I spoke to her, sir. I was busy." "That's your excuse. If you really wanted to come, you would make time. We're not important to you?" He flushed in embarrassment. "No, sir. I travel a lot. I offered you my jet. You turned it down." "I don't need it, sir." "We worked out why you don't join us. You think you have nothing in common with us. That we keep inviting you out of gratitude and you don't want that. Don't interrupt. That's not the case, however. Do we feel grateful to you? Of course we do. There's no one more important to me than my wife and daughter. All my wealth. I would give it away in an instant to keep them safe. But we've known you long enough now. You are a friend. We don't say that to many folks. We like having you with us. Heck, we want your company. When's that going to sink through your thick head? I'll come to the next occasion, sir. You say that every time, but you don't. The other reason you don't show up is because these other folks we invite, you think you'll have nothing to talk about with them. They're ordinary people, Cutter. He snorted. I heard that. If you look beyond their money, they have the same troubles, the same joys as anyone else. Yes, sir. I know that tone. All right. The billionaire sighed ruefully. I'll stop. But don't be surprised if Helen or Diane turn up at your door one day and bring you here. Here was a ranch house in New Mexico, a sprawling estate from where Lukather ran his many business interests. He had started off the old-fashioned way. He had inherited substantially from his family, who could trace their lineage to the Mayflower. He had grown the various business interests, and after the kidnapping had his moment of realization. Since then, he, along with his wife and daughter, had embarked on a mission to give away the majority of the family wealth before he died. We want to downsize to where our net worth is 7 figures, at the very low end. No more than that, he said during interviews. Cutter knew them well enough to know they meant it. What do you know of Paul Castelli, sir? He asked, before Lukather made another attempt to convince him. The senator? We meet a few times a year. He and I sit on a few charity boards. We are business acquaintances. No more. He isn't a friend. Would you call him dangerous? What are you involved in, Cutter? The billionaire asked softly. That's how he was described by someone. I am sure he could be to some people. There will be people who call me, no, dangerous as in evil. You think his backstory is manufactured? That there's something there you want me to ask around? If it's not an inconvenience, sir. Inconvenience? Son, have you been listening to me all along? There is nothing we wouldn't do for you. Nothing. Do you understand? Do I need to spell it out for you? Sir, Cutter heard Chan's voice in the background. You need to calm down. Take deep breaths. You know what your physician said. You need to manage your hypertension. That pencil pusher, what does he know? I'll see what I can find out, Cutter. Discreetly, sir. Of course. Cutter called Beth. You folks use dupes, don't you? Body doubles to throw off your tails. A bunch of actors. Yeah. Occasionally. Why? Is there anyone who looks similar to me and is available? I can find out. Are you in trouble? No. I need to shake my watchers. She called him an hour later. Angelo Schwartzman, a stuntman in L.A. He's an actor, too, and has had roles in several movies and series, but body double and stunts are his main jobs. He's your height, build, hair, and with some touch-up. Could pass for you. Our doubles speak well of him. I did a background as well. He's clean and good. He's in between projects and could start right away. Cutter called the man and outlined his requirement. Let me get this right, Schwartzman drawled. You want me to enter your hotel through the back entrance. Service 1. I'll arrange for you to get in. Yeah. You want me to get in, stay in your room, and go around visibly, that's it? Yeah. Heck, I thought there would be car chases and shooting. I was looking forward to that. Sorry to disappoint you. You're still interested? Yeah. San Diego isn't far and my wife and kids are away. I've got time. Cutter made an advance payment to him and gave him the directions to the hotel. You'll have to climb over the rear wall, which means you'll have to get the cab to drop you about half a mile away and hoof it from there. Not a problem. What about cameras? I'll take care of them. Mr. Grogan, we're going to be friends. Hollywood people. Everyone was a pal. 33. In the Fairmont, Castelli was on a call with Lomax. He's still in his hotel. He didn't return to New York? No, sir. What's keeping him here? We'll keep tailing him, sir. That should tell us. Do that, Castelli grunted. He went to the window and looked over its lawn. It's those women. They said something to him, which is why he changed his mind. He sent a message on an encrypted app. "We need to talk, right now." "I'm online," the reply came back instantly. "You know the drill." Castelli plugged in his personal laptop and checked that its encryption and voice disguising software was up to date. He logged into a VoIP application and dialed a number which would route his call through several proxies and dummies around the world. "I need you to hack into the cell phones of 4 women," he told the man who answered his call. "Marina Soria, Lauren Mayo, Tracy Orozco, and Vertesha Waters." "Who are they?" "Naval pilots." He recited their numbers. "What am I looking for?" "Any reference to Cutter Grogan or a private investigator?" "Give me a few hours." "Nope," the man told him a while later. "There's nothing in their cell phone messages about Grogan or any investigator." "You checked all of them?" "Yes. Most of the messages are to their friends or family. Some are to other military staff." The hacker made a living from penetrating the most sophisticated systems in the world. It was rumored he had planted viruses in the Pentagon, but he never acknowledged them. Castelli had used his services on previous occasions and had been satisfied with his work. "I checked their emails too. Nothing there either." Castelli didn't ask how the Eastern European man had found out their email addresses. The man was known for his skills and charged accordingly. He rarely came on video calls, and when he did, he was masked. "Okay," Castelli said, made the final payment to the hacker, and cut the call. "Looks like it was an impromptu meeting. Should I get Rick to ask them?" "No, he should not be involved. He had to find out why they met Grogan. It came to him. I can get Soria bugged. That would have to happen when she was off base." He worked through the logistics and nodded to himself. "It can be done. She lives in the city." He knew the people who could plant the surveillance device. 34. "Nothing," Carol Galvez told Cutter. "There's no trace of those men." "Why should we tell you anything?" DeFiore said when he called her. "We report to you." "No, Cutter," Quindica yelled into the phone. "Those men haven't pinged our radar either. They must have left the state." "No," he thought. "They are Kravchuk's men. He'll kill them if they fail. They're still here. They'll follow me." He went out in the evening for a run and, after showering, decided he had enough of Coronado's cuisine and drove to San Diego. He went to a Mediterranean restaurant on Juniper Street and, while waiting for a table, saw the bunch of women in the corner. Some kind of celebration. "Is there anywhere else quieter?" he asked the server when she led him next to the group. "We're busy, sir, as you can see. You didn't make a reservation." He shrugged. "The food's great here. I can put up with some noise." He placed his order, and when his drink arrived, looked around casually to find Marina staring at him from the group. He frowned. Yeah, it was her, and the rest of the women aviators were there too. He lifted his glass in a toast and turned his attention to his food, which arrived moments later. He enjoyed it slowly while he caught up on the day's news on his phone. He was aware of women moving about from the group but didn't look up. He paid and tipped when he had finished and left the restaurant. 10 p.m., pleasantly cool. The restaurant had the added attraction that it had a generous parking space at the rear. He went to his Range Rover, which was next to a white Toyota. A man at the car heard him approach and drifted away. Cutter's senses sharpened. Nope, that's not Vasily or Pyotr. He watched discreetly as the man brought out his phone and spoke into it animatedly as he walked around aimlessly. Cutter brought out his device too and made a show of looking up a website. He photographed the stranger and was pocketing his phone when Marina emerged with her aviator friends. She high-fived them and came to the Toyota. She nodded at Cutter. Her heels clacked on concrete as she passed the man who was still talking, unaware of her presence, and when he gestured violently, he stumbled backwards into her. He spun around, lost his balance, and caught her arm. He apologized profusely and walked away. "Fancy seeing you here." Cutter ignored Marina. He placed Vertesia, Tracy, and Lauren, all of them at their cars, around them. The man was walking rapidly to a gray vehicle in which a second man was behind the wheel. He's not on his call anymore. He replayed the scene in his mind. He snatched Marina's bag and jammed his palm to her mouth to stifle her squawk of surprise. "Don't talk. Don't say a word. Trust me," he whispered and released her. He placed the bag carefully on the ground and sprinted towards the man who was getting in the car. "Hey!" The driver and the man looked at him. They exchanged words and the car surged forward. Cutter dove towards it and got a hand on the wheel through the open window. He yanked it hard and punched the driver. His feet dragged on concrete as the car swerved. The stranger yelled angrily and drew his gun. The wheelmen recovered sufficiently to turn the steering to the left and send the ride careening towards another parked vehicle. "He's going to crush me against that car." Cutter let go of the wheel as the gun straightened at him, its barrel looking like a dark tunnel. He got his right hand on the roof, kicked out at concrete, and heaved himself over the racing car. He felt a round scream through the air behind him, and then he was falling onto the hard ground. The car crashed against the parked vehicle's side. It straightened. Its tires spun on concrete, found purchase, and it sped away. What happened? What was that about? Marina rushed towards him with her friends. Cutter got to his feet slowly. He held off from replying and checked around him. That round, did it hit anyone? It hadn't. The parking lot was empty except for them. His actions hadn't attracted any attention. He could see customers through the restaurant's windows, none of whom were looking in their direction. "Mr. Grogan," Marina tugged at his sleeve sharply. "What went down? Why did you take my bag? Who were those men?" That gun was suppressed. She and the others didn't hear the shot. There was enough ambient traffic noise to drown out the low sound, which is why she isn't asking me about it. "Are you hurt?" Vertesia asked, concern etched on her face. Lauren removed a bottle of water from her bag and gave it to him. Cutter drank from it, wiped his lips, and gave it back to her. "Let's get back to your bag," he told Marina. "I'll explain. Did you take photographs?" "We filmed it," Tracy confirmed. "All four of us. What kind of stunt was that?" He nodded at the Cuban-American's purse. "Search it and see if you find anything that doesn't belong to you. That goes for all of you. Check your bags, pockets, your clothing." "What? Why?" they exclaimed. "Please do it." Marina dumped the contents of her bag on the ground. Keys, a wad of paper towels, receipts, loose change, pens, a notepad, strips of pills, lipstick, moisturizer, sanitary pads, charger for her phone, several business cards, her naval credentials, and various items spilled onto the concrete. "Everything's mine." "Yeah, same here," Vertesia chimed. "Me too," Lauren said. "Make that 4, Tracy drawled. Cutter sifted through the business cards and picked one up. It was the restaurant's with its embossed logo, social accounts, and phone number on it. He fingered it. "Feels thicker than my cards." "You took this from the restaurant?" Marina frowned, staring at it. "I don't think so. It must have been with the receipt." "You didn't take that," Tracy reminded her. "Farah paid for the evening. I saw her fold the receipt and stuff it in her bag." Cutter broke away from them and went to his Range Rover. He opened its trunk and rummaged through a large carry bag. He grinned when he felt them approach and peer over his shoulder. "That's a lot of guns." Vertesia whistled softly. "And gear. I don't recognize most of them, and we train with a lot of equipment." "I have permits for all my guns." He moved casually to block her view of the rest of the gear, removed a surveillance wand, and zipped up the bag. He turned to see 4 pairs of eyes looking at him curiously. "I'm a PI. I need stuff," he said defensively. "One of my cousins is an investigator," Lauren drawled. "He's got his badge, his gun, a pair of binoculars, and that's about it." "Clearly, he's not my competition." Maybe not. I get the 3rd degree for helping you. He played the victim card. That got him a few smiles. Vertesha dug her elbow sharply into Lauren's side, who took the hint and didn't complete her sentence. If they only knew what else is there in the other bags and beneath the floorboards. They made way for him and followed him to Marina's bag, where they watched him run it over the business card. A green light glowed on it. He ran it on the rest of the contents and over the bag. The red light stayed on. He gave the device to the Cuban-American, who had a shocked expression. Check yourselves, all of you and your bags. They ran the surveillance wand on one another and on their purses. Clean, Vertesha said softly. Is that what I think it is? She jerked her head towards the card in his hand. Yeah. He tore it open to reveal the thin metallic strip and a miniature battery, which he removed before speaking. Bugs have become smaller and more sophisticated. This will have limited range, but it will dump its data to some cloud account which can be accessed from anywhere. That man. Marina licked her lips. He slipped it in my bag when he crashed into me. Yeah, your purse was open. Hold up. He took the wand from Tracy and ran it over her car and the rest of their vehicles. I saw him at your ride, which got me suspicious. I didn't know it was your car until you approached it, and then it fell into place. Mr. Grogan. It's Cutter, ma'am. She smiled briefly and hugged herself. I can think of only one reason why anyone would want to bug me. He had worked it out, but let her explain. Someone knows we spoke to you, which means we are being followed. Lauren looked around nervously. Tracy put a hand on her shoulder reassuringly. We might not be tailed. Lots of folks knew we were coming to Farah's engagement party. Pete, Will, Chad, heck, our entire squadron knew. Rick, too, Vertesha said harshly. You think he or his father are behind this? Marina asked. It's possible, but there are other explanations. Like? You are naval pilots. You fly F-35s of 5th-generation aircraft. Those men could be foreign agents. Spies. Yeah, it has happened. They traded glances with one another. In that case, we need to report this, Marina asserted. Yeah, but send me your videos. I'll see if I can identify them or their ride. Mr. Grogan, Cutter, she corrected herself quickly. You don't believe that, do you? About spies? No, it's too coincidental, but we cannot rule it out, which is why you need to report it. What about to the cops? I'm calling them. He called Di Fiore, 35. Quindica and Di Fiore arrived in 15 minutes, along with their JTF team. This is our case, the SAC snapped when Coronado PD, who had been called by the restaurant's manager, rolled up too. Naval personnel, possible foreign state involvement. We'll take over. The local police force backed off. Cutter stepped back and let them take over. When it was his turn to be questioned, he handed over the photographs he had taken on his phone, gave his statement, and braced himself for Di Fiore's snark. She didn't disappoint him. Why am I not surprised that you are here? I've got to eat. That was the only reason I was in this restaurant. She sniffed in disbelief and turned to the aviators. Relax, she said at their apprehensive expressions. Chances are high those dudes aren't foreign agents, but we'll check them out. Our investigation will remain confidential. We'll liaise with the Navy. Look them up, Cutter told the pilots. Gina Di Fiore and Peyton Quindica. They are the best. I trust them fully. His assurance seemed to dispel their fears. He watched them get in their cars and drive away. Marina was last. She rolled down her window and looked at him. If Castelli's behind this, he knows we discovered the bug. Yeah, whoever ordered it is aware. Rick will know, too. This cannot be contained. Gina and Peyton will make it look like foreign agents are their primary suspect. They can do that? Yeah, and they'll make sure the Navy buys that story, too. They have that much juice. Yeah. You know them for long? Yeah. You'll still investigate, even though they are on the case? Yes. She glanced at Di Fiore and Quindica, who were looking in their direction. They might not like that. They know how I work. We can pay you, Cutter. This conversation has ended. Get back to your apartment. He watched her car merge with the traffic as Di Fiore and Quindica joined him. Castelli? The SAC asked. Yeah, prime suspect. Good story about the spies. That might be true. Yeah, we'll investigate, but you can bet China, Russia, every country with an interest knows all there is about the F-35. They wouldn't bug pilots. They would target higher-ranked officers. Agreed. There must be a team on Marina and the others. Uh-huh, he said noncommittally. I know that tone. Di Fiore punched him lightly on the shoulder. You're withholding from us. What is it? Nope, he lied. He stifled a pretend yawn and shook his head. Gotta go. I've had a long day. Grogan... I know. He held his palms up. If something comes to me, I'll tell you. He drove out in his ride and grinned at her angry face. His smile faded when he hit the road. Marina might be shadowed, but another team could also be watching me. They may have followed me to the restaurant, found the pilots, and spotted their opportunity. If his surmise was true, there was more than one team tailing him. 36. Cutter returned to his hotel and got Beth to put its security cameras on a loop. You're staying in a fancy place, but its security is crap. They have an automated system that will flag for unusual events, but otherwise, the same corridors and faces in it will not trigger anything. Angelo can come in safely? Yeah, she drawled. That's what I said. The service door? I have disabled its electronic access. No swipe card needed. He needs to pull it open. You're a rock star. I know. Check your message. He checked and found instructions on accessing the camera's feeds. He texted her, telling her she was a genius. She agreed. He watched the videos from the front-facing cameras, but couldn't make out anyone who looked like watchers. If they are pros, they'll be working in teams and maybe watching from long range from the beach. Will Vasily and Pyotr have a team? He asked himself. Maybe not, but if I were them, I would follow me when I left the hotel. I wouldn't watch its entrance. He nodded. That made sense. A double knock sounded on his door at 11 p.m. He opened it, let Schwartzman in, and gawked at him. Yeah. The actor grinned. I looked you up and made some changes in my appearance. This cleft, he touched his chin, is false. Mine is deeper. I padded it to make it almost imperceptible, similar to yours. I cut my hair to your style. Your clothes. He made a face. Dude, you need to live it up. Tees and jeans are so last century. They work for me. Cutter grinned. He shook the actor's hand and waved at the room. This is yours. Make yourself at home. Room service, the restaurant, the swimming pool, do whatever you have to. I don't need to go with you? Nope. Take my car tomorrow. It's a black Range Rover parked at the front. Go wherever you wish. The cinema, a play, whatever catches your fancy. Schwartzman narrowed his eyes. That sounds like a vacation. That's what I want my tales to believe. I can carry that off. Where will you be? Taking care of my watchers. Here and there, he said evasively. Am I in danger? You could be. He looked the actor in the eye. If you are having second thoughts, I'll understand if you leave. I'll pay you fully. I'm a stuntman. Schwartzman grinned. We live on adrenaline. I'm going to see this gig out. Good to hear that, Cutter said in relief. Finding another double wouldn't have been easy. He stuffed his laptop in his backpack, threw in a change of clothes and put on his shoulder holster and inserted his Glock. The actor didn't comment at the sight of the weapon. Cutter slipped on his jacket and adjusted it to hang right. He removed his credit card and gave it to the actor. "Use that." "Can I buy a yacht?" "No." Cutter bumped fists with him and went out of the hotel through the service exit. He went to Avenue de la Serena that ran to the side of the hotel and searched along the line of parked vehicles. The black Tahoe from the rental company he had made arrangements with was easy to spot. Its key was on top of the driver's side tire. He climbed in and drove to a paid lot which he knew would be deserted that time of the night. "I'm out," he informed Beth. "Camera feeds back to normal," she replied. He reclined his seat and wondered briefly whether Vasily and Pyotr too were squeezed in a car somewhere. "I'll find out soon enough." 37. Cutter drove to a motel the next day and freshened up. He changed his outfit: beach shorts, body armor over which he pulled on a white tee, Hawaiian shirt to go over both, dark shades over his face and a ball cap pulled low. "My watchers have seen me in jeans and tees only. They won't pay attention to me in this getup." He replaced the license plates on his ride, drove to his hotel on Shores Beach, and parked behind an RV from where he could see the hotel's entrance and its driveway. A few families with picnic hampers and umbrellas were on the sand. A couple of swimmers in the water. Food trucks started arriving to occupy prime locations. Cutter couldn't make out any watchers in the parked vehicles. They won't be that obvious. Schwartzman came through the hotel's glass doors at 11 a.m. "He looks like me. He's got the way I wear my jacket and tee just right." The actor slipped on shades and joked with the valet. He sauntered to the Range Rover, got inside it, and drove to San Diego. Cutter followed 4 car lengths behind. It was when they were in Sherman Heights that he made out the tail. A gray Ford that kept a 2-vehicle distance from Schwartzman. 38. Cutter could make out 2 silhouettes in it but couldn't get close enough to identify them. They could be Vasily and Pyotr. He couldn't spot any other tails. There must be more than one team rotating the tail. That way, Schwartzman won't know which car is following him. Neither will I. Schwartzman turned into an art gallery's parking lot and went inside. The tails took a space to his right and waited while Cutter nosed into a vacant one several vehicles away. He got Werner to run the Ford's plates. A rental hired 2 days ago in San Diego by Bastian DeMarco. The man's driver's license was false. The address he had given the rental agency was fake, too. The men didn't emerge from their Ford, and neither did Cutter. Schwartzman came out an hour later and went to an upscale restaurant in La Jolla. The men waited in its parking lot. Cutter watched them from a distance. The actor seemed to be enjoying himself when he returned to his ride. He made calls, lingered in the sun, and finally climbed into the Range Rover. A cinema in Westfield Mission Valley was his next stop. A Starbucks opposite to it had paid parking in which Schwartzman left his ride, before he crossed the street and went inside the theater's lobby. The men followed him. That's them, Vasily and Pyotr. Cutter fell behind them. He didn't remove his shades when he entered the cinema. Are they going to grab him here? The men went to a vending machine, inserted coins in it, and took out water bottles while Schwartzman went to the ticket counter. Vasily bobbed his head at Pyotr when the actor looked up the directions to the screens. No, can't let them go inside with him. It'll be unpredictable in the dark. There will be civilians around. 10 other people in the lobby. 4 servers behind the food and drinks counters. Vasily and Pyotr to his left and in the front, with 20 feet separating him. Schwartzman far ahead, fingering the ticket stub in his hand as he worked out which way his screen was. I'll get him out. He dialed the actor's number. Cutter cursed when the stuntman turned around with his phone in his hand. Vasily and Pyotr turned too. They saw him. Their eyes flicked away, and then the first man's gaze returned. They'll recognize me at this distance. Vasily jerked his head to the actor and snapped his glance back at Cutter. His mouth opened. He nudged Pyotr hard, and his hand flew to his waist. Cutter charged at them. His Glock slashed at Vasily's wrist. The killer's gun clattered to the floor. Someone screamed. "Shooters!" Cutter bellowed. "Get out!" People yelled. Schwartzman looked shocked and then ran towards the exit. Several customers followed him. Cutter swung at Piotr. He missed. The thug's gun came out and started leveling when Cutter triggered a double tap and the killer's chest blossomed red and his body collapsed. Cutter kept moving, a smooth glide to take his weight on his right heel. His left leg lashed out and caught Vasily in the face as the thug attempted to dive for his gun. The killer howled when his jaw broke. People shrieked. A security guard came into the lobby. "Get away!" Cutter yelled at him. The burly man slipped on the polished floor and dove behind the food counter. "Vasily!" The killer was slithering away even as he reached down to his leg. "He's got an ankle gun." Cutter lunged at him when the cinema's glass door shattered in a hail of bullets. 39. Cutter threw himself to the floor and slid on the polished surface towards Vasily. He snapped a glance outside. A lean man on the steps, masked, firing what looked like an AR-15. Cutter clubbed Vasily with his Glock and used his left hand to prop up the thug's body for cover. He risked the glance and fired rapidly at masked man through the glass shards in the door. Vasily kept struggling, however, and he knew his shots went wide. The shooter didn't flinch from the glass splinters that blew out nor from the rounds. He stood tall, relaxed, only his trigger finger and his gun arm moving as he raked the floor in a long burst. Piotr's body shuddering from the impact of bullets. Several rounds ricocheted off the tiled floor and whined away. Vasily's body jerked. He screamed. His body shook again. "He's hit." Cutter kept holding his body up with his fingers and emptied his magazine in the general direction of the entrance. He gritted his teeth and let the thug's body slump to reach inside his pants for a spare magazine. A bullet tugged his sleeve. Another nicked his forearm, and then he was shooting back, but it was his gun alone that was roaring in the cinema. He snatched a look. The steps were empty. He let Vasily's body fall, got to his feet, and zigged and zagged towards the entrance. No masked man. Several people cowering behind their cars or in their ride, almost all of them wailing and screaming. "He's gone!" Schwartzman rolled down his Range Rover's window and shouted, "Call the cops!" "I did." He hustled to the actor. "Are you safe?" "Yeah." "Stop talking. Do as I say. Leave this place. Take a cab. Check into a motel under your own name and send me the details. Don't return to my hotel. Got it?" "Yeah," Schwartzman said and got out of the Range Rover. Cutter hurried back to check on Piotr. He was dead. He went to Vasily. Blood was pouring out of his chest. His eyes were glazing. "Who was that?" He bent over the killer and repeated the question in Russian. He strained to listen when the thug's lips moved. "Volk." He looked into his eyes to see a triumphant light, and then the man's head fell back. "Drop your gun!" Cutter obeyed. The cavalry had arrived. 40. Coronado PD turned up in full force along with a SWAT team from San Diego PD. Officers surrounded Cutter, their guns aimed at him. He raised his hands and stood in a non-threatening stance while a cop approached him cautiously, searched, and cuffed him. "I am the good guy," he said mildly. The officer didn't respond and gestured for EMT teams who rushed in and bent over Vasily and Piotr, while others went to the staff and customers who were hiding. "Release him," a voice commanded. Deanna Chapman cut through the throng of officers and medical staff and repeated her order at the cop. "I know him. He's helping us on a case." "It's nice to have friends," Cutter said. "Shut up," Chapman said coldly. "What went down?" "These men attacked me when I was buying a ticket. I defended myself." He jammed his left hand in his pocket and triple-pressed the home button on his phone, which got it to ring Beth and Megan. "They'll listen in." It was a protocol they had worked out a while ago when they had upgraded his phone with various software. They'll hack into the cinema's cameras to remove Schwartzman's presence and edit the feed to show my narrative. Who are they? Do you know them? An officer asked. Vasily and Pyotr, killers from Felix Kravchuk's bratva. Chapman hissed softly. Not here, she told a detective who had arrived on the scene. Let's question him in the department. Cutter, stay here but get out of our way. He went to the concession counter where several EMT staff were attending to the servers. Any fatalities? He asked them. It's a miracle. A red-haired, uniformed woman wiped her sweat. Glass cuts and bruises, but other than those two bodies, no one is seriously injured. Cutter nodded. He knew the body count was not low because Masked Man was concerned about civilians. He doesn't care. He wanted to kill Vasily and Pyotr, however. That's all he was focused on. Cutter traced his route to Chapman and her detectives later, in her office in the San Diego PD's headquarters. I went to an art gallery, had lunch, and then came to the cinema, where these men turned on me. They must have been following me. You weren't aware of them tailing you? Rogers, one of the detectives, asked. No, but I wasn't paying attention. Describe the third shooter. There's not much I can tell you. He was masked, wearing dark clothing, loose shirt and pants. I didn't see much more. His gun looked like an AR-15. It was. We found it beneath a car, no prints on it. He was wearing gloves. Anyone see where he went? No. Everyone in the parking lot was scared. They were hiding. Their description is similar to yours. Mr. Grogan, Burdett, the other detective, grunted. How long will you be staying in San Diego? I have no immediate plans to leave. A small smile played on Chapman's lips when her officers sighed and looked at her. I've known him a long time. This is normal for him. Anything for you from him? Not for now. There are enough witness statements that confirm what he said. He's clear, Burdett said. He got to his feet, nodded, and left the room with Rogers. Chapman rubbed her eyes. That's cinema. Do you realize how badly that could have gone down? Yeah, Cutter replied. How did you survive? You are not even nicked. I've got scratches on my knees and elbows. Those don't count. She went out to the sideboard where a pot was bubbling away. She poured coffee in 2 mugs and brought them to the table. Cutter. She handed him 1 cup. What were you doing in an art gallery? I am offended. I can't appreciate art. He reflected for several moments after taking a sip. It was Riley's favorite pastime. She would take me to exhibitions. I learned to enjoy them. I miss her. Let's go shopping, she used to say whenever you both visited us. What she meant was going to flea markets and auctions. She didn't bid on any pieces. He grinned. But she enjoyed the atmosphere and said going to those auctions was the only way she could see those artworks. Yeah. The chief clinked mugs with him. He followed her gaze to a framed photograph on the wall. Chapman and her husband, Di Fiore, Quindica, Riley and him, and a few other close friends. One of the rare times we got together when she was alive. But, Chapman's voice hardened. I know you don't go to galleries and cinemas when you are working a case. You knew you would be attacked, didn't you? You drew those men to you. Nope, he said truthfully. Why would I do that in such a crowded place if I knew? Can't tell her about Schwartzman. No witnesses had mentioned the actor. Even if they remember, they won't make any connection. Most of them will be traumatized and will want to forget. I wanted some away time, he told her. Nothing more to it. She regarded him with narrowed eyes, nodded once and finished her coffee, which was the cue for him to leave. I'll get someone to drop you. No need. I'll take a cab. He hugged her and left her office. He ended the call to the twins when he was on the street, and when he was in the cab, he messaged Schwartzman. Where are you? The reply came moments later. Grogan, I am in Relax Inn in Claremont. Cutter frowned. Why's he so formal? He calls me by my first name. He froze. He's not alone. 41. Cutter paid the cab and hurried to the Starbucks parking lot where Schwartzman had left his Range Rover. He glanced briefly at the cinema, at which there was a strong police presence. A crowd of onlookers and several media vans had gathered. Chapman had kept his name out of the press statement, referring to him as a civilian. Beth and Megan would have blurred my face in the cameras and witnesses might describe me, but I was wearing shades and a cap. He hoped that would be enough to keep the journalists from identifying him. He went to the trunk and brought out a carryall and laid it on the rear seat. He climbed inside the vehicle and changed into a pair of dark Crye precision combat pants and jacket. He slipped several spare magazines in his pockets, along with various gear, and slid behind the wheel. He looked up Relax Inn, one of the many no-frills motels that were scattered in the city. It was an L-shaped building off Claremont Mesa Boulevard. 3 floors of rooms overlooking the car park in the front. Each room had front windows only that overlooked the parking lot, reception desk at the entrance, a small rear lawn at the back which separated it from the next motel. Rooms had a single or double bed with a small bathroom. Schwartzman's room was on the top floor. In the middle of the vertical leg of the L, Cutter gunned his engine and drove out. He parked in the neighboring motel's lot half an hour later and went onto the separating lawn. He cut a dark figure with his ball cap partially concealing his face, his pockets bulging with his gear, thin gloves on his hands and Vibram-soled boots on his feet. He inspected the drain pipes and grills at the back wall of the Relax Inn. This other motel will have cameras. He looked around, lights burning in various rooms, a couple emerging from a car, but they were too far for them to see him. He went up the wall, his toes finding purchase on the small imperfections on its surface, his palms gripping a pipe tightly. He crawled up the tiled roof, thankful the tiles were dry. He crouched and held his breath. They held his weight. None of them slipped. He moved cautiously down the roof and crossed the L's junction. The parking lot was brightly lit and a few cars drove in and out. He was silhouetted against San Diego's night sky, and his dark clothing stood out against the tiles, but no one looked up. He heard a couple arguing in one room, music from another one, all of it registering automatically. He came to the top of the actor's room and lay prone on the roof. He extracted a long length of cable from one of his pockets and attached one end of it to his phone. Its screen lit up as the HD camera at the other end started feeding it a live stream. Cutter pushed out the cable until it dangled over the roof and dropped down. Walkways ran the length of each floor with protective railings separating them from the drop to the ground. His cable was coated with adaptive paint that took on the background color. It appeared near transparent as well, which made it hard to detect. A family walked down the passageway, unaware that they were projected onto the screen. He waited for them to enter their room at the far end and then twisted the camera until it was facing Schwartzman's window. Its curtains were drawn back, giving him a clear inside view. The actor was on the bed, flicking through TV channels on its remote. He appeared bored and didn't look up when the family returned and walked past his window. Is he alone? The room led straight into the bathroom, sink and mirror visible, on either side of which were the toilet and the shower. Can't see either of those. If there's someone with him, they could be hiding there. Cutter checked the rooms on the left and right. One was unoccupied. He surveyed Schwartzman's room again and came to a decision. He extracted the cable camera, coiled it, and slipped into his pocket. Returning to the rear of the roof was quick and uneventful. He jogged to Relax Inn's reception and told his story. "Has he responded?" the wolf whispered. "No," Schwartzman replied. "You had better not be lying. Check for yourself." The actor held his phone up to the bathroom, but the assassin didn't come out. The stuntman's head hurt from the killer's blows. His ribs ached from his punches. His left arm was numb from the assassin's pressure point squeeze. He was scared, but he tried to hide it behind an irritated facade. He hoped Cutter would sense the message he had sent was a warning, and that he would come to the rescue. I don't see how, though, he thought bleakly. That killer will either shoot him or capture him as soon as he comes through the door. There's no other entrance to the room. He thought of calling 911, but he knew that would be futile. He'll shoot me even if the cops come in quietly. He forced himself to relax and to be hopeful. I'm a stuntman. I've been close to death several times. Not like this, an inner voice told him. Not with a killer threatening you. This isn't a Hollywood movie. The shooter is real. A man walked past the window. His head shot up in hope and dropped despairingly when it turned out to a stocky person who was slugging at his beer can. The assassin came out of his hiding spot 20 minutes later. He stood to the side of the bathroom entrance so that he wouldn't be easily visible from its window. Schwartzman couldn't help admiring the way he moved, with languid ease. He tried to remember who that motion reminded him of. Cutter. He walks like that, like he's floating. The killer stood motionless. His face had no expression. His eyes were dark. His hand came out in a beckoning gesture. The actor tossed him his phone. The killer caught it easily and thumbed through the messages. The TV exploded. 42. The shaped charge Cutter placed against the wall worked the way it was designed to. It exploded through the drywall, splintering the TV, making a hole large enough for him to enter through. He was in lethal operator mode, his Glock to his shoulder, automatically scanning the room. Window, bed, Schwartzman on it. The actor's eyes large, his mouth open in a yell, his body flinching from the explosion. Dark-clothed man to the bed's side. That's him. Cutter crouched. His finger tightened on the trigger, but his first shot went wide as the assassin moved instantly, diving towards him, coming in low and crashing into him. He brought his left hand down just in time to deflect the man's gun, which spat twice, the rounds entering the carpet, and then the killer was rolling away with a savage kick. He bounded up and jumped through the open window. Cutter rolled over and sprang up. Can't shoot. There might be innocents in the corridor. He vaulted through the window just as the assassin threw himself over the protective railing, and as he was falling, brought his gun up. Cutter hugged the tiled passageway as the shot flew harmlessly over his head. He levered himself up and watched the killer land easily on his feet, sprint to a parked vehicle and drive away. "Let's follow him!" Schwartzman yelled as he came to his side. "Are you hurt?" "What? Yeah, but forget about me. Let's get him." "He's got a 5-minute start on us," Cutter told him pragmatically. "If we jump over the railing, we'll be sitting ducks for him. He can pick us off easily." "We're letting him get away? We're doing nothing." "We're getting away from here," Cutter told him grimly when the killer's taillights disappeared from sight. "Put this on." He removed a balaclava mask from his pocket and thrust it at the actor, pulling another over his own head. "Now, we jump." He landed easily and helped the actor up. They ran behind the motel even as several cries of alarm sounded, and many of its residents appeared in the corridor. "Why are we going to the other motel?" "Save your breath," Cutter told Schwartzman, and led him to his Range Rover. He buckled in swiftly, sped out of the motel and dialed a number when they were on Claremont Mesa Boulevard. "I need help," he said tightly when Megan came on the line. "Shoot," she replied. "The Relax Inn in San Diego. I need its cameras wiped of my presence, not just me. Angelo." "I booked in a false name." The actor swallowed. "Jack White." "Jack White?" Beth asked incredulously. "That's the best I could come up with," the stuntman said defensively. "Besides, I had a fake driving license in his name. Who are you two?" "You don't need to know," Cutter said brusquely. "My Range Rover." Needs to be at your hotel, the younger twin cut in. Yeah, we got that, and those cameras need to show you were there. Correct, but I need to be seen leaving shortly. Where would you have gone? La Jolla. We'll show your mobile was there. Your weapons. I'll take care of them. There was a man who jumped over the railing in that motel. He'll be on the cameras. His vehicle left about 8 minutes earlier. Who's he? He's the one who broke into my apartment. Kravchuk's killer? Yeah. We'll see if we can identify him. He hung up and drove to a remote bluff in La Jolla, where he buried his Glock, removed a spare one from his carry-all and sheathed it in his shoulder holster. Who are you? He smiled at Schwartzman's awed whisper. Your friendly neighborhood investigator. The actor shook his head in bemusement. Those women on the phone? Friends. You should forget what you heard. The stuntman tapped his temple and snapped his fingers. Done. His hands are shaking. He must have been scared. What went down? Schwartzman looked out at the Pacific and shuddered visibly. I was a fool. That's what happened. I decided to follow the shooter when he left the cinema. You did what? Yeah. He raised his hands apologetically. I wasn't thinking right, but I saw that everyone was hiding and this dude was walking out as if he was out on the beach. It rankled me. I got behind him. I saw him remove his mask and stuff it in his pocket. I was behind him for half a block when he stopped at a light, and that's when I lost my nerve. I turned back, got a cab, and came to the Relax Inn. I checked in, showered, and when I came out of the bathroom, he was there, standing inside the room. He didn't move, didn't speak. That alone scared me. He didn't have to do much to me. Schwartzman shifted in embarrassment. He placed a hand on my left shoulder and squeezed, and I felt I was on fire. I couldn't even shout. I was sweating. I thought I would die. He punched me a couple of times, and I told him everything. That's when he got you to reply to me. That was smart of you to word your message in that manner. Schwartzman bobbed his head in thanks. Yeah, he watched me send it. He went through my phone, checked all my messages, and said he would hurt me if I did anything. I believed him. That's one scary dude. You should be. He's a pro, a killer. I know his kind. Did he say anything else? Anything you remember about him? He's Russian. I recognized his accent. He didn't speak at all other than to question or threaten me. Cutter rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. Waves crashed in the distance, faraway lights on a ship. A chopper buzzed overhead lazily and faded in the night. How did you do that thing? The actor asked. Come through the wall? I wasn't expecting it. He was caught by surprise, too. That was the idea. Shaped charge. Cutter didn't tell him about the roof surveillance or that he had booked the neighboring room and placed the explosives without knowing for sure the killer was there. He straightened abruptly when a thought came to him. You said he went through your phone? Yeah, but it was a burner. I didn't have much on it. Your calls and messages, a few others to cab drivers, that's about it. He grinned. I left my personal one back home before coming here. Smart. Where's your family? Venice. Italy. His lips tightened. They could be in danger? The killer knows about you. He could be vindictive. It wouldn't be hard to find your family. Call them. Check they are safe. Schwartzman's hands trembled as he dialed. His face relaxed only when his wife answered. Video, Cutter murmured and stepped away to make a call of his own. Guido. He grinned when the Italian replied. Yeah, long time. I have a family in Venice. They need protection for a few days. Our usual terms. You can do it. Sigh, Cutter Grogan, Guido Manzetti, former Italian Special Forces operator and now owner of Manzetti Protection, roared in the phone. Do you even have to ask that question? And what payment do you talk of? This is nothing. When are you visiting us? Maria said you are too thin. She wants to fatten you up. I'll visit Rome soon. How quickly can the team be in position? I have one right there. They are coming off a job. 15 minutes. That will work for you. See, I'll send you the details and transfer the money. I can't hear you, Cutter. Monzetti laughed and ended the call. All good? He asked Schwartzman when he too hung up. Yeah, they are safe. No one has bothered them. I need to be with them, however. Do that. Go tonight. I'll get someone to accompany you. There's a close protection team that will be with your family in 15 minutes. They'll be with you as long as you are in Venice. By then, I'll deal with this killer. He held up a finger to silence the actor's queries and made another call. Chad, I need a team for a San Diego to Venice flight. Hand over to another team there. Right away. He nodded several times. I'll drop him myself at the airport. See you soon. Schwartzman threw his hands up helplessly. What's happening? Close protection teams. Who are they? Friends. People I worked with in the past. Many of them are former military. I trust them. You and your family will be safe. This will cost a pile. I put you in danger. It's on me. Even so, I accepted the job. I am happy to share some... What's the Venice Hotel? The Royal Palazzo. It's on... I know it. Which room? 301. Cutter sent the details to Monzetti and got a reply in return. He forwarded the Italian's message to Schwartzman. Send that to your wife. That 3-person team will arrive any moment. How they'll identify themselves is in there. That's the CPT. 2 women and a man? Yes. Please don't tell me you think women aren't. I am a good stunt person, but I am not the best. That's Patty Zapata. Her work is unbelievable. I learn a lot whenever we work together. That answer your question? Cutter grinned in the dark and motioned him towards the Range Rover. He was conscious of the actor's glances as he drove rapidly towards the airport. I know several PIs, Schwartzman said. I know several military folks too. There are several former Delta operators who consult for producers and directors. None of them are like you. I didn't think I would live through the night. Thank you. That's not necessary. What you are doing for me and my family. My job to fix it. Cutter interrupted him. I am not special. The actor snorted in disbelief, looked through the windshield for long moments and broke the silence again. I saw him. I photographed him. Cutter jammed the brake in astonishment, released it, and floored the gas at an angry honk from behind. He was at a store window, Schwartzman explained quickly. I got his left profile, but in the glass I got his full face. I'll forward it to you right away. He brought up the images on his phone and sent them. He was checking for tails. Yeah, I realize that now. Will your friends be able to identify him? I hope. I have a name, though. He remembered Vasili's dying word. Volk, Russian, for the wolf. 43. Chad Palmer's CPT were 2 men, dressed casually, but their air of competence was unmistakable. Isaiah Washington. The African-American's teeth gleamed in a smile as he shook their hands. Friends call me by my first name. That's my partner Manny Sanchez. We've got the tickets. He held them up. A brief stopover in Philly and then direct to Venice. Cutter introduced Schwartzman to them and chuckled when the actor hugged him hard. How can I thank you? The stuntman whispered. Not needed. Look me up anytime you are in San Diego. You'll stay with us. That's not negotiable. We can go take in some games or go to movie sets, whatever you wish to do. Angelo? Cutter growled. Yeah? Stop talking. Go to Venice. Enjoy your vacation. He thumped the stuntman on his back, nodded at the close protection men, and hung around until they had cleared security. Beth? Meg? He called the twins on the younger sister's number. Yeah, we are both here, the elder one replied. I am at San Diego Airport. We'll erase your presence. You were at La Jolla? Yeah, right, that's your story. You went to the hotel after the shooting and then to La Jolla to clear your mind. Yeah. "We've seen the news," Beth said. "We pieced everything together. You okay?" "Yeah. Any luck with that shooter's identity?" "Nope, he isn't in any database. I have a name. Vasily called him Volk." Beth whistled softly. "The Wolf. We'll see what we can find on him on Darknet forums." Cutter drove back to Coronado, parked his car, and went to his room. Di Fiore, Quindica, and Chapman were waiting for him. 44. "Where have you been?" the police chief asked him. "La Jolla. Why? Gina and Peyton in my room. I can understand that. But you? Don't the police have rules about this, laws they have to comply with?" "Don't push it," she warned. "What were you doing there?" "Meditating. I had to get away to clear my mind." "Show us your phone," Di Fiore demanded. Cutter unlocked it and handed it over. She inspected it for several moments, pressing many keys, and then gave it to Quindica, who glanced at it cursorily before returning it to him. "Your gun?" Chapman asked. Cutter removed his Glock and gave it butt first. She sniffed at it, removed the magazine, slapped it back, and returned it to him. "Unfired," she told the FBI team. "He has many guns," Di Fiore said. "He could have hidden the one he used and brought a spare one." "What's the third degree about?" Cutter asked sarcastically. "You didn't follow the news?" "No." The NYPD detective turned on the TV to a local channel, which was showing the Relax Inn on Claremont. There was a shooting in one of the rooms, an explosion. The resident's description matches yours. One man was seen escaping. A Range Rover followed him. You drive one. "I'm staying here. I haven't heard of that motel. I don't drive the only Range Rover in San Diego. Didn't you get its plates?" "Didn't Beth and Meg wipe out my presence?" "There's nothing on the cameras," Chapman growled, answering his thought. "Those are witness descriptions, but none of them got the license number. Their descriptions don't match either. Some say one man escaped. Others say there was more than one. People imagine things in times of stress. Don't joke about this. The mayor wants daily updates. The press wants hourly bulletins. What's going on, Cutter?" He spread his hands. "You know what I am investigating. Whatever went down at that hotel has nothing to do with me. You are aware we will investigate it thoroughly and look into your movements?" Di Fiore warned him. "I have nothing to hide. Beth and Meg are way better than your tech team. They'll make the security feeds look seamless." He had never asked them how they managed to change his phone's movements. I probably wouldn't understand even if they explained. "What about those dudes at the restaurant? The ones who bugged Marina?" he asked. "Criminals," Di Fiore replied. "Both served time and after getting out of prison got into trouble quickly. Theft, armed assault, a long list. SDPD has warrants on them. We questioned some of their gang members, but they are in the air and the thugs clammed up. Doesn't feel like a foreign spying ring. That's still an angle. You don't think it's likely, though?" She didn't reply, and at Chapman's shrug, she followed the police chief out of the room. Quindica was the last to go. She winked at him as she was leaving. "All the best," she whispered. "He got away," the Wolf told Kravchuk flatly. "I had set a trap, but Grogan escaped." He outlined what had gone down at the Relax Inn. "What about at the cinema?" "He set a trap for us. He used a body double to sucker Vasily and Pyotr. I had to kill them." "I will send more people." The Wolf looked out into the night. He was in the deserted parking lot of a big box store that had closed for the night. He was in a stolen car. "Send two. Good men. I don't know if I will use them, but ask them to contact me when they get here." "What will you do next? The client wants me to hand over Grogan." "The client will get him. It will take some time." The Wolf looked at the store's neon lights, but it was the explosion in the room that he was recollecting. The killer had recovered quickly from the American's entrance and had counterattacked. Grogan had reacted equally fast, and his blow had numbed his gun hand. The wolf had killed American Special Forces operators in Syria. He had wiped out British SAS teams. Grogan was a different challenge. He was the best the wolf had come across, but he was utterly confident his hunt would end in only one way, with the American as his captive. 45. Cutter scanned his room to check that Di Fiore hadn't planted bugs. It isn't beyond her. It was clean, however. He called Alexis Urit. The man picked up after several rings. "I don't have anything for you," he said sullenly. "You don't know what I'm going to ask. Whatever it is, I have nothing for you." The OG seemed to be in his nightclub, going by the faint thump of beats in the background. "We are friends, Alexis." "Niet. We are not that. Why did you call?" "Have you heard of the Volk? He's in Kravchuk's gang." Urit was silent for so long that Cutter checked if the call was still connected. It was. "Da," the arms dealer said flatly. "If he is after you, you had better start praying. He tried to kill me twice. He failed. Maybe it's he who should start worrying. He was Spetsnaz. People say he has never failed in a mission. Many other gangs have tried to recruit him, but he has stayed loyal to Kravchuk. They grew up together. Get everything you can on him." "That's all I know. I told you. I don't associate with Kravchuk anymore." "I am not asking, Alexis," Cutter said coldly. Urit motioned for the woman in the room to serve him a drink. He sipped it as he settled back comfortably and thought of Grogan's demand. The American had saved him, but he was pesky. He was an irritant, and he would continue to make such calls as long as he was around. Perhaps there was a way to eliminate him. He looked up Felix Kravchuk and sent him a message. Cutter Grogan was asking about the Volk. We should talk. 46. Paul Castelli broke off from his phone call when he saw Charles Lomax in the Fairmont's lobby the next day. "I'll call back," he told the senator on the other of his call. "Delay my meetings," he ordered his aide and followed the lawyer to the bar. "I figured I would see you before your day started," Lomax said. "I've been up for several hours. Committee stuff and my businesses. You should have told me you would be coming. This won't take long. Did you hear about the shooting in the cinema yesterday?" "Yeah. What about it?" "Grogan was involved in it." Castelli paused in drinking his coffee. "That wasn't in the news." "No. SDPD withheld that information. I don't know why. However, our police sources confirm he was there. But here's the interesting part." He laid out photographs on the table. Vasily and Pyotr. He stabbed each image with his forefinger. Both are dead. He killed one of them. The second man was shot by the third gunman. Vasily and Pyotr were following Grogan. Our team spotted them. Castelli absorbed the information while he checked out the photographs. "Who are they?" "They are in Felix Kravchuk's gang. He's leader of a bratva, an organized criminal group in New York." The senator didn't show that he was aware of the Russian. "Things got hairy at the cinema, and my team had to withdraw when the cops arrived. Grogan returned to the hotel late in the evening, and then he had 3 visitors, Chapman, Quindica, and Di Fiore." "What does it all mean?" "Kravchuk wants Grogan. We don't know why. It looks like the FBI and SDPD might be aware of that, but there's no way of knowing. It is entirely possible they were on a personal visit." He brought out his last photograph triumphantly. "That's from Chapman's office. She, Quindica, and Di Fiore together, along with a few others. Grogan is there too. They all seem to be close friends." "Ask your team to stay on top of Grogan," Castelli said sharply. "They should let you know if anyone else is following him." "They will. Should I try to find out why those women visited him?" "Do that. And Kravchuk?" "No, I don't want anything to do with criminals." Castelli kept looking at the photographs on the table. He cursed beneath his breath and then forced himself to think calmly. Grogan does not know anything. Relax. He slipped the photographs into his file and got to his feet. He smiled at a few people who recognized him and went to his meetings. He was Paul Castelli. He was untouchable, 47. Cutter was tired of pushing and not getting many results. He was going to shove, which was why he was in the Fairmont's parking lot. It had been child's play for Beth to find out which car Lomax drove and send its current location to him. "You know what to do?" He addressed the four burly men. "Yeah," Ginger Hair replied. "I'll ram into Fancy Lawyer's car from behind, and then the four of us will surround him when he gets out and start arguing loudly. It's important you block his view." "We'll take care of that. We aren't small and we'll attract an audience." "Don't let me down," Cutter warned them. "Laurent recommended you." "We won't?" Laurent's an auto shop owner in San Diego who employed several ex-cons, 4 of whom were with Cutter. He peeled off several bills and gave them to Ginger Hair, who stuffed them in his pocket. "Count them. If Laurent trusts you, you are good." He bumped fists with them and went to his rental car, which was parked 6 cars away from Lomax's SUV. "His team thinks I am still in the hotel," he chuckled. He had slipped out early in the morning through the service entrance, vaulted over the rear wall, hired the car, and made arrangements with Laurent. All of that with one objective: to find out who was following him. It has to be some team employed by Lomax. His law firm is of such a size that they'll have lots of investigators they work with. Castelli won't dirty his hands with such work. Lomax buttoned his jacket and came out of the hotel looking every inch a successful lawyer. He smiled at no one in particular and went to his SUV. He would have valet parked normally, but there had been a long line of cars for that service when he had arrived. He clicked open his ride and settled inside the leather seat with a sigh. He buckled in, fired up the SUV, checked his mirrors, and began reversing. A sedan slammed into his vehicle's rear. "What the?" He roared in anger and unbuckled his seatbelt and jumped out. "Didn't you see me backing out?" he yelled at the ginger-haired man who came out of the driver's side of the car. "Didn't you see me, dude? Are you new to driving? Did you check your mirrors before backing out?" "Me? This is my fault? You broke my taillights. Stay back," Lomax yelled when 3 more men got out of the sedan and surrounded him, all of them arguing and gesticulating furiously. Cutter ducked between the cars and ran swiftly towards the lawyer's SUV. Its driver's side door was open. Ginger Hair's friends had circled the attorney, blocking his view. He checked the inside swiftly. "There's his phone." It was on the center console. It was an Apple device, a new model, which meant he couldn't swap its battery. He had prepared for such a contingency. His gloved fingers pulled out its SIM card tray with dexterity. He replaced the tray with another one and slid it back into the phone. Job done. He gave a discreet thumbs up to one of Ginger Hair's men and hustled back, grinning at the furious arguments. Lomax won the argument. He was a lawyer, after all. He convinced the burly men it was their fault. He got their details and went back to his ride. He powered up his phone and shook his head impatiently as it went through a restart, and when it did, he went out again, took photographs of his damaged ride and of the sedan. "Drive safely," he said sarcastically to Ginger Hair, who waved and sped away. Lomax wiped his sweat and drank water to calm himself down. "Brent," he said impatiently when his aide answered his call. "File an accident report with our insurance company. Some dumbass knocked out my taillights. No, I am fine. I'll bring the car to the office. I have their details." He hung up and rang another number. "Buckley, where's Grogan?" "Still in the hotel," his team lead replied. "He hasn't come out. His Range Rover is still in the parking lot." "Don't lose sight of him." The swapped tray was a semiconductor chip by itself. Its embedded software turned the phone into a listening device that also transmitted all its call and messaging data to a receiver. Werner was the receiver. The agency AI relayed the information back to Cutter, who grinned when Buckley's location appeared on his phone's map application. "Got you." He drove back to his hotel and street parked. He got out onto the sidewalk and located Buckley. That's him in that Jeep. It too was on the street in a line of several vehicles. He's not alone. He's got a passenger. It made sense. A two-person surveillance team that will switch with other watchers. I can't bug his phone. He's probably experienced at this. He won't fall for the stunt I pulled on Lomax. He thought about it for a moment and then nodded. I don't need to bug him. I'll drive around and watch for when Buckley drops off. That'll be when the replacement arrives. The second team will check in with Lomax, and from his calls and messages I can place them. It took him half a day of aimless driving and ducking into random stores and galleries before he identified the second vehicle. A Toyota Camry with Brian Liu and his partner. All four of his watchers were licensed private investigators in the state. Looks like they've been working with Lomax for a long time. Cutter didn't shake them off. He knew who they were, and that was enough for him. He went into a juice shop and went through the lawyer's calls. Werner told him most of the calls were to his employees. Castelli's number was in the call history as well. Most of the messages were related to various cases, but were one-liners. The ones between him and the senator were only about meeting times. Cutter wasn't disappointed. He's a lawyer. He's cautious. He won't message anything important. He was pocketing his phone when it buzzed. "Are you alone?" Travis Chan asked him. "Give me a moment." Cutter hurried to his Range Rover and got into it. "I am now." Video. He sighed and turned on his camera and moved it around to show he was alone in his ride. Satisfied? The aide, who had turned on his camera too, said tonelessly, "Mr. Lukather wants to talk to you." "You need to live it up, Travis. Smile. Laugh. There's more to life than coming up with a sorting system for Mr. Lukather's library." "That's not all I do," was his only response. He took the phone to the billionaire's study, handed it over, and left. "Cutter." Lukather was grave. "Yes, sir. I made some inquiries about our friend." "Friend? Oh, yeah, Castelli. I had forgotten about that. Most people I spoke to say the same, that he is smart, charismatic, enjoyed the company of women. Some of them were bitter because he had outbid them on some deals or didn't like his policies as a senator. Dangerous or evil wasn't a word anyone used." Cutter didn't show his disappointment. "Did you expect it would be so easy that someone in that circle would say he's a criminal?" He admonished himself. Lukather kept talking. "I had dinner with a close friend last night. You might have heard of him, Stanley Tan." "Asian billionaire? Semiconductors?" "That's him. We hadn't met in several years. He was visiting the States and came to our ranch. We talked about old times, and it turned out he knew Castelli before he got into politics. The senator had come to him with a joint venture idea, and the two had worked closely for a few months on it. The deal fell through eventually because they couldn't agree to terms. I asked Stanley his view of the senator, and he said he wouldn't associate anymore with Castelli. He made a strange comment. He likes girls." "That's hardly a secret, sir. Hasn't the senator dated just about every woman celebrity out there?" Lukather didn't smile at his lame joke. "You didn't hear what I said, Cutter. Girls, not women. 48. Cutter didn't move. A man walked past his ride, looking curiously through the tinted glass. He paid no attention to him. A bunch of suits came out of the Fairmont, high-fiving one another. They barely registered on him. "Girls?" he asked hoarsely. "Yes." I asked Stanley how he knew. He asked why I wanted to know. I told him about you. He and Castelli had gone to a private club one evening. It was them and their negotiating teams. Castelli had booked the entire place for the evening. It was one of those fancy places that had dancers, massage tables, a sauna. The servers were mostly barely legal age women. They had their dinner, drinks, they talked, and late in the evening it was just him and Castelli in the sauna. All of their staff had left. At one point, Stanley found he was alone. He thought Castelli had gone to the bathroom and went there. He found the man groping two girls. He didn't believe his eyes. He went out and returned, and then the girls rushed out. Cutter didn't interrupt. Stanley didn't know what to do. He had consumed alcohol. He didn't know if he'd seen what he thought he had. He didn't confront Castelli. He slept on it, and the next day he returned to the club. New staff, older women and men. He asked what had happened to the previous night's servers, and the manager told they had been arranged by the catering company. They had lent their premises only. Castelli behaved as if nothing had happened and returned to the U.S. that same day. Stanley pulled out of their deal that week. He said he couldn't agree to the conditions. He got a private investigator to look into the incident. The man died in an automobile accident in 24 hours. Mr. Tan gave up? Lukather smiled thinly. You don't know Stanley the way I do. He didn't. He made a file and sent it to the FBI. He didn't get a response. He called the director, who said the agent he had sent the information to had been fired for misconduct. There was no file in his computer. Stanley sent the file to the director himself. Do you remember what happened to him? How long ago was this? 8 years. He searched his memory. Wasn't Joseph Puccini the director then? He died when his plane crashed. Yeah, that was 2 weeks after Stanley spoke to him. Mr. Tan gave up then. He gave up a week later. Do you know what happened? No, sir. His daughter died in a climbing accident in Malaysia. She was 18. She was his only child. Accident? Cutter felt his voice coming from a distance. That's what the police said. The rope she was using had frayed. I met Lisa several times. I was her godfather. She was an experienced climber, Cutter. Stanley Tan gave up then. A honk in the distance broke the ensuing silence. Cutter rubbed the bridge of his nose. He cleared his throat. Lukather's face was lined and weary in the video. Wait, he said when Cutter made to speak. He turned his video to bring Stanley Tan into the frame as well. Mr. Tan. Cutter sat up. I was here all along, Mr. Grogan. The Malaysian man was a slight figure in his blue jumper. His face was lined, too, silvery hair that thinned on his head. His eyes were sharp, however. What happened? It could all be coincidental. Accidents can happen. Planes do crash. Climbers fall. How can I know for sure Lisa was killed? I don't. After all these years, I sometimes wonder if what I saw in that club was real. Someone would have talked. How can such a thing be hidden? When you have that kind of money and power, anything can be kept secret. You should follow the news, Mr. Grogan. Cutter nodded, knowing what Tan was referring to, that recent high-profile case. I don't know whether Paul Castelli is a sex offender, Mr. Grogan. He might not be. All I know is what I saw and that I lost my daughter. I would urge you to be very careful. Cutter sat for long moments when the call ended while the earth revolved and rotated and cars came in and went out of the parking lot and the Fairmont Hotel went about its business. He called New York. Zeb, he said when his friend came on the video, is it possible to kill someone and make it look like a natural death? His friend lifted an eyebrow. Who are you thinking of killing? He turned serious when Cutter didn't respond. Yeah, he replied. It can be done. There are killers out there who do that? They can fool even the cops and the medical examiners? Yeah, more than you imagine. Some of these folks work for government agencies, but most of them are private contractors, assassins. Are you in trouble? No. Not yet, he clarified. Need help? No. What do I do if I come across such an assassin? If he is freelance, finish him, Zeb said implacably. Cutter hung up. The fury rose in him suddenly, darkening his vision, and then it abated, leaving him cold and filled with purpose. He would deal with Paul Castelli himself, 49. Cutter drove to Zabrowski's bar and went inside. There was just one solitary customer at a corner table at that time of the day. "I thought you would be in New York by now." The owner greeted him, surprised. "I've some loose ends to tie up." "Related to your investigation?" "Yeah." "You don't want to talk about it. I get it. Coffee's on me." Cutter picked up his cup and went to the delivery entrance and out. He stood near the trash bin, the yard where he had talked to Marina in the night. Nothing noteworthy at the back of the bar. That view of 10th Street, though. Anyone standing here has a good view of cars passing or whatever's happening on it. The nearest buildings on either side of the bar were more than 100 feet away. An office supplies store on the right and a hair salon to the left. No cameras on either of them. Beth and Meg checked. Coronado is not the kind of town where a lot of crime happens. "You still think she didn't die naturally?" Zabrowski joined him. "I haven't decided." "Cutter, you don't give up, do you? Heck, the cops—" "That's the thing," he chuckled. "I am not the police. I don't need evidence. I can go on my gut feel. And that's telling me there's something wrong, very wrong with her death." Back in his car, he got Werner to track Castelli's phone and found its location tracking was turned off. It didn't surprise him. It's a safety measure. Lukather's got his turned off too, and has got other software to protect his identity. He got Werner to scan every available photograph of the billionaire to check if there were girls in them. No dice. He looked up the senator's staff. There were several women, many of them young, but all were adults. He pondered for a moment and a grin lit up his face. It was time to meet his favorite women, 50. The same trick worked. He lifted the visitor pass of a distracted parent and went up to Deanna Chapman's office and barged inside. "Do the three of you do any work? You're always hanging around here whenever I visit." He grinned at the SDPD police chief and her guests, Quindica and DiFiore. "Whose pass did you steal?" Chapman asked him coldly. "A dad's." "Get out." "You won't offer me coffee?" "Cutter, why are you here?" Quindica asked before the chief burst out in anger. "Which gangs are into child trafficking in California?" They stared at him. "Why?" the NYPD detective asked. "I'm working on another case." "Why should we tell you?" "I can find out, but I figured if I asked you nicely—" "Most large gangs are into trafficking," Chapman began. "Children, girls in particular. Where do you want to start?" Chapman snorted and scribbled a list of names on a sheet. Cartels, biker gangs, a few Eastern European ones. He lingered on the Russian name, Bershov Mafia. Didn't Castelli have Russian investors for his early startups? "You have active files on them?" "Yeah." "Do you want to read them?" DiFiore asked sarcastically. "Nope." He smiled. "Beth will get them for me." He pocketed the sheet and rose. "That's it?" Quindica asked, surprised. "Yeah." "Why was he here?" The SAC frowned at Cutter's departing form, visible through the window. "Child trafficking gangs," Chapman replied. "No." DiFiore shook her head. "I'm with Peyton. He could have looked up that information. There was no need for him to ask us. He was next to me." His eyes stayed on the Bershov Mafia. "Why them? They are a new outfit. We don't know much about them." Chapman frowned. "Except that they are into trafficking. Not much else." The detective stood up. "He doesn't have any other case. He was here to give us a hint that we should look into girls." "That's a reach." "She's right," Quindica said. "We know how Cutter works by now." "The only case Cutter is working on is Aleja." Chapman's face turned grim. "He thinks the Castellis are involved somehow. Father and son are into girls." "Only one way to find out," DiFiore announced. "I'll get our team to have a deeper look into the Bershov gang." New York. "What do you want?" Kravchuk asked in a bored tone. He didn't touch the drink that one of Hurwitz's flunkies had served. He had arrived at the nightclub with his security team at the arms dealer's request. "It's not what I want." The club owner smiled silkily. "But what you are looking for." "What's that?" "Who, not what. Cutter Grogan." "I don't know him." "Felix, there's no need for that act. The American asked me to find out why you are looking for him." "What did you tell him?" "He asked about the Volk as well." Kravchuk steepled his fingers. "What's the purpose of this meeting?" "Let's give him the wolf." 51. Cutter took the incoming call on his Range Rover speakers while he was still in the SDPD's yard. "Yeah?" He grunted. "Do you know the intersection between Broadway and Park Boulevard in San Diego?" "That's Ura." "What's there?" "The wolf. He'll be there tomorrow night." "Where exactly?" "There's an abandoned restaurant." "Yeah, I know that place." The one-story structure was an abandoned building after the restaurant on its premises had folded. The site was tangled in a maze of lawsuits and ownership claims that had gone on for so long that even the interested parties had given up. Drug dealers and homeless people hang out there. Why will he be there? "I don't know." "What time?" "You think these people have appointments?" "I told you what I know. My informers tell me they are sure he will be there tomorrow night. The rest is up to you, and don't come to me again." "Keep dreaming," Cutter told him. He grinned when the arms dealer hung up angrily. "It's a trap. Kravchuk and Hurwitz have come together to draw me in." He drove to the site to check it out in the daylight. The single-story building on Park Boulevard was right on the intersection of the two streets. Litter in its front yard, which had once been a small parking lot for customers. Holes where windows had been. White paint which had long since lost its shine. Broken drainage pipes coming down its rear. The rusting hulk of a pickup truck jammed at its door. On the opposite side of the street, a new multi-story building was being constructed. Scaffolding and netting to protect its concrete floors while cranes moved construction material up and down. Cutter hung a left on Broadway for another pass. "There's no escape route for me there. One end of the boulevard has traffic lights, the other has the intersection with the Orange Line trains. The wolf won't come in alone. He'll have backup to surround me." A faint smile played on his lips. There was no way he was going to back out. "The killer will be just as trapped as me." Cutter drove to Loretta Street in Marina later in the day. He got out and checked the homes and residential buildings on either side and went to a cream-colored house with a small garden in front. He knocked on the door and removed his shades. He heard movement inside the house, and the door opened to reveal an elderly African-American woman. "Mrs. Pop?" "Yes?" She squinted at him through her glasses. "I am Cutter Grogan. I am investigating Alejandra Gutierrez's death." "Investigating?" she asked sharply. "Are you a police officer?" "No, ma'am. I am a private investigator. Her mother asked me to look into it." A man came behind her, silvery-haired, spectacled, a dark cardigan over dark trousers. "You have any identification?" He presented his New York as well as California state licenses. "Good thing I got these for just about every state in the country." She read them and gave them to the man, who whispered to her, at which she widened the door. "Come in." He followed them to a neatly organized living room and sat on a couch. Framed prints on the mantelpiece and on the walls of the couple in various locations in the world. Maria and Christopher Pop, both retired, no children. She had been a travel magazine editor, whereas he was a photojournalist who had covered several wars and then had moved on to nature photography. "Aleja was renting your spare room," he stated. "Yes." Maria pointed to the ceiling. "The one above. There was nothing there. This was a single-story house, but we wanted the extra space for guests." "She started staying with you this year." "From October of last year." She looked at him over her glasses as if to say, "Haven't you done your homework? What kind of PI are you? Yeah, that's right. She was staying with other students in the first year of her course. Correct. Why didn't she stay closer to the university? Our home isn't far either. A 20-minute drive. Rooms get more expensive the nearer they are to the college. And Coronado? Why did she work there? She could have found other bars in San Diego. She loved the island and the people in that bar. She didn't mind the commute. That's what Zabrowski said too. The police came here. Christopher Pop spoke up. They asked similar questions. We answered them. I don't understand. What's there to investigate? Maybe nothing, sir, but Jenna wants to be sure nothing was missed. Jenna, you know her well? Aleja's mother? No, sir. We met twice. She wanted to hire me. I told her there didn't seem to be anything to investigate. Why are you here? In that case, I owe it to her. I am going to call her and ask her about your presence, Maria said. Please do, ma'am. She got up from her couch and went deeper inside the house. He heard her muted voice speaking indistinctly. Her husband didn't make small talk. He watched their visitor impassively, his cane nearby. Maria's call seemed to end. Utensils clanked in the kitchen, and after a while she returned with a tray on which was a pot of coffee, mugs, and a plate of biscuits. Jenna is grateful that you are here, in San Diego. She smiled, at which her husband relaxed, too. Cutter took his mug from her and sipped appreciatively. Aleja. No, she didn't talk much about the bar or her college or anything. She didn't express any concerns about anyone. She was a happy, cheerful kid, at least when she was here. Cutter sized up the couple. They were in their late 70s, he recalled from Werner's file. Aleja didn't want to worry them with her issues. She was deeply interested in our work, Maria continued. She wanted to travel and see the world one day. Like us, she used to say. That and photography was pretty much all that she talked about. Can I see her room, ma'am? Sure. Up the stairs. It is unlocked. It is empty. Jenna took all her possessions with her. We would come up, but our knees aren't what they used to be. Cutter went up to the room, which was the only structure on the upper floor. Dark blue carpet, white walls, the faint smell of cleaning materials, a window that looked out into the street. The wardrobe was empty. The bed was neatly made up with freshly laundered sheets on it. There weren't any posters on the wall or scribblings on it. No notebooks lay around. Maria Pop warned you there would be nothing here. He went downstairs to find the couple on their couch with a peculiar stillness in them. Something wrong, ma'am? Here. She brought a box from behind her back. We found it in Aleja's room while cleaning it. Read the note on it. He unfolded the slip that was pasted to it. Neat cursive handwriting that was unmistakably Alejandra's. Dear Maria and Chris, please give this to anyone who represents my mother but not to her. I know this sounds mysterious, but hopefully they will understand, as will you in due course. With love, Aleja. P.S. Thank you for giving me a home and making me your family. He cut the tape on the box and opened it. A phone wrapped in paper and soft tissue to prevent it from being knocked around. He powered it up. No security lock on it, no call history, no contacts or messages either. He frowned and searched the device for files. There was only one. The photo gallery, which had a few images. He brought up the first one, powered off the device immediately, and pocketed it. Is everything okay, Mr. Grogan? Yes, ma'am, he replied automatically. Are you all right? You sound different. Can I get you something? Water, some more coffee, some food. He smiled reassuringly, but knew it didn't work, going by his host's expressions. He got to his feet and shook their hands. Thank you, he said, and went out quickly. He drove away rapidly, aware that they were at the door, watching, but he didn't have it in him to wave back. He was aimless. He cut through alleys and went down streets without conscious thought until he came to La Jolla, to where he had hidden his Glock. He was surprised that darkness had fallen by then. He hadn't been conscious of the time passing by. He slammed the door shut and went to the edge of the bluff. His rage broke through his control. He yelled furiously at the ocean and fell to his knees and pounded the earth until the skin on his knuckles broke. The sting of pain brought him back to the moment. He got to his feet unsteadily and let the breeze cool him down. His hoarse breathing evened out. He wiped his palms against his jeans and brought out the phone. There were only 4 photographs on it, taken at night. Each one was taken about a month apart, with the last one 6 days before Aleja died. He could easily identify where they had been taken. He had been down that path that very morning. Outside the service entrance in Zabrowski's bar, he thought numbly. The first picture had a young girl's face pressed against the tinted glass of a dark sedan. The car's speed had blurred the image, but her smiling features could be clearly made out. The second one was less distinct, but the profile of a person could be just about made out. A young woman going by the hair at the back. The third photograph was of the car's license plated. Blurred, again, but the letters and numbers were legible. The rear passenger window was down a couple of inches in the last image. Through it, another girl could be seen, laughing at someone in the back seat. Cutter knew why the photographs had come out that clearly despite the blur. That stretch of road curves. Vehicles have to slow down while going around the blind turn. There's also the street light that illuminates that section. Physics and luck had played their roles for the last photograph. The angle of light, the car's swivel on its shocks, and the steadiness of the photographer's hand meant that the second person in the rear was clearly recognizable as well. Senator Paul Castelli, 52. Cutter photographed the 4 images with his phone, sent them to his encrypted account in the cloud, and then deleted them from his device. He went to his Range Rover's trunk and unzipped a bag and brought out a latent fingerprint kit. He dusted the phone and photographed the resulting prints and lifted each of them on sections of adhesive tape. Some of those will be mine. He placed each strip in separate baggies and loaded the images onto his laptop. Werner made short work of identifying them. They were his and Aleja's. No other person had handled the phone. That proves she took those photographs. He labeled the baggies and stowed them in a compartment beneath the floorboard in the trunk. He returned to his laptop, accessed his cloud account, and got Werner to identify the girls. They weren't in any database. He got the AI to run the car's plates. The vehicle was registered to a company in which Castelli had a majority ownership through his holding entity. Cutter's fury returned. Why did I wait this long to go to the Pops? Why didn't I visit them the day I landed? I was careless. I was complacent. I believed the police reports. He raged at himself until the hard knot in his chest dissolved and cold emptiness took its place. Aleja was smart. She didn't want this phone sent to her mom. She knew that could put her in danger. She was hoping her mother would appoint someone like me who would know what to do. He glanced at his watch. There was still time to visit Zabrowski's bar. Will they be there? Marina and Vertesha were, along with Rick, Stephanie, and the other aviators. They barely glanced at him as he ordered his drink. Everything okay? The bar owner frowned at him. You look wound up tight. Yeah? Cutter forced a grin. A long day, that's all. He took his glass to a corner and sipped slowly. He hoped Rick wouldn't bother him. The way I am feeling, I'm not sure I'll be able to stop myself from punching out. None of the male pilots came his way or even looked at him. Marina and Vertesha did a few times, and he followed them casually as they went to the bathroom. Outside, afterwards, he whispered, and brushed past them. They came to the front porch moments later and stood well away from him. Yeah? Marina asked softly. Aleja warned you about the Castellis about a month ago? Yeah. She must have seen that car a few times. Something must have made her photograph it. Maybe she saw Paul Castelli in it with a girl. She didn't say anything at all before that? just that Rick was a creep and kept hitting on her. She was afraid of his father's influence but never used that word until then. Why do you ask? Working on a timeline. Please go inside. Someone might wonder why you're out here. He smiled reassuringly when Vertesha gave him a finger wave as they went indoors. He followed them after a discreet interval, returned his glass to the counter, nodded at Zabrowski, and left the bar. Aleja warned them only when she was sure. She didn't tell them anything more because she didn't want to put them in danger. She must have been figuring out next steps when she was killed. Killed. Yes. He nodded to himself in the dark, accepting it. She didn't die naturally. Jenna was right all along. Did the cops cover it up? No. Carol, Sykes, and Powell worked with what they had, based on what forensics told them. They are as much in the dark as I was. Did she see something that night? He didn't know. He drove to the SDPD's headquarters and checked the parking lot. Gina and Peyton are still here. He parked away from them and concealed himself in the shadows closest to their vehicle. They emerged 90 minutes later, their fingers discreetly interlinked. Di Fiore laughed at her partner's joke and went around to the driver's side. Don't look up or behind you. She recognized Cutter's voice instantly. She drew out her phone casually and pretended to scroll through its messages. Don't say my name. Don't try to work out how or why I am here. You won't be able to trace my movement. I'll be sending you a photograph. See if you can identify her. She waited. She heard Quindica speak into her phone and knew her girlfriend was pretending too. The voice didn't speak again. She got behind the wheel. The car shook when her partner joined her at the front. That was Cutter. Yeah, Di Fiore said. She thumbed her phone to check her messages. Her fingers shook when she showed the photograph to Di Fiore. He sent it to me too, using an anonymous email address, the FBI SAC said. Looks like she's young, 18. She'll be younger than that. Otherwise, he wouldn't send us that image. Is she one of the girls Barshov Mafia trafficked? We'll have to find out. Can you identify where it was taken? No, he's cropped it to show only her face. We can get our tech team to look at it, but you know him. He'll have covered his tracks. The detective rubbed the bridge of her nose and drove out of the parking lot. Her headlights lit up the shadows from which the voice had come, but there wasn't anyone there. She searched the parking lot for his Range Rover but couldn't spot it. He's got access to our databases as well. If he hasn't identified her, how does he expect us to do that? Quindica looked at her with a tired smile. You haven't connected the dots yet. Cutter knows that as well. He wants us to check with our informers, with SDPDs as well. Not all those conversations go into our systems. If he's got proof there's a child trafficking ring in the city, he should come to us. He just did, honey. That was an edited photograph. That's Cutter. He does things his way. 53. Charles Lomax ended the call with Buckley and hurried to the Fairmont, from where he messaged Castelli. The billionaire appeared an hour later with a displeased expression. These meetings are necessary. Why can't you? Whatever I discuss with you can't be done over calls or messages. You are aware of that too. Do you realize how busy I am? Yes, sir, but I thought this might be more important to you. What is it? Castelli said impatiently. Grogan met the Pops earlier tonight. What? The billionaire controlled himself quickly. When? Close to 3 hours ago. Castelli looked into the distance and nodded to himself. He's an investigator. It's natural that he visits them. I'm surprised that it took him this long, though. Yes, sir. He was carrying a box with him. Castelli whipped his head around to look at the lawyer. A box? What was in it? We don't know, sir. Here, take a look. The senator glanced at the photograph on Lomax's phone. The PI was emerging from the Pop's home with a small case in his left hand. That's not very big. No, sir. A few inches long. My team zoomed in on it, but it had no identifying marks. They followed him, but lost him downtown." "Is he on to them?" "No, sir. There was a pileup in the city, and they got stuck at a light while he got away. He's back in his hotel now. My teams are good. I can get them to search." "No, I'll see what I can find out. Bruce Epps might know of that box. I'll ask him." Castelli signed a fan's autograph when the lawyer left and posed for a selfie with another admirer. He got back to his room when he was free of his obligations and got out his laptop, turned on the encryption and made a call. 54. Maria Pop was a light sleeper. She woke up after midnight and went to the kitchen where she poured a glass of milk and heated it. She drank it slowly while she went to the living room and looked out of the window. The street was dimly lit, with some light coming inside the room. There was no traffic. The house was quiet and warm, with only the faint hum of the refrigerator to break the silence. She settled on the couch as she drank, enjoying the solitude. She saw the room's reflection in the window and didn't believe it at first. A faint shadow behind her, close to the wall, where there shouldn't have been anything. She stared and blinked rapidly. Nope, it didn't go away. She made to turn around when it moved so quickly and resolved into a masked man who brought a knife to her throat. "Don't move," he whispered softly. She didn't. Fear rolled through her. Her mug shook. Milk spilled and rolled down her thighs and stained the couch. "Please," she stammered. "We don't have any money. We are retired. I have some jewelry. It's in my bedroom closet. I will get it." Her breath caught when the blade pressed so hard against her throat that she thought she would bleed. "How do you know that I want money?" She shuddered at the implication. He wants to rape me? Don't. She started turning towards him when he squeezed her shoulder so painfully that she couldn't utter any sound. "Good woman, don't make any noise, otherwise Christopher might wake up and then I would have to kill him in front of you. You don't want that, do you?" She shook her head rapidly, her tears flying away from her face. "What do you want?" she asked in a trembling whisper when she had regained her voice. The knife came away from her neck. Its point touched her cheek and went up lazily to her left eye where it lingered near the corner. "You had a visitor today, Cutter Grogan. What did he want?" Her body almost sagged forward in relief. "Is that all he wanted to know?" "Aleja, Alejandra Gutierrez, the student who used to stay with us. He was asking about her. He wanted to know why she stayed here, whether she told us anything about any concerns she had. He went to her room, but there was nothing to see there. It's empty." The words spilled out of her like a dam had burst. "You have got to believe me. I swear." "I believe you." The intruder sounded amused. The blade made idle circles against her cheek. "Did you give him anything?" Maria didn't even think of lying. "A box." She nodded so vigorously that the knife pricked her skin. She stilled. "Aleja asked us to give it to whoever her mother sent." "What was in it?" "We don't know. It was sealed. We didn't open it. I am telling the truth. We respected her wishes. Please," she sobbed when she felt the warm trickle of blood down her face. "Don't kill us. We don't know anything else. You have to believe me." The knife left her cheek. She felt movement and shrank into the couch when the intruder came in front of her. She tried to avoid looking at him, but he grabbed her chin and forced her to make eye contact. He was tall, dressed in loose black clothing with the dark mask covering his face entirely except for the eye holes. "I know you are telling the truth." She nearly sobbed in relief at that. "But if I find out you have withheld anything from me, or you call the cops or tell Grogan, you can guess what will happen. I will return. This knife," he held it up and flicked away the drop of blood at its tip, "will go in Christopher's neck. I will make you watch him die and then I will kill you, slowly. Understand?" She started crying. "Do you understand?" he whisper shouted. "Yes, yes, we won't tell anyone." Good woman. She sat rigidly when he went around her. Her breath hitched and her heart thumped loudly, but he didn't touch her. She heard the faint click of the back door, and only then did she turn around to see that he had gone. She slumped in the couch bonelessly and started crying until her husband woke up, and then she had to tell him everything. Cutter's phone buzzed at 10 a.m. He picked it up, didn't recognize the number, and tossed it down on the bed. It kept ringing insistently until it stopped finally. It buzzed again at a message. He unlocked it and frowned. "Mr. Grogan, it's Maria Pop." He didn't finish reading it, pressed the call button, and waited for it to connect. "Mrs. Pop, you called me?" he asked when she answered. "Mr. Grogan, can you come to us?" Her voice, it's shaking. She's scared. "What is it?" he asked urgently. "Can you come, please?" "Right away." He hurried out of the hotel and drove to Marina, where he parked in front of a neighboring house and hustled to their door. It opened before he could knock. He went inside and closed it behind him. Maria Pop stood in the hallway, gaunt, her eyes hollow. Her husband was next to her, gripping a baseball bat. Cutter reacted instinctively. He hugged her. She stood stiffly initially and then relaxed, and when he felt her shoulders quake, knew she was crying. He reached out and drew Christopher close too and held them until her weeping eased. "I am sorry," she sniffled when she drew back and wiped her eyes. "No, there's no need to apologize. Come." He led them inside the house as if it was his own and directed them towards the couches. He went to the kitchen, brewed coffee for all of them, and brought it out on a tray. She smiled tremblingly as she took her mug. Her husband's fingers shook, but he held on to his cup. "What happened?" Cutter sank into a seat opposite them. "We had a visitor at night," Christopher began. "He was here, right behind him in that couch to your right." Maria's voice broke and it all spilled out of her. "There was nothing about him that you can identify?" Cutter asked when she had finished. "No, only his eyes were visible. They were dark. They could have been brown or black. I couldn't tell." "He spoke English?" "Yes, American accent." "I checked the back door," Christopher said. "The lock was jimmied. We don't have any security system here. We have never found the need. We aren't rich. We know our neighbors. We are retired folks, Mr. Grogan. We live a quiet life." Cutter motioned them to stay seated while he went into the kitchen and through to the utility room where the rear exit was. The door was sturdy and the lock was a good one. He recognized its model and knew he too could pick it. He went out into the paved backyard. A small high fence, potted plants, a recliner, a sun umbrella, and a narrow walkway that went down the side of the house and to the front. He followed the passage and inspected the surrounding houses. A couple of them have cameras. He made a mental note to ask the twins about them and returned to the living room. Maria and Christopher hadn't moved from their seats. "I went to the local store in the morning," the husband said, "and bought a new phone to call you. We used that to call you. We didn't know if they were bugging ours." "You took that risk even though he threatened you?" "We couldn't sit idly," Maria flared. Her anger faded away quickly. She shivered even though it was pleasantly warm. Her husband gripped her forearm and squeezed reassuringly. "How did he know about your visit?" she whispered as if the intruder were still around. Cutter squeezed his mug hard. Buckley, or Brian Liu. He had momentarily forgotten about Lomax's investigators. "One of those teams followed me and reported to Lomax. They'll know I am here, right now." He breathed steadily in and out, conscious of their questioning looks until his anger faded. "It's not safe for you here anymore." He didn't tell them about his watchers. "Will you be able to leave immediately? Is there any work that's holding you back?" "No, but where will we go?" Maria asked, worriedly. He called Chad Palmer instead of replying to her. "It's me. I need another protection team." "I'm out of them, Cutter," his friend said apologetically. "There's a big convention in the city. All my people are booked out." Don't worry, I'll try others. He reached out to his network, his game face on as every one of his contacts came back with disappointing replies. He tried Beth, finally. I need a close protection team in San Diego, right away. All my contacts are… She didn't ask why. She didn't inquire who had to be kept safe. Buana, Raj, Chloe and Bear are in town. They can help. She grinned at his expression on the video call. They landed in San Diego this morning. They are visiting some old friends on the base and then are going on a road trip. Who needs protection? Ma'am, Cutter turned the video towards Maria. This is Beth Peterson, a friend. Beth, meet Mrs. Maria Pop and her husband Christopher. Ma'am, sir, she greeted them. A bunch of my friends will be coming over. They will not let anything happen to you. Cutter went to the kitchen and spoke to her in a low voice. There's either a Camry or a Jeep nearby with a couple of watchers. They need to be taken out before Buana and Bear get here. Taken out as in? Knocked out. But those tails shouldn't see our friends. They won't. Megan appeared on the screen. Cutter, what's going on? I'll bring you up to speed later. I'll send you the vehicle's details. Close protection, the husband asked when he returned to the living room. Someone who will be with you to keep you safe. Maria and Christopher looked at each other and then at him. Shouldn't we involve the cops? She asked. We can, if that is your choice. I will not do anything that you aren't comfortable with. That look again between the two, a silent exchange that only they understood. We trust you, she said. Where will we go, though? He grinned. Both of you like traveling. My friends, the ones you will be with, enjoy it too. You won't regret one moment of it. His smile and explanation didn't reassure her fully. Her fingers twisted nervously. Mr. Grogan, ma'am, please call me Cutter. Cutter, she nodded her head. We aren't rich. We don't… No payment is needed. I brought it on them. I don't understand. All this must be costing. These friends of yours, I am sure they don't work for free. I can't tell them about the agency. That's down to them to reveal their identities. They are security consultants, ma'am. They run their own company in New York. Protecting people is part of their services. We go a long way back. They would be insulted if I or you offered them money. Are you sure, Cutter? Christopher asked. We have some… A knock sounded on the door. He motioned for them to stay seated and went to the front, drawing his Glock automatically. He looked through the peephole, frowned at the darkness in front of it, and then grinned. Only 2 people are that big to fill the door. He flung the door open and hugged Buana. The African-American operative had to stoop to come inside. Bear high-fived him and ducked through the door, followed by Chloe and Roger. Cutter led them to the living room and chuckled at the Pop's expressions. Buana and Bear were 6'4", broad. Every inch of their frames was hard muscle. Their loose T-shirts didn't hide their rippling forearms and biceps. Both of them had short-cropped hair. The latter had a neatly trimmed beard and their resting faces could look intimidating. Roger was Hollywood handsome. He was as stylishly dressed as if he had returned from a fashion shoot. The Texan drew glances wherever he went and cut an elegant picture as he leaned against the mantelpiece. Chloe, Bear's partner, was petite, dark-haired and dark-eyed, and her easy smile and soft speech frequently led hostiles to underestimate her. "Ma'am, sir," Cutter grinned. "Meet my friends." "This is happening so fast," Maria Pop said with an awkward smile when he had made the introductions. "We don't want to crimp your vacation." "You won't, ma'am," Roger assured her. He looked at the photographs in the living room and flashed his megawatt grin. "It's not often that we meet folks who have been around the world as much as us. I'm sure we'll have a lot of stories to share." "There might be danger," Christopher said. "Mr. Grogan didn't tell you." "We got briefed," Chloe said softly. We know what we are getting into, being prepared. It's second nature to us. The couple sized them up. The four operatives stood non-threateningly, with an unmistakable air of competence around them. We'll need to fill up our car. No need for that, sir, Buona smiled. We have 2 vehicles. There's enough room. Besides, I have had enough of Roger chattering about how the world revolves around him. We'll pack. Maria nodded and went to their bedroom with her husband. The Watchers, Cutter whispered at the African-American. They were in the Camry. They are decommissioned. You killed them. That wasn't... Nope. Bear and I tapped them gently. They're taking a nap. They didn't see us coming. All's good. Cutter rolled his eyes at his friend's description. Lou and his partner will be lucky to recover with nothing more than concussions. I don't know what kind of threat you might encounter. Knife Man might have friends. They might question the neighbors who have cameras to get your descriptions. None of them are working, Buona said lazily. Don't ask me how, but Beth and Meg said they had dealt with them. They asked us to tell you they got footage of Knife Man coming up to the house, but can't identify him. He was masked. Relax, Cutter. Bear's calloused palm squeezed his shoulder gently. We have got this. The Pops will be safe. How long will we be gone? Maria asked when the couple returned to the living room. 2 weeks, ma'am, Chloe said. She glanced at Cutter, who read her look. She's asking me if that's long enough for me to bring down Castelli. Yeah, he replied. 55. Cutter watched his agency friends drive away with the Pops in 2 Range Rovers. He looked up and down Loretta Street but didn't see Liu's Camry. It's got to be around somewhere. He checked out every parked vehicle and found the Watchers behind a van. Smart. They won't be seen from the Pop's house, but if they stick their phone out, they can watch on its camera. The 2 men inside it appeared to be sleeping with the driver's side window partly wound down. He confirmed that they were breathing and left a note on their windshield. Sleeping on the job? He chuckled, imagining their reaction to it. They'll know I am on to them. That will get back to Castelli. His smile faded. The senator thought the Pops would be scared, that they would stay quiet. He was wrong. His fists clenched involuntarily as he thought of the billionaire's smug smile when they had met in the hotel. Castelli will know. I suspect him once he finds out the Pops have disappeared. How would the billionaire react? He doesn't know what was inside the box. I can tell Di Fiore and Quindica where I got that photograph and show them the rest of the images. What good will that do, though? Castelli will come up with some plausible explanation. The billionaire had enough power and influence to discredit his friends and ruin their careers. Nope, I can't put them in that position. He would take down Castelli himself and wipe out his killer, he thought coldly. But first, he had an appointment with an assassin, 56. Cutter checked out the abandoned cafe on Park Boulevard again. 3 passes to confirm nothing had changed since his previous surveillance. The place was still empty, littered, and the rust bucket in its yard hadn't moved. He circled and drove back up and sized up the new building that was being constructed. A truck rolled in as he watched, paused for a moment for the security guard to check the driver's papers, and went inside the gate. Cutter parked illegally at a fire hydrant, turned on Werner, and got it to control a weather satellite. The bird had been donated by a billionaire to monitor climate patterns and was used by a private firm who provided meteorological information services. That firm was a front for the agency. In reality, the bird was one of many. The agency used for surveillance and had been outfitted with keyhole cameras that were common only on military surveillance satellites. The imagery from such orbiting craft wasn't like how Hollywood or popular media portrayed it. Facial feature identification wasn't possible. Real-time monitoring of targets wasn't either. What the satellite gave was several images of targets as it orbited over them. Werner analyzed these photographs and put together a story of what had transpired during the interval. The AI engine told Cutter that the open bed truck was used to haul steel girders into the construction site. However, it wasn't unloaded immediately. The vehicle waited in a corner of the site for several hours for a crane to be free. That will do for me. Cutter put away his laptop and waited for it to emerge, which it did an hour later. He tailed it to La Mesa, to a storage depot, drove around until he found a spot for his Range Rover between two dumpster trucks. He changed into dark combat trousers, a black tee, and a jacket. He got out of the vehicle and opened its trunk to withdraw two large carrioles. He went back to the depot with his cap pulled low and waited for the truck to come out. It appeared a couple of hours later, riding low on its shocks and driving slowly. He hustled over to it, carrying his load easily on his shoulders, and followed it to a red light. He glanced around casually. No vehicles in the immediate vicinity, no passers-by either. He tossed his gear over the tailgate, making sure he wasn't visible in the mirrors, and vaulted into the bed. He had ingress into the construction site, 57. Cutter had a story prepared in case he was discovered, that he had hitched a ride but had fallen asleep. He would get Di Fiore and Quindica to rescue him in case the security personnel didn't believe him. No one leaned over the tailgate to check out the girders. The truck lurched inside the site, bounced over the uneven ground, and rolled to a stop. He heard the driver argue with another person when he was told the vehicle would be unloaded only the next day. The man swore and slammed his door as he walked away in a huff. Cutter waited. In Iraq, he had hunkered down in goat's dung for several hours in the desert, waiting for his targets to arrive. In Afghanistan, he had lain prone in the Hindu Kush Mountains, in the bitter cold. Waiting in San Diego in a truck wasn't even close to what he had endured in hostile terrains. A whistle sounded at 6 p.m., and he heard a muted cheer from the construction workers. He heard several of them joke as they went past the truck. Engines fired up and vehicles rumbled out of the yard. Silence fell. Darkness started creeping in. He retrieved his laptop, followed the instructions Beth had sent him to take control of the security cameras on the site. He inserted a loop in their feed, tossed his bags to the ground, and jumped out. He scaled the site's rear wall to get into the neighboring building and exited on 13th Street, where he caught a cab to La Mesa. He retrieved his Range Rover, drove it back and parked it on Broadway, well away from the construction site, and entered it, following the same route he had exited by. He collected his bags and climbed into the building, checking various floors until he got to the 7th, from where he had an unrestricted view of the abandoned cafe. He assembled a drone from one of the carrioles. He brought out a burner phone, fastened a string to it, and inserted its free end into the jaws of an onboard pair of pliers. He launched the aerial vehicle. It was coated with stealth paint that was used in fifth-generation fighter aircraft. It had radiation-absorbent materials and its surface adapted to the background environment, making it near invisible in the dark. He tracked its Ultra 4K camera feed. A car went down Park Boulevard, the music blaring out from its rolled-down windows picked up and relayed by the drone's ears. The cafe was as empty as it looked. He flew the drone close to the ground and navigated it inside the building through a shattered window, and then released the phone onto the floor. Cutter checked out the parked cars on Park and Broadway. None of them were occupied from the thermal imaging. That may not mean anything, he thought. The wolf could have hidden beneath a protective layer. That's what I would have done. Come in early and hide. There were 2 cars on Broadway and 3 on E Street that seemed to have something in the rear seats. He thought about lowering the drone to street level to see through their windows, but rejected the idea. Don't want to risk it being detected. At 1 a.m., a car rolled up on Park. It slowed as it went past the cafe but didn't stop. 2 men in the front. Neither of them is the wolf. Cutter put his eye to the Leupold scope on the Barem 82 he had assembled. Both men glanced at the abandoned building, seemed to talk to each other, and then they were out of sight. The same vehicle returned an hour later. It stopped at the entrance. The men seemed to argue with each other. One of them pulled out a phone. If they are the Wolf's men, he could be calling the killer. He couldn't navigate the drone quickly to the cars on Park and Broadway, however. The UAV stayed on the car. A man climbed out of it and walked swiftly inside the yard. His right hand was held close to his body, but the drone made out the gun he was holding. Cutter guessed how it had gone down. They were watching the cafe from somewhere and saw I hadn't showed up. The Wolf then asked them to check it out. He dialed the burner and heard it ring. The drone picked up the sound and relayed it to him. The man in the yard heard it too. He froze. He looked around quickly, spoke in his phone, and entered the building with his gun outstretched. The drone hovered over the yard. It saw everything and relayed it to Cutter's screen. "Hello?" The man took the call. "Where's the Volk?" Cutter growled in Russian. "I am waiting." "What? Where are you?" the man began, and then hung up immediately. He crouch-walked to the door and looked around cautiously. He just stepped out onto the yard where Cutter shot him. The round tore into the thug at 2,800 feet per second. The man's head exploded. His body fell limply to the floor. Cutter angled the Barrett a fraction and aimed it at the waiting driver, whose head jerked sideways as he took in the kill. The car surged forward and then mounted the sidewalk and crashed into the cafe's wall at his second round. He flew the drone over the stationary cars on E Street and Broadway. They were unchanged from their position. He risked exposing the drone and brought it down to check out the vehicles on E. One had cardboard boxes in the rear, another had piles of books, and a third had large sacks. Nope, the Wolf isn't in them, he decided. One of the cars on Broadway was a possible. It had a blanket stretched out on the rear seat. There's a shape beneath it, but no thermal emissions. He got Werner to tag the car electronically and got the drone to hover high above it. At 6 a.m., the blanket moved. It was tossed away and a man climbed out of the vehicle and got behind the wheel. The drone, silent, watching, captured him in Ultra 4K. It was the Wolf, 58. Cutter memorized the car's number plates as he broke down his Barrett and stowed it away in his carry-all swiftly. He switched the drone to autopilot mode, which got the UAV to follow the Wolf's vehicle. There's enough juice in its battery to keep it going for several more hours. He raced down the steps, scaled the site's gate, and ran to his vehicle. He tossed his bags in the trunk and joined E Street with one eye on his screen, which was on the passenger's seat. The Wolf's vehicle kept going until it got to 28, where it hung a left and entered the front yard of an apartment building. Cutter parked on Ash Street, switched the drone's feed to his cell phone, and hurried inside the parking lot. He had his Glock and his Benchmade. A light breeze caressed his face, and the early morning sun bathed the city in warmth. He was cold inside, however, empty. He was ready for the Wolf, 59. "They are dead," the Volk told Kravchuk. "I am sure of it. They aren't responding to my calls. Grogan killed them somehow." "You didn't check on them personally?" "Not yet. He could be waiting for me." "He outsmarted you." "Da. He wasn't in the building, however. The men were watching it. They didn't see anyone enter it." "Sniper kill?" "Possible. There's only one building nearby from where he could have shot, an under-construction one. We didn't check it because it has good security. He could have gotten into it, however, and shot from there." "The client is getting impatient. He's reminding me of the large advance he paid us." "I am aware of it. Let me work out how to get him." "Were you followed?" "Not yet. There was no traffic. I would have spotted his Range Rover or any other vehicle that was behind me." The Wolf hung up. He sat on the bed and flexed his fingers slowly. He wasn't furious. He was disappointed with himself for underestimating the American. Long-range kill. He was convinced that was how Grogan had finished off his men. The news will come on TV later today, he thought absently, as he stripped off his clothing and went to the bathroom to shower. He came out in his underwear with his towel over his shoulder. He wiped his hair dry. For a moment the garment obstructed his vision, and when he could see again, Grogan was in the room, 60. Cutter knew from past experience how fast the killer was. He had his Glock in his right hand, down his side, but even that advantage wasn't enough. The wolf threw his towel at him and dove to the floor. He was hidden by the bed for a moment, and then his hand came up with a gun. Cutter flung himself to the carpet as rounds shot into the wall behind him. He pictured it in his mind. We are on opposite sides of the bed. The bathroom's behind him. It will have a window from which he can escape. He had to stop the assassin's getaway. He grabbed the chair behind him and threw it over the mattress with one hand. It landed solidly. He ripped a nightlight from its socket and hurled it as well, and dove down the shorter side of the bed with his Glock outstretched. The wolf was expecting him to follow the missiles over the bed and had to spin his head around at his approach. It was a fractional advantage that Cutter used by slashing his barrel on the assassin's nose, which broke. Blood spurted on the white bedspread. The wolf didn't howl or yell. His lips bared in a silent snarl as he brought up his kimber and fired rapidly, but Cutter had lunged up over the bed and rolled over on the mattress to land on top of the killer, with his elbow jamming sharply in the man's sternum. The wolf gasped. That was his only reaction. He brought his gun hand around, but Cutter crushed it with his free hand against the bathroom door. He slashed with his Glock, but the assassin acted with blurring speed to whip the bedspread and twist it around his wrist. He reared up simultaneously for a wicked headbutt. Cutter sprang back to evade the blow. His movement was restricted, however, by the sheet tightly wrapped around his hand. He couldn't avoid the wolf's punch to his throat that blacked out his vision momentarily, and two more blows to his ribs that felt like pile drivers made him slide off the killer and sprawl halfway inside the bathroom. The assassin leapt up to slam its door against his body, which got its glass front to shatter, sprinkling the floor with shards. Cutter kicked out desperately as he dove to make room for himself. His Glock was still in his hand, but it was out of angle, and his hand was restricted by the bedspread. The killer avoided his legs and with his teeth bared, lunged forward. Something glinted in his hand. Glass. Cutter let his gun fall. He blinked rapidly to remove the sweat over his eyes. He breathed harshly as he yanked the restrictive bedspread with all his strength. It parted from the mattress. He skidded on the bathroom floor with his right hand still trapped in the sheet and came up against the toilet. To his right was the bath. Above him and lunging down was the wolf with his deadly weapon. He brought up his right hand over his chest to trap the incoming shard in the fabric and turned on his right shoulder to grab the killer's chin and slam it against the porcelain bath. The wolf's thrust was powerful. The sharp-edged strip of glass cut through the sheet and pricked him in the chest. Cutter rotated his hand rapidly to wrap the sheet around the weapon and with a roar used his left foot to anchor himself against the door's sill. He crushed the killer's body against the bath with his full body as he kept crashing the man's head against the bath. The wolf didn't have room to maneuver. His body didn't have purchase. His right hand with the shard was trapped against Cutter's chest. His left hand punched furiously against the American's head and neck, blows that rocked the PI, who tried to evade them as much as he could by ducking and weaving his head, but most of them landed and agonizing pain raced through him. He didn't give up his assault either. The wolf's temple had split. His face was streaked with blood, his lips were crushed, but he kept counterattacking. Only one of us will live through this. He isn't going to give up. Who sent you? Cutter snarled, wincing as the wolf dug his fingers against his face for an eye gouge. Can't move back far enough. Otherwise, that will free the shard in his hand. You know who I work for, the assassin hissed. Who is Kravchuk's client? Cutter sensed the incoming move. The wolf had stilled momentarily to brace his legs against the bath. The killer powered himself off against it with a howl and an upward swipe with his head and a jab to the American's throat. Cutter opened up by rolling away, taking away the force of the full body blow. He wrapped both hands around the assassin's chest and hurled him against the opposite wall on which the sink was mounted. The killer was taken by surprise. The sink broke from his impact. Taps sprayed water over both men. A wooden decorative wardrobe splintered when the wolf fell on it. The assassin was free from his confines, however. He grabbed a section of the sink and threw it at Cutter, who couldn't duck quickly enough and caught the blow on his shoulder. My hand still trapped in the sheet, he thought dimly. He heard the wolf cry out furiously and saw him come at him with a jagged piece of the sink. Cutter kicked at him. The killer avoided it with a savage smirk. The American got to his feet, lost his balance, and fell into the tub, at which the assassin howled triumphantly and swung his weapon. Cutter reached up, caught the shower head, and yanked it down. It broke free from its mounting with its hose trailing behind. He went with the blow, grimacing when the sink cut into him, but compartmentalized the pain and wrapped the hose around the wolf's neck, thrusting his body down into the tub. The bathroom accessory became a noose. Cutter twirled his right hand around the killer's neck, making the sheet go around his throat to double down on the strangulation. He let his entire body drop on the killer, who jerked and flailed, but the confines of the tub and the PI's weight smothered him. The shower's hose broke. It too sprayed water on them, but Cutter had the sheet around the wolf's neck, and he tightened it with both hands and kept squeezing. He soaked in the assassin's blows as he kept kicking and punching, but they were lacking in force. "Who's the client? Tell me," he grunted, as he kept the killer's head jammed against the bath's floor with the sheet choking away his life. The wolf's eyes were filled with hatred. His lips moved. Cutter cocked his head to listen to the whisper. He thought he hadn't heard right. "Who? Mans? O.R.? Mansour?" The wolf didn't reply. His fight had ended. 61. Cutter confirmed the assassin had died and slumped onto the floor. He sucked lungfuls of air and groaned as the aches and pains made themselves known. He didn't know how long he sat in the bathroom. It was only the distant wail of a siren that roused him. He got to his feet unsteadily and put his face against the spraying water. The cold stream revived him. He checked himself out. Numerous cuts on his neck and arms, but none of them were bleeding significantly. His throat was bruised and he could feel a swelling in his left temple. His ribs felt like he had been kicked by a pack of mules. I'm alive. The wolf is dead. That was all that mattered. He cleaned himself up as best as he could and searched the killer's room. A cell phone on the bedside table. A spare Kimber in a bag which also had magazines, a knife, a garrote, and clothing. No passport. The driver's license in the wolf's wallet was made out to Andrei Rublev, with a New York City address. That might not be his real name. Cutter took the phone to the bathroom and held the killer's forefinger against it to unlock it. He rang the few numbers on it. All of them went to dead phones. He was trying the last one, which had called the assassin's phone that morning when it rang. "I have found 3 good men for you. I will send them today to San Diego," a voice said impatiently. "That's Kravchuk." "Da," he growled in Russian. "They can take back the wolf's body." He grinned when the bratva man hung up immediately and looked around the room. Water had come into the bedroom and was flooding it. He looked at the walls where the killer's rounds had embedded. He listened carefully but didn't hear any sounds of alarm. Didn't anyone hear the shots? He went to the window. The parking lot was empty except for a few vehicles. He checked out the room one last time. "My DNA is all over the place. Can't be helped." He went out of the room and to the elevator. The hallway was silent. The neighboring apartments are empty. That's why no one called the cops. He got to his Range Rover and was driving out when he slammed on the brakes. Cars honked angrily behind him. A driver rolled down his window and swore at him as he drove away. Cutter ignored them. He recalled the name the wolf had mentioned. Mansour. I know one such person. He killed my wife. 62. We have lost him, Lomax whispered to Castelli in the Fairmont's bar. Someone knocked out Liu and his partner while Grogan was with the Pops. The senator clenched his fist beneath the table as the lawyer explained swiftly. Is he at the hotel? No, sir. He hasn't returned there. We have people who can tap his phone. Do it, but I am sure that won't help. He's smart enough to use several numbers. Yes, sir. Still, we'll do it. We might get lucky. Castelli nodded and dismissed him with a finger wave. He sat at the bar and smiled emptily at those who recognized him. Everything that I have built, my empire, my position, Grogan can bring it down. Don't overreact, he told himself. That box could have letters and photographs. Wait and see what Grogan does. He stood up when his meeting arrived. Ladies, gentlemen, he greeted San Diego's city councilors. Can you give me a few minutes? I am running late. He hurried to a deserted meeting room in the hotel and called Bruce Epps. Bruce, listen, he told the sheriff when they had exchanged pleasantries. I heard that P.I. Grogan was still in town. I thought he had finished his investigation. Yeah. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. If you could find out discreetly why he's still around, that would help. You know how it is. There are a lot of people who want to take shots at me or my son just because of who we are. Has your campaign made any progress? I'll be happy to endorse you at my political rallies. Power and influence, he thought to himself. They always work. Lomax, he called the lawyer. Check with your SDPD contacts and find out if Grogan has reported anything. He hung up, put on his politician's smile, and went to meet the counselors. Come with me, Deanna Chapman said as soon as Di Fiore and Quindica entered her office. The NYPD detective looked at her partner, who shrugged, and they followed the chief out of her office. What's this about? Di Fiore asked when they buckled into the chief's ride. You'll see, Chapman said, tight-lipped. They arrived outside a building on Park Boulevard which was sealed off and had a significant police presence. I heard about this on the news, Di Fiore exclaimed. 2 men shot. Are they Russian criminals? There wasn't anything in SDPD's press statement. Chapman didn't reply. She ducked beneath the tape, wore plastic gloves and overshoes, waited for them to gear up similarly, and led the way inside. This place has been empty for years, she briefed them. Caught up in litigation. That phone. She pointed to the device in a baggie that a cop held up. Look at the string attached to it. A call was made to it just after 1 a.m. from a burner phone. We triangulated its origins to that building across the street. She led them outside the cafe and pointed to the yard. The first body was found here, the second in that car, on the street. Deanna, Di Fiore said patiently, all this is interesting, but what's it got to do with our task force? The 2 men were Russians. We traced them to Kravchuk's gang. The detective's eyes narrowed. Kravchuk? What were his men doing here? We haven't worked that out yet. We got 1 traffic camera to show those men checking out the building twice before arriving here. Ask me how they were shot. How were they killed? Quindica asked patiently. Barrett M82, the shooter, was in that building. Di Fiore squinted at the under-construction site. That's not far for a good sniper. He doesn't have to be a great shooter as well. Chapman snorted. Downrange, less than 300 feet range. Our rapid response teams can take such shots half asleep. The killer leave anything behind? Any way of identifying him? Quindica pushed her sunglasses up her nose and retied her hair behind her head. No. Markings in the dust where he lay, some fabric samples which we are analyzing, but it's unlikely they will lead anywhere. Come. Where? Di Fiore mouthed at Quindica, who shrugged and followed the police chief to her ride. Her driver took them to South Park, to an apartment building outside which media vans were drawing up. A bunch of onlookers had gathered on the sidewalk, held back by tape and police officers. "We emptied a floor," Chapman said as they went up an elevator and were greeted by a cop on the landing. She went to an apartment which was crowded with officers and forensic personnel. They repeated the gloves and overshoes routine and entered the residence. Di Fiore sucked in her breath at the wet carpet. Their shoes squelched as they made their way slowly through the small living room and into the bedroom. She and Quindica stopped behind the chief and looked over her shoulder at the wrecked bedroom and the bullet marks on the wall. "The fun part is in the bathroom," Chapman said dryly, and gestured theatrically when they peered inside it. The sink was destroyed. The shower cord dangled over the bathtub. Glass and porcelain littered the floor, which still had pools of water. The NYPD detective crowded in the small room behind her friend and peered at the man who was sprawled in the bathtub with a sheet around his neck. "Who is he?" she whispered. "We had help in identifying him," the SDPD head told them. "Look behind you." Di Fiore and Quindica turned to follow her finger. The word was scribbled in blood on the wall over the sink. Volk. "Russian, for wolf," the FBI SAC murmured. "What happened here?" Deanna Chapman smiled mirthlessly. "Cutter Grogan happened." 63. Cutter was in a remote spot in Torrey Pine State Reserve. He had cleaned up in a motel using a false credit card and had replaced the plates on his Range Rover with fake ones. The ball cap on his head was new, as were the shades over his eyes. Tayyib Mansour is dead. He looked sightlessly at the crashing waves in the ocean. "I killed him." He knew a few Mansours. It wasn't an uncommon second name. "None of them will put a hit on me." He felt his ribs gingerly and winced at the dull throb. Was the wolf lying? Why would he? Even if he was, why would he come up with that name? Only someone who knows about me will know of my connection to the ISIS killer. His military file was redacted and only a handful of people in the world knew what had gone down. Zeb and his team, they know. Gina and Peyton know some of it, but not all. His stubble rasped when he rubbed his jaw. Did Mansour have any relatives? No, he was the only survivor in his family. He shook his head impatiently. "I have a name. I'll find out." He had to stay focused, however. He wasn't in San Diego to find out who his enemies were. "I'll deal with Kravchuk and his client later." He was aware the Bratva leader would send more killers. "I'll handle them too." He went to his Range Rover, brought out his laptop and powered it on. He checked his phone while it booted. Several missed calls from Chapman, Di Fiore, and Quindica. "Where are you?" A terse message from the police chief. "Turn yourself in," Di Fiore demanded in her usual loving and caring way. "Cutter, what's going on?" "Call us," Quindica asked. He pocketed his phone. The twins had loaded fancy software on it that routed all his messages and calls to any burner of his choice and disguised its location. They called it incognito mode. He recalled the vehicle license plate that Aleja had captured on her phone and got Werner to look it up. No LoJack on it or any other system by which he could trace its movement. He was expecting that. It will have some technology for location tracking, but his firm will have cloaked it. Billionaires need their security. That street goes around Coronado and over the bridge to San Diego. It could also lead to North Island Naval Air Station. That's where Marina, Rick, and the rest of the aviators are. Nope, Castelli didn't go to the base. However much juice the billionaire had, there was no way he could take a young woman there and not be noticed. He checked the street cameras along the route and made a face. There were hardly any on the route. One camera on the intersection with 9th Street had the vehicle, but that was the only image. He messaged Beth. "Can you see if any private cameras captured this vehicle?" He gave her the dates. He asked Werner to identify the girl. No dice. Cutter was expecting that too. There was still one other avenue to be pursued. He got Werner to clean up the photographs to see if it could identify the driver or any bodyguards. Cutter fist-pumped when the powerful software responded quickly with the driver's name, Leonid Behrens, 64. Behrens' registered address was on Bayer Boulevard in San Isidro. Cutter rolled up to the gated small house, a front yard that hadn't seen much care, a concrete pathway between a dried-up lawn to the front door. The windows were shut, no vehicle in the driveway. He looked around. No one was watching him. He vaulted over the gate and went to the door and rang the bell. No response. A pile of leaflets and newspapers on the porch. He checked the date. Looks like the house has been unoccupied for a while. He had checked that its bills and taxes were being paid regularly. This place is a front? He retraced his steps and drove out to downtown San Diego and parked in front of a fancy glass-fronted building. He went inside its air-conditioned lobby, went to the security desk, and gave Castelli's company's name. "You have an appointment?" the board guard asked him. "Yeah." "Sign in on that tablet." Cutter signed in on the device, which also took his photograph. "Got to get Beth to delete it." "Take the elevator to the 7th. The security man stifled a yawn. "There's a reception desk. They will direct you." Beth erased his photograph before his elevator had reached the floor. Cheap building security, she smirked in her message. Castelli's company was a tech firm. Potted plants and framed paintings on the wall in the reception area. Young men and women with headphones around their ears or neck drifting across the welcoming lobby. "How are you, sir? How can we help you?" A woman smiled at him from behind a desk. "You have this many people come into the office these days?" Cutter asked curiously. "This is the one day of the week where we require staff to come in. Working remotely has its benefits, but in-person interaction is needed too. How can I help you?" "Leonid Behrens. I have an appointment with him." "Behrens?" The woman smiled absently as she searched on her screen. "Nope, no one by that name, sir. You came to the right office. There's another firm on this floor." "I am sure. Can you check again, please?" He spelled out the name. "No, sir." She shook her head. "No luck." "He's a driver in your company." "Driver? Like a chauffeur?" She frowned. "Yeah." "We don't employ such people," she laughed. "No one is that important here that they need to be driven to work. Castelli is." "I must have gotten the wrong address." Cutter thanked her and went down to the lobby. I had to try, he thought. Werner had very little on the man. He was South African and had served in Reckies, the country's Special Forces Brigade. His military file only had his tenure in it, 3 years, with no mention of any operations or commendations. Cutter drove back to Torrey Pines and made several calls to contacts within his network and got a name. Wycus Snyman, former head of Reckies during the time Behrens had served. His voice was gravelly when he answered the phone. "Zeb is a friend of mine. He speaks highly of you." "Sorry for disturbing you this late." "Nah," the South African scoffed. "I am retired. I was watching TV. My wife has gone to bed. This is my alone time. How can I help you?" "Leonid Behrens. What can you tell me about him?" Snyman whistled softly. "I was wondering if anyone would ask me about him. He's a bad one. He was one of my commanders, but he was a long-timer in the military. He was in SANDF, the South African National Defense Force." "Correct. Our military and various units went through a lot of reorgs, as you might imagine. He served in several battalions as those happened and ended up in Reckies when I took charge. He was involved in some bad stuff, the Civil Cooperation Bureau, back in the 80s. They carried out operations against civilians, didn't they?" "Not just operations," Snyman snorted. "They killed people who they termed enemies of the state, our own citizens. I didn't want any part of him when I learned about his background, but he had powerful connections. I got him out of Rexy's, but in return I had to ensure his file was clean. Nothing bad went on it. There's nothing good either. No commendations. Yeah, I did that. I wasn't going to let him off that easily. He became a mercenary and then moved to America where he got a cushy gig. That was the last I heard. He's here in California. He's bad stuff. He has few morals. He is a killer. The kind of person Castelli needs. Would you know where he might be? Does he have any friends here? His family want nothing to do with him. He broke away from his friends, too. He likes South African food and beer. Even when we trained in other countries, he didn't try local cuisine. He used to search for home food, as he liked to call it. I don't know if that helps. It does, sir. Be careful. He is truly evil. Cutter thanked him, ended the call, and got Warner to search for South African eateries in San Diego, then requested the twins to break into their camera networks. They hit pay dirt. Bryland in Miramar, the younger twin called him. It's a small joint in a business park on Carroll Road. He goes there most days for lunch and dinner. Cutter looked it up on his phone's map and frowned. That's a very small joint. They have cameras. They don't, but their parking lot is a shared one with an office building. We hacked into their system and got his photographs. He drives a gray Subaru and lives in Mira Mesa. He read the message she sent with Barron's address and his car's plates. It's close to lunchtime. I'll check out South African food as well. 65. Brayland had an open kitchen that faced a covered yard in which tables were arranged. There weren't potted plants or partitions for Cutter to use as cover. He took a corner table facing the parking lot and placed his order. There were 4 other customers in the restaurant, all of whom seemed to be office workers, judging by their shirts. "How's business?" he asked the server when she returned with a glass of water. "We survived the worst of the pandemic." She grimaced. "Office occupancy is still low, as you can see. We got lucky that there are a lot of manufacturing businesses here, work that can't be done at home. Those office goers give us business. Besides, our takeout business is going very well." Same story around the world, he thought bleakly, and made a mental note to tip her generously. He finished his meal quickly, paid for it, and decided to wait in his Range Rover. He was stepping onto the parking lot when Barron's arrived. The South African backed his Subaru into a vacant space and emerged with a phone cupped to his ear. He didn't look in Cutter's direction as he kept nodding and speaking while he climbed the 2 steps to the restaurant. He was of average height in a short-sleeved shirt that showed off ropey forearms which were tattooed heavily. A buzz cut on his head, a neatly trimmed stash, and jeans and shades over his eyes. Is that a gun at his waist? Cutter caught a brief glimpse of something sharp when Barron's shirt flattened against his waist, and then the man walked past him. He got into his Range Rover and checked out Aleja's photographs that Werner had cleaned up. Yeah, that's him. He was behind the wheel. Would he know about me? Cutter thought about it for a moment. He was on his phone when he arrived. He barely paid any attention to his surroundings. He shrugged and waited. He could see Barron's through his windshield. The man also occupied a corner table and placed his order. He was preoccupied on his phone and barely glanced up at the server's approach. He ate his food hastily as he read on his screen and 40 minutes later was hustling out of the restaurant. Cutter followed him 3 car lengths behind. Barron's made no move to shake off any tails. Doesn't look like Castelli warned him about me. He would have been more careful otherwise. The driver's building was 3-storied on Mira Mesa Boulevard. It was the only one of its kind among the various other single-family homes on the street. Cutter waited for him to park and enter the building and then went inside. A small lobby, no concierge, no other person around. He watched the elevator car's numerals stop at the 3rd floor and took the stairs. His shoes made little sound on the concrete steps as he went up swiftly. A door slammed on a floor. A woman yelled, a child shouted in return. He opened the landing door to the third floor cautiously. No carpet in the hallway. It wasn't an upscale building. The floor was concrete, 6 apartments on it, with Barron's residence on the right-hand corner that overlooked the elevator car. Cutter went to his door, rang the bell, and jammed himself against the wall, away from the peephole. The floor was quiet, and in its silence, he could hear footsteps approaching. The door didn't open. He rang the bell again. He thought he heard a muffled curse. A bolt clicked. He threw his left shoulder against the door, which flew inwards. He caught a glimpse of Barron's jumping back. Cutter lunged inside the apartment, kicked the door shut with his heel, and slapped the driver's hand away from his waist. The South African seemed to freeze for a moment as he took in the intruder. He shouted in alarm and reached for his gun again. Cutter shot him in the right shoulder and once more in his left thigh. "Tell me about Castelli," he said softly. "Tell me about all the times you drove him and girls." Barron's, who had fallen to the floor, snarled. He reached behind him, snatched a flower vase, and hurled it. He got to his feet despite his injuries, took 2 long, limping strides to the window, and jumped out. 66. Cutter ducked the incoming vase, which crashed behind him against the door and shattered. He rushed to the window and stared in disbelief at Barron's, who was pushing himself up from the ground slowly. "What? How did he do that despite my shots? And how's he alive?" He raced out of the apartment and bounded down the stairs and into the parking lot. Barron's car was missing. He cursed loudly as he climbed into his Range Rover and sped out. Mira Mesa Boulevard stretched from the I-15 to the I-805 major highways. There's only one direction he could go, Cutter thought savagely, towards Sorrento Valley. He would have had to climb the divider to go the other way. The traffic either way didn't seem to be disrupted, and no one was honking angrily. He floored the gas, overtaking slower-moving vehicles rapidly as he searched for a gray Subaru. He gave up when he reached the intersection with the interstate, pulled over in a vacant space in a fast food joint, and cursed loudly at himself. Snyman warned me he was dangerous. I should have known shooting him wouldn't be enough. Barron gritted his teeth and drove as fast as it was safe to do so. His eyes flicked to his mirrors repeatedly, but he didn't see any pursuing vehicle. He had taken the first exit from Mira Mesa Boulevard and driven through the interior of the neighborhood before coming onto Miramar Road. He knew he had only a few minutes head start on Grogan, but it looked like those had been sufficient. He blinked away the sweat from his eyes and thumbed his phone with his left hand. "Trujillo," he gasped when the man answered his call. "I need help." "What happened? Where are you?" "Grogan. He came to my apartment. He shot me in the shoulder and leg. I got away somehow, but I am bleeding badly. I think I have a couple of broken ribs and my elbow feels like it's—" "Where are you?" "Miramar Road, going towards the ocean." "Go to University City. There used to be a big box store. It's empty now. I will meet you there. I will send you the directions." "Grogan." "Don't worry about him. Drive safely." Barron's dropped the phone and wiped his palm against his thigh, then howled when it came in contact with his open wound. He sobbed in rage and pain and picked up the phone and read the address that Trujillo had sent. Logan Trujillo. He didn't know much about the man except that Castelli trusted him, and he was his head of personal security. The man was much more than that, however. He was the billionaire's go-to for anything that wasn't business or politics related. He was former military. Barron's knew that much, but the man didn't speak about his past. In fact, he never volunteered any information. Barron's took his orders from Trujillo, drove Castelli around wherever he needed to go, became the senator's protection detail whenever asked, and ignored whatever he saw or heard. It was a sweet gig that paid extremely well, and the former Recce's operator had no intention of doing anything to get himself fired. So what if he saw and heard some stuff that he should have reported to the police? He had seen and done far worse during his time in South Africa's Special Forces and as a mercenary. Behrens bit his lip when his car jolted over a pothole and fire raced through his body. He moaned loudly and hoped he wouldn't pass out while driving. He slowed to a stop at a red light and hunched lower down in the seat when another car came abreast. His chest was soaked with blood, and any nearby driver could have seen his state if they looked over, but no one did. He reached the big box store in 10 minutes and almost sobbed in relief at the sight of Trujillo, who was leaning against his SUV in the empty parking lot. He drove over and groaned when he climbed out. "I need help," he whispered as he stumbled. "I will get you to a doctor." "What happened?" the security man asked him. "I told you. Grogan came to my apartment." He narrated the event swiftly. "He asked you about the girls?" "Yeah. Can we go now? I am dying." "Did you say anything to him?" "I jumped out of the window. I didn't talk." "Trujillo, what's with the 3rd degree? Can't you see I am injured?" "Calm down, Leonid." The security man hugged him. "I'm just making sure you didn't talk out of turn." "I didn't." Behrens broke off when a searing pain shot through him. He screamed and fought to break free, but the arms around him were like steel clamps. There was no give in them. He punched Trujillo's shoulders ineffectively and suddenly realized what was happening when a hand squeezed his throat. "No!" he shouted, and that was the last word he spoke. Trujillo worked on Behrens calmly, applying and releasing pressure on his neck at the right moments until the man drew his last breath. He carried the body effortlessly and slid it onto the driver's seat. He adjusted Behrens' arms and legs and jammed his body forward so that his neck was against the wheel. He should have noticed I was wearing gloves, a plastic overcoat, trousers, and overshoes. Those would have alerted him. He whistled as he used a portable vacuum from his car to suck out any traces of dirt from Behrens' shoes from the concrete. He drove to the Rechi's operator's apartment on Mira Mesa Boulevard. No cops were present. He searched the residence swiftly, pocketed the dead man's phone, computer, and all his personal documents, and left as quietly as he had come. "Meet at the usual place," he messaged when he was on the road, 67. Trujillo drove to the Fairmont's basement parking lot. He parked next to one of Castelli's SUVs and got inside the unlocked car. The two vehicles were located in a blind spot where the security cameras had no coverage. He knew about it because it was his job to know of such matters. His own car was registered to a shell company whose ownership was virtually untraceable. He had lowered his sun visor and worn shades while driving into the basement so that cameras had an indistinct image of him. The measures came automatically to him from years of experience and training that had made them habit. He saw Castelli approach through the elevator door with his security team. The senator held up his phone and spoke to his CPOs, who nodded and stayed near the elevator. "Usual excuse?" Trujillo asked when the billionaire climbed inside the ride. "Yeah, that I wanted to be alone for a call. What happened? What's the urgency?" Grogan confronted Behrens. The security chief marveled at his boss's control. The billionaire didn't bite his lip, clench his fist, or exclaim in anger when he had broken it down. A vein throbbed on the senator's temple. That was the only reaction. "I warned you," Trujillo said softly. "These girls, this business is too dangerous." He stopped when the senator lifted a forefinger. "I don't need your advice. I am aware of the risks." "You should plan for contingencies," Trujillo carried on. "I have a list of countries which don't have extradition treaties with America. I can have you out of the U.S. in a few hours." "I am not going anywhere." "Did you listen to what I said? Grogan knows about the girls." "Yeah, and I also know he is not the kind of person to go to the cops." "How can you be sure of that?" "I am a politician. I read people. I know Grogan. He's old school. He's got notions of delivering justice himself. He will come for me and for you as well. He is reaching up my organization to see who killed Gutierrez. You've got to be ready for that." Trujillo looked at the protection detail who stood alert, watchful, scanning the parking lot continually. They didn't know of the senator's tastes. Only Behrens and Trujillo were aware of them, and the former was dead. He had read Grogan's file, too. He knew people like the PI. He had served with them, and in some cases, some of those special forces operators had been his enemies. "Do you want me to take him out?" "Not yet. He might give up. Let him make his move." "This is a dangerous game you are playing." Castelli smiled as if he was enjoying himself. "He is playing chess with us. He doesn't know I have never been beaten at it and that I have a secret weapon. You." 68. Cutter saw it on the news in the evening. He had been cruising around in Miramar for hours and had even spotted several Subarus, but none of them were Behrens. He had given up finally, and was dining in a restaurant when the local news channel flashed its breaking news banner. He instinctively knew the dead man was Behrens, even though the report didn't have any other information. He Googled it and didn't find any other details. "Dead man found in an abandoned store's yard" was all that the internet said. He drove to the location, parked a block away, and walked over to watch the police tape scene. He returned to his ride, rang a number, and waited for it to connect. Di Fiore, Quindica, and Chapman were in their evening meeting when the NYPD detective's phone rang. "How did that man die?" She recognized Cutter's voice instantly, held her finger up to quiet her friends, and put the call on speaker. "No number," she noted from her screen. "He's using some fancy tech to hide where he's calling from." She knew from past experience it would be futile to trace the call. "Which man?" she asked, even though she knew who he was referring to. "Leonid Behrens, the man who was found dead in Miramar." "How do you know his name?" Chapman asked sharply. "We didn't release it to the public." "I shot him." Quindica smiled and quickly erased it at her girlfriend's dirty look. "Cutter Grogan," the SDPD asked coldly, "are you admitting you killed Behrens?" "No, I said I shot him, twice, in the right shoulder and left leg. Does that match his wounds?" None of them replied. "I'll take that as a yes. Neither of those wounds were fatal. I knew where I was aiming, and you three know my shooting ability. How did he die?" Quindica made to speak but kept quiet at Chapman's look. "I am guessing you think the shots killed him. They didn't. Deanna, get your people to look for marks on his body, however slight they are." "There aren't any," she replied. "Look again." "Grogan," Di Fiore burst out. "You think someone killed him mysteriously? Why should we believe you?" "Don't. In fact, you should let every cop know I am a wanted man." Di Fiore leaned over the phone at the silence from his end. "He hung up," she said wonderingly. "What did he mean by that?" "Gina, you are the smartest person I know," Quindica sighed. "Excluding present company, of course." She smiled in Chapman's direction. "But when it comes to Cutter, you have a blind spot. You can't see beyond what he says. Did Cutter shoot Behrens?" "Yeah," he confessed. "Did he kill him?" "Nope. I believe him. Deanna, you should get your technicians to check his body again and put out a bolo. Let everyone think we believe Cutter killed him. That will mean every police officer will be looking out for him." "Yeah," the FBI SAC said calmly. "It also means the public knows SDPD has a suspect. That will ease the heat on Deanna. And if there's a killer out there." Di Fiore connected the dots. "It might make him complacent." Cutter dyed his hair blonde and added a pink streak to it. He inserted blue contacts into his eyes and applied a sticky tattoo to his neck above the collar line. He inspected himself in the rearview mirror. "It's California. The surfer dude look is so common, no one will give me a second glance." Facial recognition software had advanced significantly and could see through common disguises, but he was also confident the average patrol cop wouldn't be able to identify him. I can get around security cameras." He returned to Barron's apartment and saw the police presence outside the building. Did SDPD recover Barron's phone? He typed out the message, started entering DeFiore's number, and then erased it. She will respond with something like, "Surrender, now." He sent it to Quindica. She responded several moments later. "No, his apartment's clean. That's the killer," Cutter thought. "He sanitized the apartment. I have no more leads left." It came to him when he was having a take-out dinner in his Range Rover as he watched the waves crash onto the beach at La Jolla. He called Beth. Megan answered. The older twin was less snarky than her sister but had the same irreverent sense of humor. "We've been scanning the news to check if you were arrested," she said dryly. "I am still a free man." "Did you talk to Snyman?" Zeb came behind her shoulder in the video. "Yeah, I got a lead. That lead is dead." His friend grinned. "You should have sold insurance if you wanted an easy job. Buana says hello. The Pops are enjoying themselves. They are safe and there have been no threats." "Go away," Megan told Zeb. "Cutter didn't call me to talk to you. What's up?" she asked when his friend went out of the frame. "Who paid Barron's?" "Now you are thinking," she smirked. "It's the same company to which his car was registered. I'll send you a list of names who were paid by the same firm. Beth and I have also added their roles in the organization. We couldn't find those for everyone, but you are an investigator. Do some investigating for a change. We have given you access to everything we have on that firm, including its bank records." He went through the list, Googled and got Werner to check out several names, and ran facial recognition. Pat Drewer and Carl Tucker. They are Castelli's CPOs. They are with him in several photographs. Both men were former Army Rangers, and after quitting the military had worked in a security consulting firm before being employed by Castelli's firm. He searched for residential addresses. Neither of them lived in the state. They're here right now in San Diego. They were with him in his most recent photograph. He got Werner to look for hotel bookings. No dice. How about a rental apartment? He checked out the bank statements and found 2 long-term rentals on it. They could be staying in one of those places. One apartment was in Claremont and the other downtown. Finding Castelli's whereabouts was easy. Social media not only had sightings of him, but his PR team put out releases on some of his engagements. He's got dinner with the Chamber of Commerce. Drewer and Tucker will be with him. He could track down the location but decided otherwise. They will be alert. There will be a SDPD presence. He decided to check out the apartments. 69. The apartment at Claremont had children's toys in front of it, and from within he could hear a woman murmuring. He drove to the second one, which was on the 4th floor of a high-rise on Union Street. He parked on Columbia Street and hustled to the building. The elevator car needed a punch code, but the door to the stairs was unlocked. He went up to the floor and found it quiet, barely perceptible sounds of music from one apartment. The door he was interested in was locked. No camera on top of it. No room beneath the door jamb to insert his cable camera. He went to the landing in the stairs and waited, and when it was 10 p.m. saw Drewer and Tucker emerge from the elevator car. The 2 men were in suits, silent, as they walked down the hallway. Their body language showed they were comfortable with each other. Both of the same height, crew cuts, shoes that were noiseless on the tiled passageway, only the keys jiggling in Tucker's hand giving their presence away. He opened the door and entered. Drewer followed him. The door stayed open for several moments, and just as it was closing, Cutter rushed out, slammed it wide with his left shoulder, and barged inside. Living room. Open window to the left. A couch against the wall, a couple of chairs. No other furniture. Tucker, in front of him, was straightening from picking something up from the coffee table. A letter. He dropped it to the floor. A flash of recognition on his face. His hand darted towards his waist. Drewer was on the right, closer. He was already spinning around, his gun coming up. "Got him!" the CPO yelled exultantly. Cutter felt footsteps pound behind him in the hallway. He snatched a glance. 2 more men in suits, rushing towards the apartment. "It's a trap!" He slapped Drewer's gun hand upwards and punched him in the chest to send him staggering against the oncoming CPOs. The protection man's shot went into the ceiling. He shouted angrily as he stumbled into the approaching men. Cutter heard movement. "Tucker!" Adrenaline slowed time. The second CPO's gun started to straighten at him. The collapsed men began to recover. Cutter kicked the coffee table, which shattered and sprayed glass in the room. He lunged to the window, a small ledge on which an iron grill was mounted. Steep drop to the ground. He leaped out. 70. Gravity did its work, pulling Cutter down rapidly, but his outstretched left arm caught the grill on the third-floor window and stopped his fall. Voices shouted above him. "Get him!" He looked down to see another suit run up on the sidewalk. "Give up!" the man yelled. Cutter dropped to the second floor. He gritted his teeth as his shoulder yanked savagely from the abrupt halt. 2 men above him, a third man almost directly below, all of them armed and competent. He was trapped. Not yet. He hurled himself at the CPO on the sidewalk, who saw him coming and tried to get away, but his rising gun snagged on his jacket, and before he could escape, it was too late. Cutter landed on him, making full body contact to absorb the shock of his fall. The man cried out as he fell. His head slammed onto concrete. He twisted and tried to escape. Cutter's elbow came up for a vicious blow and at the last minute diverted it to land on the CPO's sternum. "Need him alive." "Did you murder Alejandra?" he snarled. "Who's the killer among you?" The man groaned in agony. "Kill? Alejandra? What are you talking about?" An SUV raced up the street. A man leaned out of its window and shrieked triumphantly, "He's here!" "Don't kill him! The boss needs him alive!" a voice yelled from the upper floor. Cutter rolled away desperately, drawing his Glock instinctively. He fired low, his rounds crashing into the vehicle's body. It swerved. A bullet flew over his head. He fired at its windows, smashed his barrel in the CPO's face and took off, running low, weaving through the near-empty Union Street away from the vehicle. He took a right on Ash Street and another left, going deeper in the downtown maze until he was sure he wasn't followed. He slowed to a stop and wiped his sweat under the canopy of a closed restaurant. He had holstered his Glock long since to avoid attracting attention. How did they know I would be there? Who else would I go after? They worked out how I'm thinking after Barron's. They knew I would target the rest of the CPOs. He thought about the man he had jumped on. His surprise was genuine. Drewer and Tucker, they have good records. It doesn't feel like they would be involved in her death. No. He nodded to himself. The ambush team doesn't know who the killer is. They were ordered to capture me. He went to his ride, checked that he wasn't being observed, and exchanged his jacket for a hoodie. He drew it over his head and swiftly replaced his vehicle's plates. He returned to the CPO's apartment and drove past. It was lit up. He could see a couple of men through the open window, and then a cruiser rolled up with flashing lights and wailing siren. Cutter rolled away, circled the block, searching until he found another Range Rover parked on the street and slid behind it. He returned to the apartment and found a parked delivery van on Union Street whose windows were partly open. He wiggled his hand inside to try its door. It opened. He slid inside and reclined the seat as far as it would go and waited and watched. 71. The cruisers left the apartment building 40 minutes later. They passed Union Street twice and didn't return. 6 men piled out of the building an hour later. One of them was the man Cutter had landed on. He grinned as the CPO limped across the street, supported by his friends. "Get him checked out," Drewer called from the window. One of the men waved at him, and they turned a corner to State Street. Cutter got out cautiously and tailed them at a distance. He watched them get into a Yukon. He memorized its plates when its taillights came on, hustled back to his Range Rover and followed them. There wasn't much traffic, and he could stay well back and shadow them. The CPO's ride didn't try to shake him off. It didn't carry out any counter-surveillance measures. They figure I've escaped. It stopped outside a house on 3rd Avenue, and the injured CPO got out along with 2 other men. They went inside the residence and emerged after a while. That must be a medic's place. They must have got him checked out. They resumed driving, got onto State Street, a long stretch of road on which were office buildings on either side. Cutter made his move. He stamped on the pedal and rammed into them from behind. 72. The Yukon's rear door buckled as it swerved, mounted the sidewalk, and crashed into a lamppost which bent. Cutter could hear the shriek of metal and squeal of tires through his window. He launched out of his ride, which was still pushing the Yukon, the Range Rover's wheels spinning hard, burning rubber. Gotta move quickly before they recover. He shot high through the CPO's ride's rear window. He crouch ran to the driver's door and yanked it open. The CPO's seatbelts were tight against their bodies, preventing them from moving swiftly. They were in shock on top of that. Cutter barrel smashed the CPO's face. A shoulder shot to the passenger, 2 more rounds in the men in the second row, all bullets placed in their right shoulders. He followed up with savage slashes with his Glock to their faces, moving swiftly, brutally, to keep his advantage. None of the 4 men managed to reach for their guns. 8 seconds since his Range Rover had crashed into the Yukon. His speed and ruthlessness had caught them off guard. The 2 men in the last row, one of whom was injured CPO, had the most recovery time. Their hands snapped to their seatbelts, their faces masks of fury. "Don't," Cutter ordered, pointing his Glock at them. He opened the driver's door wider, used it as cover, and motioned with his gun. "Step out, carefully, through the door to your left." They cursed and swore at him, but did as he said, and then, at an unspoken signal, rushed out of the vehicle with their hands streaking to their waists. Cutter was expecting the move. He waited until they were out of the Yukon, and then shot injured man's right foot and planted a bullet through the second man's chest. They fell to the ground, shrieking. He looked inside the vehicle. None of the men inside were threats. They lay in their seats with glazed eyes and twitching fingers. That won't last long. Their shock will wear off. He crab-walked to the fallen men and stamped their hands brutally to howls of agony. He reached down to remove their guns and throw them away. "You'll live," he told Chest Wound. "That's gone high in your body. It hasn't touched your lungs." He jammed his barrel against the man's shoulder and twisted his Glock savagely. "Which of you killed Alejandra? Who threatened Maria Pop?" "I told you," injured man moaned above Chest Wound's shriek. "No one killed her. Maria Pop? What are you talking about?" Cutter knocked out Chest Wound with a slash to his temple and crouched over the speaker. He dug his gun into the man's leg, making him yell. "Alejandra Gutierrez didn't die. She was murdered. One of you killed her." "No. How many times do I have to tell you? We are Senator Castelli's protection team. We have nothing to do." "Who do you report to?" "Dale Landry. He's the chief of security." "Who does he report to?" "Huh?" "It's the senator." Cutter finger-jabbed his throat and waited when the man had finished gasping and retching. "Paul Castelli is a billionaire. He won't have Landry report to him directly. Who's—" "I don't know," injured man sobbed. "I am not high enough." "One of you shouted the boss wants me alive. Who were you referring to?" "Trujillo," injured man moaned. "He's close to the senator. We don't know what he does, but Dale has to run his security plans past him." "I thought you said Landry reported to Castelli." "He does," the man groaned. "But Trujillo is always around. He is involved. Nothing happens without his approval." "Does he have a first name?" "Logan. Logan Trujillo. I am dying. I can feel it." "Stop," Cutter told him harshly. "Describe this man." "He's your height. Dark hair and eyes. That's all I know. We hardly see him. He was in the room when Dale was briefing us. He said we need to take you alive." "Is he American?" "He speaks like one, but I wouldn't know. Like I said, we don't interact with him." "Did he recruit Landry?" "I don't know. I didn't ask." Cutter cocked his head to listen for sirens. The street was still quiet. The offices on the street were empty, and there was no one around to raise an alarm. That won't last long. Someone would have heard the shots. "Where was Trujillo the night Alejandra was killed?" "I don't know." Injured man shrieked when Cutter dug his barrel into his wound. "He and Leonid were close. They didn't tell us about their movements. They took the senator to several meetings without us. Dale objected early on but was put in his place by Trujillo." Cutter saw the driver move in his seat in the Yukon. He seemed to be talking to the front passenger. "They will come at me in a pincer move." The men in the second row were still out of it, and he rose smoothly, pivoted on his left heel to spin-kick the driver's opening door, which slammed back into the man's face and sent him groaning back into his seat. Cutter rolled over the hood just as the passenger was lunging out and shot him in the thigh. He kicked the man's gun away and knocked him out with a savage blow to his head. He returned to injured man. "How did you know it was me?" "Your disguise? Who did you think it would fool?" A pair of headlights appeared at the far end of State Street. Time to go. He ran back to his Range Rover and reversed it. The vehicle responded sluggishly, but when he stamped on the gas, it shot down the street. The passing car's passengers looked at him in shock, and then he was past them. He drove swiftly to the auto shop from where he had picked up the Range Rover, used his thumbprint to open the security gate, and abandoned it in its front yard. He scanned the other vehicles swiftly and selected a silver Range Rover. Its keys were where he expected them to be, on the rear tire, hidden by the wheel well. He transferred his gear to the new vehicle and left a note for the garage owner. He will scrap it in the morning. Cutter drove back to La Jolla, where he settled in to sleep in his vehicle. Logan Trujillo. He had a name, 73. "He took out an entire team," Dale Landry fumed. "6 people in the Yukon. 8 if you include Pat and Carl. Grogan is out of control, sir. We need to report him to the cops." "They know," Castelli said calmly. "Your men gave them his description. I am sure every patrol car will be looking for him." His head of security had called for the meeting early in the morning. The senator had invited him for breakfast and had asked Trujillo to sit in as well. "Cruisers," Landry scoffed. "They won't do anything." "Dale is right," Trujillo said softly. "You need to take this up with Chapman. Apply political pressure." "Sir, I suggest you don't leave the Fairmont until I get another team in place. It will take a few days." "No." Castelli smiled to remove the sting from his refusal. "I am meeting the governor today. The Veep is coming to San Diego. I have an appointment with her. I can't cancel my engagements in the city just because a PI is obsessed with me. You work on getting a new protection team. Logan will be with me." "But, sir—" "I will keep him safe, Dale." Trujillo smiled. "It's not the first time I have driven him to his appointments. I will take one of your drivers when we need a wheelman, but otherwise, trust me. Senator Castelli is in safe hands with me." Landry looked at the billionaire, who nodded. He got up and left the room silently. "You think he suspects anything?" Castelli asked. "No. He is very competent at his job, but that's about it. I meant what I said. You should escalate this with Chapman and even Epps." "I'll get my EA to set those meetings up right away." EA, Executive Assistant. Castelli had 2, one for his senatorial activities and the other for his business interests. "I still recommend you." "I am not leaving the country," the billionaire said fiercely. "I am one of the most powerful men in America. Grogan cannot touch me." Your ego is getting in the way. It isn't. I have you. Take him out. A thin smile played on Trujillo's lips. By any means. Yeah, but it shouldn't be traceable. It won't. Didn't Lomax say Kravchuk's got a hit team on Grogan? He had, the senator said dryly. Keep up with the news. SDPD found the wolf dead. I saw that, but he isn't the only killer Kravchuk has. My sources in SDPD said Grogan inquired about the Bershov Mafia. Castelli frowned. I got my initial supply. He chose the word deliberately. From them. You arranged the product. It was safer. Before then, you were trying samples from sketchy suppliers. But, like you know, we don't use the Russians anymore. I have developed my own sources. Yeah, so why did you bring them up? Work it out. Castelli's brow cleared. I see where you are going. You will offer Grogan to Kravchuk as well as the Mafia. Trujillo snapped his fingers. Yes, he is good, but he got lucky too. That won't last. And if he does escape, the senator murmured, he'll have to deal with you. Trujillo's smile was like a wolf baring its teeth. 74. You want to be entertained? Chapman asked DeFiore and Quindica when she ended the incoming call. Always, the detective said. That was Senator Castelli's EA. He wants to meet me. When? Right now. It looks like he is on his way. She summoned her assistant to fill up the coffee pot and bring fresh mugs, and they worked silently. The assistant returned with a polite knock on the door and opened it to usher in the billionaire. Senator Castelli. Chapman shook his hand with a professional smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is Jenna DeFiore and Peyton Quindica from the FBI. We were in a meeting when your EA called. Is it okay for them to sit in? We are working on a complex case, and I don't want to waste time in sending them away and recalling them. Of course not, the billionaire boomed. It is my pleasure to meet them as well. How can we help you, sir? The SDPD chief gestured at him to take a chair and seated herself while her assistant served them beverages. She chuckled when Castelli sipped his drink cautiously. Taxpayer-funded coffee, sir. Not like the one you are accustomed to. The billionaire grinned in return, and then his smile disappeared. Cutter Grogan, I'm sure you are aware of his rampage during the night. The man shot my protection team. He is insane. Have you made any progress in finding him? There is a bolo out for him, sir. Every officer— That's not enough, Chief. Castelli interrupted her. I fear for my life. Do you know why he is after me? Has he attacked you personally, sir? DeFiore asked. What would you call shooting my men? He retorted. The only reason he hasn't gotten close to me is because of my CPOs. All of them are in hospital, some in serious condition. If Cutter wanted to kill you, you would be long dead, Chapman thought. I am confident we will arrest him soon, sir. He is alone. He has no help. He can't stay undetected for long. I know you are close to him. Castelli nodded at the photograph on the wall. I have known Cutter Grogan for a while, Chapman said coldly. I have never hidden that association. I could have taken down that photograph before you arrived, Senator, but I didn't. Just because I know him doesn't change anything. He will be arrested like any other person the SDPD is investigating. He will get no favors from me. I didn't mean to insult you, Chief, but I am sure you appreciate my position too. I have asked the Sheriff's Department to hunt him as well. Of course, you would. You endorsed Epps' run for governor. More eyes on the street will help, she said expressionlessly. She glanced at her watch and got to her feet. Is there anything else, Senator? I will be addressing the press later in the day. You might want to watch it, Castelli replied, shook their hands and left. Cutter Grogan, DeFiore growled. Why did he have to go on that shooting spree? Enough about him. Chapman smiled. Let's get back to work. The detective looked at her suspiciously. You don't sound worried that Castelli is using his influence. He might get the mayor to fire me. If that happens, so be it. I'm not going to be losing sleep over it. What do you know that we don't? Nothing. Chapman grinned. I am sure Cutter will turn himself in when it suits him. Work. She snapped her fingers and pointed at the files on her table. Castelli met Deanna. He will be hosting a press conference. Cutter read the message from Quindica on his burner phone. He brought out his tablet computer, set it up for a news channel, and went back to searching for Logan Trujillo. Werner had sifted through every public photograph and hadn't found anyone who could be the mystery man. It had searched DMV records, Social Security, and various other databases, and while there were many men with that name, none of them was a possible match. Cutter checked the senator's political office, staffers, interns, secretaries, but there wasn't anyone who resembled Injured Man's description. He could be an employee of Castelli's companies. No, he rejected the thought as swiftly as it had come. If he is Aleja's killer, he won't be in any employee database. Was Castelli alone? He messaged Quindica. Yeah. Why? Who drove him? I don't know. I am sure you can find out, with your resources. He chuckled and queried Werner whether it had access to the cameras in SDPD's headquarters. It had. Is there any place Beth and Meg haven't hacked into? He got Werner to search for traffic into SDPD's building and found the senator's armored car immediately. A driver at the wheel, face indistinct in the images. However, Werner made short work of cleaning it up and presented a white man in a suit. Cutter searched for him in other public images and got several matches. He must be one of Landry's drivers. Is there anyone else in that vehicle? The car's darkened windows made it impossible for Werner to work its magic. The news channel on his tablet computer cut away from its segment. The Fairmont filled its screen, and the journalist announced they would be covering Senator Castelli's press conference live. Cutter watched it with his hands crossed behind his head. The billionaire was at a long desk, flanked by Bruce Epps and the mayor. That's a power move. He's making it obvious he doesn't trust SDPD. The senator opened by making a few jokes, at which the assembled reporters readily laughed. He had charm, a gift for oratory, and the experience of addressing large crowds, all of which had gone into making his political brand. You might have heard about the State Street shootings last night. My protection team was attacked, and it is a miracle none of them died. Cutter Grogan, an investigator from New York, is responsible for this shocking act. He pointed to the photograph on the screen. That's him. He came to Coronado on behalf of Alejandra Gutierrez's mother. Some of you will remember that tragic incident. My son, who is serving our country. He broke at the cheers and applause and resumed when they died down. Rick was in the same bar the night she died, and that's the only connection my family has to her death. I'm proud of my reputation and didn't want the Castelli name to be associated with baseless rumors. I met with Grogan. I got Rick and his friends to meet him too. I thought that was the end of the matter, but the investigator seems to have an agenda of his own. I know this press conference is unusual, but shooting up my protection team is as well, and that's why I am presenting my side of the story. He raised a finger immediately. Correction. I am presenting the story as it is. There are no two sides to it. Grogan is a threat to my safety. He is dangerous, he is reckless, and has a history of disregarding law and putting civilians in danger. I am surprised the state of New York hasn't revoked his license yet. I will talk to the governor there, but the man is in our city right now. He must be apprehended immediately, which is why I am glad I have the sheriff and the mayor with me. Right, Cutter thought sourly, in return for political favors. Senator, why isn't SDPD's police chief, Deanna Chapman, with you? A woman journalist asked. I have full faith in the city's law enforcement agencies. I am sure Grogan will be arrested soon. Next. That's a smarmy way of telling the city he doesn't trust Deanna. Cutter turned down the volume and stopped paying attention. That press conference is theater. It's for him to show how he's the innocent. It paints a target on my back, but Deanna had already put out a bolo. No, this event isn't about me. Castelli arranged this to get the public on his side. He fired a message to Chapman. Is your job at risk? She replied immediately. If you are so concerned about my career, surrender. Not gonna happen. Cutter smiled grimly. He got Werner to inquire about Trujillo with various intelligence agencies around the world, shut down his screens, and fired up his ride. There could be an easy way to find out about the mysterious man. He had to ask Dale Landry, 75. Landry lived in Encanto in a modest two-story home on 62nd Street. He's former infantry, Cutter recalled from the head of security's file as he drove to the neighborhood. Wounded in action in Afghanistan during Operation Enduring Freedom. His vehicle ran over an IED. Landry and 2 other soldiers were injured in the blast, but despite that, the staff sergeant took down several Taliban hostiles until they were rescued. He got a Purple Heart for that. Landry had left the Army on his return to the U.S. and had pursued a career in private security. He had glowing recommendations and was well spoken of in the close protection community. Cutter checked out the house as he drove past. Small lawn in the front yard with children's toys on it. A driveway to the side, on which was a black Suburban. He grinned at the SDPD patrol car that was parked obviously in front of the house. Cops are aware I might come after Landry. The officers didn't look up when he passed. He parked on 63rd Street and checked out the layout of the neighborhood on a satellite map application. The house behind Landry's had a large yard at the front and back with a walkway going down its side. A separating wall, but it seemed scalable. It could be alarmed and have cameras. He could deal with those. He placed all his phones in a Faraday pouch, extracted an EMP gun from his gear, and approached the house. The device was a low-range, low-energy weapon that could take out electronics within a range of 50 feet. Don't need to point and shoot, Beth said. Just trigger it. He fired it when he got closer to the house. Its lights went out. He heard someone curse from inside. He triggered it again and vaulted over the low gate and hustled to the walkway. He crouch-ran beneath the window line and reached the rear wall, leaped over it and held his breath when he landed. He was counting on there being no camera coverage at that angle. He exhaled softly when he didn't hear any surprised exclamations. He peered around the Suburban. No other car in the driveway. Landry drives a Mazda. He's not yet returned. He heard a laugh from inside the house. A young girl cried out, followed by a soft murmuring. His belly rumbled when the smell of dinner wafted over to him. Headlights brightened the driveway at 9 p.m. He saw the Mazda nose in and come to a stop. He heard Landry speak with the cops, and then the car came toward the Suburban and halted. A door slammed shut. Footsteps sounded on concrete. Cutter looked around the Suburban and saw the head of security walk towards the front of the house with a leather satchel slung over his shoulder. "I have a gun on you." Cutter spoke softly. He had drawn his Glock, but it was pointing down. Landry froze. "There are cops in front of my house." "I know. One cruiser isn't enough. SDPD should have put officers inside your house too." The security man's elbow flexed, as if he was moving to draw his phone or gun. "Don't move," Cutter said harshly. "Or what? You'll shoot me in the back? You injured 8 of my men. Don't look back." Landry stopped turning. "Those were my best men," he said bitterly. "Do you know how long it takes to hire good security people? You destroyed my security setup in one night." "I wanted information." "On what? Some mystery killer on the loose? Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds? I have been working with the senator for a few years. I know everyone in his circle. He's a politician, an entrepreneur. He does not go around killing people. You have been watching too many movies. And Alejandra, who would want to kill her? The senator is right. You have some other agenda against him." "Who is Logan Trujillo? Where can I find him?" Logan? What has he got to do with anything? Answer my question. He is like the senator's fixer. I don't know him well at all. Do you report to him? No. Your man said you need his sign-off for anything. He recruited me, Landry said defensively. He's closer to the senator than I am. He definitely knows the security business. I don't have a problem with his involvement. Wait, are you suspecting? You think Logan is your killer? The security chief laughed softly. You are out of your mind. He often takes Castelli around to meetings without your team, doesn't he? He hired Barron's. That does not prove anything. You are reaching. Did you look at Barron's file? No, there was no need to. He was Logan's hire. If he trusted him, I have no reason to question it. What do you know of Trujillo? Have you looked him up? Do you have a file on him? No, I don't investigate people who are already in the senator's employment. Where does he live? I told you. I am not close to him. I don't know where his home is, whether he is married, has kids, which college he went to. Do you get the picture? My job is to keep the senator safe. I'm not interested in anything beyond that. I have read your file. You seem to be a good person. If I were you, I would resign immediately. I'm going to bring down Castelli, and if Trujillo is who I suspect he is, him too. You don't want to be anywhere nearby when this house of cards crashes. Can you hear yourself? Landry scoffed. Every cop is hunting you. My people are too. Your face was plastered on every TV screen earlier today. How long do you think you can evade the police? He cocked his head when Grogan didn't reply. He turned cautiously and went to his wife's vehicle. There was no one hiding behind or beneath it. He stood on his toes and looked over the wall at the dark house. "Duke!" he yelled. "You got a power outage." "Or something," his neighbor shouted back. "Everything electric went off a while ago. Something fried our lights, cameras, and all our appliances. It's going to cost us a packet to replace them." That's how Grogan came, Landry thought, through Duke's house. He called Trujillo. He was here, minutes ago. He was asking about you. Grogan? Yeah. Landry briefed him quickly. What did you tell him? What's there to tell? The security chief scoffed. I think he's insane. But he's dangerous. Have you told the cops? I will as soon as I hang up. He went to the patrol car and informed them of the investigator's presence, and after half an hour of repeating the conversation and their checking his home to confirm it was secure, he went inside. He showered, dressed, and went down to his family to join them for dinner. He was distracted all along, however, thinking of Grogan's words. He's not right in his mind. That might be, but what if he's correct? What do I know of Logan? He and Barron's never told me where they went with the senator. Why did they have to? He's a high-profile celebrity. He's a billionaire. I am responsible for his safety at his public engagements only. Logan made that clear when he hired me. I should have looked up Logan before taking this job. Stop it. You're falling into Grogan's trap. That's precisely how he wants you to think. What's it, honey? His wife picked up his mood. Landry looked at her. They had been married for 15 years. There was no decision he took without consulting her. He came to a swift decision. He reached out and squeezed her hand. What would you think if I decided to quit? She put down her cutlery. Is this about what's happening? That man, he was in our backyard. Her shocked expression turned thoughtful when he laid it out to her. You told me several times. Reputation is all that matters in your business, she said. If there is even a remote chance that Grogan is right, you should quit. Just like that, money. She waved his objection away airily. We are incredibly lucky. Our mortgage is nearly paid off. We have enough put away for our kids' college. Your 401k is doing well. I have my earnings. We aren't hard up, honey. If you think quitting is the right decision, do it. I am lucky to have you. Yes, you are, she agreed. 76. I need a break, Landry told Trujillo and Castelli the next day. I haven't taken a vacation in years. Go, take one. Trujillo waved at him. Not that kind of break. He slid a sheet across the polished table. I am resigning. The senator made a surprised sound and read the document swiftly. Resign? You can't do that, Dale. We need you. There's a gunman running around town. Your team is in hospital. How can you walk away from this? I am sorry, sir. I've given this a lot of thought. This is the right time for Logan to bring in a new team for you. I need to spend time with my family. But it's all right, Trujillo smiled at Castelli. He's right. We shouldn't force him to stay if his mind is not in it. Security requires full focus. I will talk to HR and arrange for your clearance, Dale. No need to hang around. Go home. The billionaire frowned. Are you sure? Yeah, I'll walk Dale out. Landry shook the senator's hand, told him how it had been a pleasure to serve him, bobbed his head at the thankful noises Castelli made, and followed Trujillo out. He was relieved that his resignation had been accepted so quickly. Thanks, Logan. I was expecting a difficult conversation. If a man wants to go, he should go. Trujillo shrugged. What are your plans? Like I said, take a vacation with my family. We haven't been together anywhere for a long time. What about you, Logan? You have family? You never asked me that in all these years. The man smiled humorlessly. Now, when you are leaving, isn't the time for those questions. Landry went to his Mazda and got inside. He lowered his window when Trujillo bent down and placed a hand on his shoulder. The pain shot through him like an electric shock. It made him jerk in his seat and grunt in agony and surprise. He caught Trujillo's wrist with both hands and tried to dislodge it, but it was like pushing a rock. His vision darkened. He gasped. He was on the verge of passing out when Trujillo spoke. Grogan said something, didn't he? That's why you resigned. What did he say? The hand lifted from his shoulder. He sucked air desperately and felt the man slide into the passenger seat, and then his left shoulder felt like it was on fire. Tell me, Dale. He heard Trujillo's voice as if coming from a distance. Do you want me to do this to your wife while you watch? Or your kids? I can do far worse. Grogan was right, Landry thought dimly. Logan is a killer. He must be right about everything else as well. He sobbed when his chest felt like it was exploding. He tried to break away from the immense pressure on his shoulder, but Trujillo's hand was like a vice, and his blows were ineffective. The man had removed his gun smoothly. Tell me, Dale. Landry wept and told him. This is what you are going to do, Trujillo said dispassionately when he had finished spilling, and gave him instructions. Follow them or I will kill your wife. Go to the police and I will rape your daughter, tell anyone, and I will make you watch everything. If you try to run, I will find you. You can't get away from me. Are you listening, Dale? Landry shrieked at the finger jab in his throat and nodded dumbly as he tried to breathe. Once you work for me, you can't get away. Don't try to change your phone. I will know of it. There is nothing that you do that I won't be aware of. Your life, your wife's, and daughter's belong to me. Trujillo got out of the car and came around to the driver's side. He bent down and smiled at Landry. Enjoy your day, Dale. 77. You might have heard of this man. Trujillo tossed Grogan's photograph on the table. The three men around it stopped their game of cards on Ocean Beach. They were middle-aged, stocky, and thick-haired. Each of them was dressed plainly in a shirt or a tee over trousers or jeans. They wore rings and chains and had ink on their powerful forearms. There were four men around them in a loose circle, standing some distance away. Trujillo had walked through their protective cordon and thrown the picture at them. One of the men made to move forward but held back at a gesture from the eldest card player. Who are you? Logan Trujillo. Mikhail Bershov knows me. Call him on video. He will confirm who I am. We don't know anyone by that name. Please leave us alone." Trujillo switched to Russian. "You three are the OGs of the San Diego operations of the Barshov Mafia. Mikhail, your Pakan, won't be happy to know you denied knowledge of him." He raised his arms. "Search me. I am not a cop. I am not wired. I am not setting you up. There is no one listening in with parabolic mics. There is no drone watching us from above." He chuckled when all the Russians looked up. "Call Mikhail," he told them. "He will confirm who I am." The elder man looked at his companions. A wordless exchange occurred. He brought out his phone, spoke softly in it, and pointed its camera to Trujillo, who waved at the lens. "What do you want?" he said gruffly when the call ended. "Who is this man?" "That," Trujillo pointed to the photograph, "is Cutter Grogan. You might have heard of him if you are following the news." "Okay," another card player said impatiently. "What's he to us?" "He is investigating your operations." "How do you know this?" "It's my job to know. I'm sure Mikhail would have told you I can be trusted. I can give Grogan to you. I know where he will be later today." "Why are you doing this?" "Grogan is interfering in my business." "What's that?" "It does not concern you. I am offering him on a plate. Are you interested, or should I talk to Mikhail?" "What do you want in return?" "Nothing." Trujillo smiled. "This is a gift. Don't reject it." "Where will he be?" "I will let you know. Give me a contact number." The elder OG nodded at a flunky, who wrote down his number on a paper slip and gave it to Trujillo. He pocketed it and threw down more photographs. "He is using these disguises as well. It does not matter how he appears. When I give you the location, hit it hard and take him out. Permanently. 78. Trujillo left Ocean Beach, whistling. He brought out his phone and dialed a number from memory, punched in another set of numbers and waited for the call to be connected, confident that it wouldn't be traced. The call was accepted, but the listener didn't say anything. "Felix Kravchuk." Trujillo smiled at the man's caution. "My name is Logan Trujillo. Check with your Moscow friends. They know me and will vouch for me." He recited a string of names. "How did you get this number?" "Call your friends. Ask them about me. I will call back in 15 minutes. He sat in his ride on Sunset Cliffs Boulevard and watched the city go past, and precisely 15 minutes later made the call. "Show me your face," Kravchuk demanded. Trujillo turned on his video. "Satisfied?" The bratva leader grunted. "What do you want?" "It's more like what you want. Cutter Grogan. I can hand him gift wrap to you." "Who is he?" "Let's not start that," he interrupted harshly. "I know you sent a hit team to get him in San Diego. The Volk was your killer. Grogan took him out. I know where the American will be later today. Are you interested?" "How can I trust you?" "What did your Moscow friends say about me?" "That does not mean anything." "Trust means everything in our world, Kravchuk. If you don't believe what your business partners in Russia said, you shouldn't deal with them. I will tell them that you don't have faith in them." "I didn't say that." Trujillo grinned at the bratva leader's protest. "Then what are you saying? Do you want Grogan or not? What's in it for you?" "Isn't it obvious? I want him out of the way. What you do with him is your business, but he has to end up dead." "He will," Kravchuk promised. "Send me where he will be." "I will send you the location soon. You had better be in San Diego. The grab will go down in the evening." 79. Valley Avenue, Logan Heights. Red brick house near the stop sign at South 31st Street. Logan will be there at 11 p.m. tonight. Cutter listened to Landry's voice in his ride. He was in Coronado, near Imperial Beach, watching the waves crash. He had spent most of the morning on calls trying to get background on Trujillo and hadn't gotten anywhere. The security chief had called after noon. He stowed away the wrapper from his food truck meal, swallowed the last of his drink, and accepted the call. "Why do you sound like that?" "Like what?" Landry asked defensively. "Hoarse." "That's because I spent most of the morning convincing the senator and Logan to accept my resignation. I am all talked out. My throat hurts." "You've resigned?" "Didn't you listen to what I just said?" Cutter winced and lowered the volume on his speakers. "I did." "What made you do that?" "What do you think? I hope to God you are right. Otherwise, I have burned my bridges with the senator and torched a very well-paid career." "You will get other jobs." "Easy for you to say that." "How did you find that about Trujillo?" "He walked me out of the Fairmont Hotel. That's where Castelli is staying." "Yeah, I know." "Then I remembered I still had my swipe card to the office. I went back inside to return it, and he was there, in a corner of the lobby, talking to someone on the phone. He didn't see me. I heard him talk about a package." "Package?" Cutter shot up straight and grimaced when his knees hit the dashboard. "What kind?" "How should I know? I didn't hang around. I dropped the card in a trash bin and left before he was aware of me." "Valley Avenue in Logan Heights?" "That's what he said." "It could be something for Castelli." "I know the neighborhood. Billionaires don't go shopping there unless they are buying an entire estate there." "Package. Could it be a girl?" Cutter's belly turned in disgust and anger. "Thanks, Landry." "Don't thank me. I'm still not sure if I did the right thing. You won't hear from me again." Cutter looked up Logan Heights, and the house in particular, on maps. Residential area. Landry is right. No stores nearby. Nothing that would interest wealthy folks other than property. The house had corrugated iron fencing and gates. It was on the downhill side, with a few steps leading up to its front yard from the sidewalk. No garage or driveway. He checked out its ownership, some shell company. Its bills were paid by a Hispanic-sounding person whose driver's license was from Texas. Cutter got Werner to check if the weather satellite had any images of the house. It hadn't. Any other bird cover it during orbit? Nope, the software told him. He would have to recon. He fired up the engine and was backing out his Range Rover when another call came through. He recognized Zeb's number and switched off his ride. "Yeah?" He fingered the accept button. "Can you talk?" Which was agency speak for. "Are you secure?" "Yeah." "There is someone who wants to talk to you. I am putting him on." A deeper voice came on. "Cutter Grogan, this is Avichai Levin. I know who you are, sir." "Holy sh!" he exclaimed to himself. "The director of Mossad. It's an honor to meet you." "Let's skip all that." The spy master chuckled grimly. "You sent out an inquiry for a person, a Logan Trujillo. We know him by a different name, Maslak Safin. He's a Russian killer, 80. He used to be in their Special Operations Forces, which is distinct from their Spetsnaz. There are about 3,000 such soldiers, each one of them an elite operator. "I have come across some of them," Cutter said briefly. "They were active in Iraq and Syria," he recalled. "That doesn't surprise me, from what I know of your deployments. Most of them are in Ukraine, right now. Safin left the Russian armed forces after 2 stints in Syria. During that time, he killed a couple of Mossad agents, which put him on our radar. We sent a keyed-on team to take him in St. Petersburg. He eliminated every one of them and dropped out of sight. This was over 10 years ago. We heard rumors that he became a professional killer for the government, taking out political targets, making the deaths look natural." A family walked past Cutter. He barely paid them any attention as he listened to Levin. He found a sweet gig in Moscow for a while. He worked with a politician, someone close to the president, and procured girls for him. He became a troubleshooter for that man, but this politician had too many rivals. He lost his allies, and he was found in the Moscow River with his throat cut. Safin read the room and escaped, and that was the last we heard of him, until your inquiry." "Check your message," Zeb broke in. Cutter checked it and found several photographs of a man his height with short-cropped dark hair, stubble on his chin. No visible ink. He studied the lean face for several moments until it was burned in his memory. "That's Trujillo," he exhaled softly. "He fits the man we know as Safin," Levin said. "He could have escaped to America. Passport, visa, accent. None of those would be a problem for him, and what he's doing for Castelli fits with his Moscow track record. However," he cautioned, "I could be wrong and your man could be another person. I'll be getting eyes on him tonight." "Be careful," Zeb warned him. "Yeah," the Mossad director added as well. "My Kidon were good, very good. He took them out easily. Don't underestimate him." Cutter drove out, his mind racing. How did Trujillo or Safin meet Castelli? How did he get close to the billionaire? He glanced at the photograph on his screen, which was in the passenger seat. "I can send that to Landry and get him to confirm it." "No, he has resigned. Don't involve him anymore." "Why does it matter in any case?" "You'll see Trujillo for yourself shortly." Valley Avenue was how it looked in the satellite map, a street that sloped down to South 31st Street, single-family homes on either side, strips of tired-looking grass up to the sidewalk that were browning due to the lack of rain, cracks in the concrete road, nothing to distinguish the residential neighborhood from thousands around the country, except it probably houses a young girl who's going to be trafficked to a billionaire. Cutter forced himself to relax as he drove up and down the street several times, checking out the red brick house, looking for attack and escape vectors. Rage clouded judgment. However, it also could be used as a weapon if used at the right moment. He banked his fury for the night, drove out of the neighborhood, and returned when the evening lights came on. He parked his Range Rover near St. Anne Catholic Church and walked back to the street with his backpack in one hand and a heavy carryall over his shoulder. Valley Avenue was quiet when he walked down the slope. Few houses had lights inside them. School's off. Has everyone gone on vacation? 7 p.m. A car passed on South 31st Street far ahead. There was a line of vehicles parked on the road near the red brick house. All of them looked unoccupied, but he had to verify them. He went to the pickup truck that he had noticed during his recon runs. It was on the left side of the road, its front wheels jammed tight against the sidewalk. Flat tires. Doesn't look like it's been used for a while. A casual look around him, and then he dropped to the ground, rolled beneath it, and yanked his bags after him. He was in surveillance position, 81. Cutter assembled the drone quickly, launched it, and controlled its flight on his screen. A pass over the neighboring houses. No thermals. They were empty as he got it to look through windows. So many of them at the same time. He thought about it for a moment. Did it mean anything? He gave up. They are empty. No hostiles in them. That's all that matters. He flew the bird over the 3 cars nearest to the target house. They were empty too. The red brick house wasn't. He could see 4 men in the backyard, lounging around, drinking beer. None of them were armed. The house had only a single floor with the kitchen overlooking the yard. He navigated the UAV as low as he could and zoomed in through various windows. Dining area, utility room, bedroom, bathroom. Wait. He focused the camera on the second bedroom, getting it to look through the crack between the curtains. Was that a shape on the bed? It was. Thermal and Werner's calculation said it was a short person. The package. A girl. He gripped the screen tightly until the wave of anger passed, and then put the drone in hover mode over the house. He geared up in his confines. An HK 416 in its sling went over his chest. Smoke, concussion grenades, and spare magazines in his deep pockets. The Glock was in his shoulder holster. Anything else? No. That was enough killing power. He wanted Trujillo and the girl alive. Everyone else in the house would die. That's assuming they are his suppliers. Yeah, he nodded. It was a guess, which was why he would wait for the Russian to appear. Headlights brightened the street. A car rolled down the slope, its taillights flaring at the stop sign at the intersection, and then it merged onto 31st and disappeared. Time slowed as the night deepened. Cutter checked the shape in the bedroom. The girl hadn't moved. A truck passed without slowing down. A voice shouted way behind him. He twisted to look around, but no shape was visible on the street. The car, when it came, had its headlights turned off. It appeared on the top of the slope, a dark shape, its engine growling softly, rubber rolling on concrete. It passed him. Taillights came on as it nosed in front of the steps to red brick, and then it backed up until it was close to the 3-car line. The growl died. He could make out a silhouette behind the wheel. It didn't look like there was anyone else in the car. The driver got out. Tall, face shadowed, light jacket, height matches, Cutter thought. The man popped open the trunk, bent down, and closed it after a while. Making room for the girl? He crossed to the sidewalk and went up the steps with an easy grace and went out of sight. Cutter watched his screen as the drone tracked the arrival's movement. The door opened. The man entered. No one in the backyard. They're in the kitchen. His fingers were dancing on the UAV's controls as he got it to watch through the windows. A man went to the bedroom and he momentarily lost sight, and then he returned to the kitchen with a short figure in front of him. A girl. He had visual. She had brown hair and her features were indistinct, but he could make out her gender from her body shape. The arrival's back was towards the drone. The tall man caught her shoulder and shoved her to the front. She slapped his hand and doubled up when he punched her in the belly, and that was the confirmation Cutter needed. That's Trujillo, come to collect Castelli's victim, 82. The front door opened and the 4 men emerged. Where are they going? His question was answered quickly when they spoke indistinctly and loped to the last car in the 3-vehicle line and got into it. I can take them out. Cutter fingered his HK as the ride fired up and started backing out. No, let them go. I can find them later. It's Trujillo I want, and the girl needs rescuing. He noted the car's plates and watched it drive away, and then Trujillo came to the door, shoving the girl. Her mouth was gagged. Her hands were behind her back. His face was still in the dark. He bent down as he pushed her swiftly down the walkway and the steps to the car, where he popped the hood. Cutter rolled out from beneath the pickup when the Russian's back was to him and crossed the street in 4 large bounds. His HK in his right hand, his left hand in a pocket, 20 feet away. He could hear the girl's muffled protests and Russian soft curses. He was aware his own approach would be audible. His universe reduced to the 2 figures at the open trunk. And then the 2 cars behind Trujillo's vehicle opened and 4 men spilled out and the trunk popped shut, and the girl came around to face him, removed her gag and threw away her wig and pointed a gun at him. Not a girl, Cutter thought automatically as he skidded to a stop. A short man, disguised as a woman. The tall man came behind her, his teeth split in a grin as he raised a gun too. That's not Trujillo either, 83. A light breeze caressed Cutter's face, carrying with it the smell of summer and San Diego, pine and ocean and rubber and gas. His right hand was still on his HK, but it needed to travel an inch up to cover the hostiles. However, their guns weren't aiming at him either, and had some degrees to move to target him. Those distances weren't much. Bullets in that short space could tear into him in no time. The fighting fury rose in him. He hadn't come to San Diego to die, outwitted and trapped by these hostiles, whoever they were. His left hand came out of his pocket smoothly and threw a concussion grenade at the 6 shooters. It was deliberately shaped to look like a fragmentation grenade, and as it clattered on the street, the hostiles' eyes were drawn to it. Cutter was already throwing himself to the left when he saw the alarm on their faces and their desperate attempts to jump back. He was mid-air, his eyes squeezed shut, his head turned away when the device exploded. The night turned to day momentarily. He was firing even as the blast wave struck him. His HK was pointed in the general direction of the hostiles, spraying his rounds at them. Someone screamed. A man howled. Cutter landed on his shoulder. The grenade detonated a second time. He rolled a few times, his ears ringing. Concussion grenades worked best in confined spaces, but at the distance between him and the hostiles, it still had effect. The one he had tossed had tear gas in it as well, and he desperately snatched the plastic goggles Velcro-ed to his hips and jammed them over his eyes. He trained with the agency team regularly. Dealing with stun grenades was in their routine, and while few humans could ride out such a blast unimpaired, he was better positioned to deal with the explosion than the hostiles. He rolled on his side and brought up his HK. 2 of the men from the car were hit and were on the ground. The remaining were moving dazedly as they tried to shoot back. Cutter double-tapped them and shot the fallen men for good measure. Where's the short dude and Trujillo's look-alike? A gun thrust from behind the car and fired wildly. I don't have cover. Gotta finish this fast or... He saw their feet beneath the vehicle and shot at them. Someone cried and the short man fell. 3 shots in his body mass took him out of the fight. Cutter Crouch ran behind the last of the cars and looked around it cautiously. Tall man was cowering behind the first vehicle, using the wheel well as a shield, gasping hoarsely. He sensed the investigator's presence and started rising, shouting as he triggered furiously. Cutter's first shot in the left shoulder spun him around. His second took out the man's thigh. He lunged forward and smashed his barrel against the man's jaw, breaking it. "Who are you?" he snarled. He gouged his HK in the shoulder wound and got a scream. "Who?" "Bear shove!" the man screamed. "Russian bratva?" "Yes, yes." "Who sent you?" The killer didn't answer. Cutter caught his chin and smashed his head against the car's roof. He shrieked when his nose broke and his ear tore. "Sergei Ruslan," he sobbed. "He runs the San Diego gang?" "Da, along with Misha and Petrovich." "They asked you to disguise that man?" "Da." The killer slumped to the ground, holding his head. "Sergei said you would be watching from somewhere. We had to make you believe there was a girl in the house." "Where can I find them?" "They will kill me." "What do you think I'll do to you?" "Not yet. I can't." He shuddered and howled when Cutter shot him in the second thigh. "The next bullet will go into your groin." "Ocean Beach. They play cards there when the sun is out." "How big is the gang?" "It is small. We are starting out in San Diego." "Who told them I would come here?" "I don't know. I swear," he screamed. Cutter watched him contemptuously for a moment and then had a thought. "Does the bratva own these neighboring houses?" "Da. That's why they were empty. They set up a neat trap." He shot the killer in the forehead and jogged back to his Range Rover. "Landry," he thought bitterly. "I read him wrong. He set me up. He must have told Trujillo about me, who got the bratva to sucker me." He retrieved the drone and stowed it in his vehicle, tossed the HK in the passenger seat and got behind the wheel. He fired up his ride, which was when he recalled Landry's call. "You won't hear from me again." That's what he said. That could either mean he was going to disappear for good, or... Cutter swore and raced out of Logan Heights, 84. Taking the freeways would have been faster, but Cutter didn't want to risk being stopped by the cops. He hung a right on Market Street and tore through Shawless View, overtaking aggressively. Clear space on the road got him to thumb a call. Let it connect. It rang but didn't get picked up. He tuned the radio to a local news channel. No reports of any killing in Encanto. He honked to get traffic to scatter and then was in the neighborhood with its streetlights and quiet residences. He parked on 63rd and ran down the same large house that was behind Landry's. It didn't matter if he was caught on camera. He vaulted over the wall and dropped behind the Suburban. The Mazda was parked in front of it. That may not mean anything. The house was dark except for a sliver of light around the curtained kitchen windows at the back. He went down the driveway to check out the front of the house. No patrol car, no other vehicles on the street. Cutter returned to the rear and tried to see through the crack in the curtain. No luck. He tried the rear door. It was locked. Can't waste time in trying to pick it. Every other window has its blinds or curtains down. Launching my drone won't help. It won't be able to see inside. He got onto the roof of the Mazda, balanced himself for a moment and then dove at the kitchen window, crashed through it with his head tucked close and landed on the tiled floor with his HK rising. Landry and his wife at the kitchen table. A startled sound from her, coffee mugs from which steam was rising. "What the—" The security chief yelled and broke off when Cutter went past them and checked out the rest of the house. "There's no one else here." "Of course there isn't," Landry snarled. "Why did you break a good window? What are you doing here? Why are you armed?" "Trujillo got to you, didn't he? He forced you to tell me about that house in Logan Heights." The security man's anger started fading. He waved a hand helplessly. "Dale, honey, what's going on?" Cutter took her in. Middle-aged, graying hair, lines on her face, but there was no fear or anger in her gray eyes. "Ma'am." "Laura, Dale's wife," she introduced herself. "I'm Cutter Grogan, ma'am." "He told me about you. I'm sure you have a reason for coming through the window." Cutter looked at Landry, who nodded. "Honey," the security chief began. "Brace yourself." Laura Landry listened without interrupting. "You think Logan will come here?" she asked when he had finished. "That's my guess," Cutter said. "He knows I'll figure out that your husband set me up. He'll count on it." "That's why you came through the kitchen window. You couldn't be sure if he was already here." "Yeah, do you have a panic room?" "What? Why?" "Do you have a safe room?" he asked, trying to keep the impatience out of his voice. "Yeah," Landry replied before his wife could. "Take your kids and move them to the room now." Landry shot to his feet. "Honey, I'll get the kids. You go to the room." "You can't carry two of them." She went out of the kitchen into the first bedroom. Cutter went to the living room and looked out through the blinds. All was quiet on the street. He heard young voices protesting and their parents shushing them. Landry came out with a young girl on his shoulder. His wife came out with a boy in her arms and the two parents went to the kitchen. The security chief laid their daughter in a chair and shoved the dining table out of the way. He felt a section of carpet and pulled at it to reveal a trap door. He was yanking it open when an alarm rang and vehicles sounded at the front. "That's—" He looked up with a pinched face. "Go!" Cutter roared at him. "Stay down!" "Where are you going?" Laura Landry asked him as he ran to the shattered window. "Out! Can't explain." Cutter heard the front door crash when he leaped out of the window and into the backyard. He snatched a glance down the walkway. No hostiles. His jaws clamped tight when he heard the children screaming, and then he was over the wall and into the rear neighbor's yard and sprinting away from the Landry's house. 85. Cutter sprinted out of the neighboring yard, down 63rd, and hung a left and another turn to get onto Landry's street. There will be a getaway car, he figured as he came up to the security chief's house and slowed. There was one in the driveway with its headlights facing the door. He saw movement in it behind the wheel and Crouch ran towards the vehicle, coming from the passenger side. He caught the handle and yanked the door and shot the startled thug with a double tap. The pops from his suppressed Glock were loud in the quiet of the night, but not audible enough to wake the neighbors. The houses are spaced out. They wouldn't hear anything in any case unless they were at open windows. All of them were closed. The alarm from inside the Landry home had been turned off as well. There will be a sentry inside. Cutter went to the door and pounded on it, turning his face away from the peephole. "Dale," he shouted gruffly, "is everything all right? I heard your alarm go off." He repeated his yell, doing the concerned neighbor act. Trujillo will get the sentry to open the door an inch and reply. He heard the latch turn, timed it in his head, and jammed his shoulder against the door to slam it open inwards. He caught it with his left hand as it crashed against a body, heard a muffled shout, and then his right hand rose to plunge his benchmade into the shooter's throat. Cutter was remorseless as he stepped inside the house, shut the door behind him, and caught the body before it could fall. "Is he gone?" An irritated voice asked in Russian from deep inside the house. That voice sounds familiar. It couldn't be Trujillo since he hadn't heard the man speak. "Da," he replied gutturally, hoping it was an approximation of the guard's voice. Cutter got his left arm around the body and pushed it ahead of him, using it like a shield, his Glock ready. Down the hallway and past the bedrooms and into the kitchen, where the trapdoor was open and from beneath, the sounds of sobbing were audible. He threw the dead sentry down the steps and slid behind it instantly. He was going in blind. He had no choice. He gritted his teeth as the hard steps dug into his body, heard a startled shout. Someone yelled, and then he was at the bottom of the stairs with the dead man at his feet. Well-lit room, lines of shelves on the wall on which were tins of food and household items, a refrigerator in a corner. He took them in automatically, focusing on the Landrys, who were tied in chairs, and the 4 hostiles who stood loosely around them. One man stood apart. Felix Kravchuk. Cutter's first shot tore into a shooter's head. His second round caught another killer in the chest, and then he was rolling to his right, painting himself as a target to draw fire away from the family. "Get down!" he roared, and felt rather than heard the security chief's family throw their chairs sideways. A bullet spat in front of his face, splattering him with concrete chips and dirt. He kept moving, triggering as fast as he could, fast-changing a magazine. Third man down, Kravchuk ducking and returning shots, some of which were getting closer to him. Cutter slammed against a plastic storage box. His rounds went wide. The Russian yelled triumphantly and started raising his gun. Cutter kicked the box savagely, sending it sliding towards the bratva man who leaped out of the way, and that was the opening he needed. His Glock bucked once. A red flower blossomed on the killer's shoulder. He shot again and knew it went wide, but the room exploded in gunfire, and Kravchuk's body jerked from the impact of rounds and fell to the floor. Who shot? Cutter didn't know he had uttered the words aloud until the man coming down the stairs replied, "I did." He stared in disbelief. Tayyib Mansour. Something slammed into his head and he fell back. 86. Cutter heard voices. He heard feet shuffling. He lay still with his eyes closed as he worked out what had gone down. "I'm not dead," he thought grimly. His arms and legs were tied to a wooden chair. He felt blood drip down the side of his face. A girl sobbed. Laura Landry's voice was strained as she tried to pacify her daughter. He peered from beneath his eyes. He was facing the stairs. Kravchuk and his thugs' bodies piled against the wall to his left. The Landrys in their chairs to his right. 2 shooters ahead of him holding AR-15s casually in their hands. A third man came from behind him and spoke to them. "That's Mansour." It didn't make sense. He shoved the question to the back of his mind and let himself feel. Were there any more hostiles? He didn't sense any bodies behind him. He's come with only 2 men? It felt like that. He'll have a driver too who's either in the vehicle or inside the home upstairs. Mansour spun on his heel. "Enough!" he yelled in Arabic and slapped him. Cutter let his head rock back. He coughed and spat and looked up blearily. He drew back in shock at the man in front of him. No need to pretend about my surprise, he thought grimly. Who's he? Farouk Mansour, the man laughed harshly, sensing his shock. You know the name? Cutter didn't reply. Do you know the name? Mansour showered him with spittle as he slapped him repeatedly. Landry's daughter wailed. Cutter looked at the family and tried to look reassuring, and knew he failed. I killed Tayyib Mansour. Tayyib was my brother. Yes, we were twins. Cutter stared at him. Yes, I know what you are thinking, American. How is it that no one knew of me? I too was in ISIS. In fact, I used to impersonate my brother many times. We fooled many soldiers like that. We killed several of them by appearing one behind the other, confusing them. We raped many women together. Mansour crouched in front of him, sneering. Riley. Cutter froze. His blood rushed to his head. That was your wife's name, wasn't it? Tayyib told me about her. He told me how he cut her head while he made you watch. Cutter rocked forward, dragging his chair with him. His headbutt caught the killer on the chin. It was a glancing blow, but it made Mansour sprawl backwards. No, he shouted when his men made to move forwards. Grogan is mine. No one should touch him. He laughed harshly. My brother killed his wife. It is not surprising he feels strongly about it. He punched Cutter in the belly and followed it up with another slap. Tayyib told me how your wife squealed when she was dying. He and I killed many women, but he said beheading your wife was special. Cutter heard himself roar in anguish and fury. He felt the killer catch his hair and jerk him upright. Landry's face came into view. The security chief was tight-lipped, beads of sweat on his forehead, visible even from the distance. He caught Cutter's eye and he looked down. He repeated the movement. What's he trying to tell me? Cutter forced himself to think. Ignore Mansour. Don't play into his hands. How can I? He's talking about Riley. You have to. Think. This isn't the time for self-pity. You have to get the Landrys out of this. And with that, his control returned. It happened moment by moment, breath by breath, as Mansour gloated and talked about the gruesome killing. How did you end up here in America? Cutter asked. Landry did the eye movement thing again. What? What's he telling me? He flexed his wrists. They were fastened tightly to the chair's arms, as were his feet to its legs. No give. He rocked back a fraction and then he heard it. The chair's barely audible creak. It's weak. That's what Landry is saying. It didn't look like Mansour had heard it. The killer was talking without a break. My brother arranged for me to escape to America. He made false papers for me to show that I was a Syrian refugee. I had a credible backstory, that my entire family was killed by ISIS barbarians. I had funds, money from my brother's cell. All this happened when it was clear that the Americans were winning. My brother told me to escape so that I had a chance to live. I came to California with my new identity. I started my life here as an entrepreneur. My first business was a taxi company. I sold it and invested in a catering company. I was good at making money. ISIS was finished. I followed everything that happened on the news. I cut all ties with my previous life. America became my home, but I never forgot, and when I heard Tayyib was killed, I returned to Iraq to find out what happened. I killed him. I hunted him down and ended his life, Cutter said bleakly. Yes, I found that out after a lot of investigation and after bribing several people. Then I started hunting you. You were famous in New York. I couldn't get close to you, and that's why I went to Kravchuk, that Russian fool. He spat contemptuously at the bratva leader's body. He thought he was ruthless. He didn't know my brother. Tayyib Mansour squealed too. Cutter interrupted him harshly. He's got a gun in his waist, a Sig Sauer. His men are to my 10. They aren't alert. Their AR-15s are pointing down. A plan formed in his mind. It needed luck, a lot of it. The chair had to break. But above all, Farouk Mansour had to get closer to him. He screamed when I cut his belly. Cutter goaded the killer. He begged for his life when I drew out his guts. He was crying, praying, promising to do anything. He turned out to be a coward just like every other ISIS killer. They were tigers only when they were with their men. "You lie," Mansour slapped him. "You American pig. I know my brother. He wasn't a coward. He was the bravest man I knew." Cutter felt his hot breath. The killer's eyes were wide with rage. He was barely 2 feet away. "That's close enough." He thrust down with his heels on the floor, stamping down hard in 2 successive bursts which triggered the hidden blades in the soles to shoot out. They were 3 inches long, double-edged, cold-forged steel that could slice through human flesh. Cutter put them to that very use. He rocked back on the chair's legs as soon as the knives emerged. His backward angle and Mansour leaning over him did the rest. The blades plunged into the killer's belly. Cutter twisted his legs from side to side even as he was falling, making the blades cut deeper into Mansour's flesh. And then he was on the floor with the blades emerging with a wet sound, blood gleaming on them. There was a moment's shocked silence. He took full advantage of it by rearing up with all his strength. He felt the chair's back break. His hands loosened. He yanked them free from the armrests and reached out to grab Mansour's gun. The killer was stunned. He was looking down at his belly in disbelief at the rapidly spreading red stain, and by the time he became aware of the rapid turn of events, it was too late. Cutter shot him in the chest. He fell to the floor, cursing at the binding on his feet, and twisted on his left shoulder, grimacing when the splintered back pricked his body, but he ignored it, the gun leveling up to his eye to frame the first thug. A shot to his chest which sent the man stumbling. He moved the SIG an inch to his right and killed the second man with a double tap, and then heard the shout and turned back just in time to see Mansour falling on top of him with his eyes glittering, his chest and belly bleeding, holding a chair's arm with both hands, making to plunge it down. Cutter groaned when the makeshift weapon smashed into his ribs. He jerked in shock when Mansour landed on him, but the ice-cold control hadn't left him, and he rammed the SIG against the falling man's neck and emptied its magazine against Farouk Mansour's throat. 87. Cutter rolled the terrorist's body away and groaned as he got to his feet. His chest hurt, but a swift inspection showed that the chair's arm hadn't broken through his clothing. "Is a rib broken?" He fingered them carefully, wincing at the pain. "No, just bruised." He hurried over to the Landrys and freed them swiftly. "Take them up," he told Laura, pointing at the children who seemed to be in shock. He hoped they had gone into that state soon after being captured. That would have prevented them from seeing what went down. She and Dale nodded and carried their young ones up while Cutter checked that every hostile was dead. He pocketed Kravchuk and Mansour's phones, found his Glock, sheathed it, and went up the stairs. Coffee was waiting for him in a steaming mug. "Drink," Laura ordered. She had drawn her hair back in a tight bun and had scrubbed the tears from her face. He sipped gratefully, feeling the aches and burns coming to him. Landry joined them, running a hand through his hair in exhaustion. "They are out of it. We turned their faces away as soon as you came down those steps, and then I think their bodies shut down. I brought this on you." "No," Laura said sharply. "You could say we brought it on ourselves when Dale went to work for Castelli. There's no point in thinking that way. Stuff happened. All we can do is deal with it the best we can and move forward." Cutter stared at her. "Ma'am, not many folks think like that." "I was in the Army, Medical Corps. I did a tour of Afghanistan. What happened tonight doesn't come close to what I saw over there." She smiled mirthlessly. Her face turned serious. She licked her lips. He guessed her thoughts. "Yeah," he said softly. "Everything Mansour said is true." Neither she nor Landry spoke for a long while. A clock ticked somewhere. The refrigerator hummed. Warm, comforting sounds of the night, except for the pile of bodies in the panic room. Cutter stirred. I am surprised the neighbors didn't hear anything. Older folks around us, Laura replied automatically. All of them sleep early and well. We insulated that safe room. Sound doesn't travel far. What went down wouldn't have disturbed their sleep. Call the cops. He got to his feet and wiped his palms on his thighs. Tell them everything. Is there anywhere safe you can go to? We aren't running away, she replied with steel in her voice. Ma'am, Trujillo will know his trap failed. He might. This is our home. We will defend it. In any case, I am sure the cops will provide us with protection. Don't argue. He gave up. What about you? Landry asked. The police will want to talk to you as well. There are lots of parts in that story that only you know of. I can't hang around. I'll go to them when I am ready. Only after I am finished with Trujillo and Castelli, he thought grimly. He looked at the shattered glass on the floor and the tears in the carpet. I'm sorry, he began. Insurance will cover it, Laura said. We added all the bells and whistles to our policy since Dale was in a high-risk job. Don't sweat it. You are dealing with this Afghanistan. What I saw in that country puts life in perspective. It does, he agreed silently. Don't hide anything from the cops about me. He opened the rear door and stepped out. I figured you wouldn't return. Her voice stopped him. He turned back to her. When you escaped when those shooters arrived, I thought you had left us. She sized him up for long, her gaze lingering over his face and the cuts and bruises on his arms. I should have known better, she nodded. You will always return. 88. Cutter went to his ride, taking the same route. Over the rear wall, down the neighbor's walkway, onto 63rd and to his Range Rover. He got inside, grunting with effort, and slumped back in his seat. The adrenaline rush of the fight was fading, and its absence was magnifying every small hurt. I'm not injured, he told himself irritably. Mansour didn't do much to me, and Kravchuk didn't even come close. He thought about the terrorist for a moment and wondered how he had entered the country, and then shook his head. That's for the cops to work out. He fired up his ride and drove out, lowering his window to let the night air in. The cool breeze freshened him up. His mind cranked up. A car passed him, filled with young people bobbing to the tune playing inside. He thought of Marina and the women aviators. Trujillo will go after anyone to draw me in. He has no rules, no boundaries. He made up his mind when he reached La Jolla. I have taken this as far as I can. I can't risk innocence anymore. He called Deanna Chapman and got her voicemail. It's me, he said. I have proof that Castelli is a child abuser. There's a man in his team, Logan Trujillo. He killed Aleja. His real name is Maslak Safin. He's a Russian killer. He was in their special forces. I'm sure he arranges girls for Castelli. Call me. I'll come to your office in the morning if I don't hear from you. 89. Cutter checked his messages when he woke up at 6 a.m. Nothing from Deanna. He frowned and tried her number. It went to voicemail again. No contact from De Fiore and Quindica either. He turned on a news channel which was full of the night's events. The shooting on Valle Avenue as well as the fight in the Landry's home. His name was mentioned several times by the reporters as a person of interest. Cutter rubbed his jaw and scrolled through the rest of his messages. One from Buana. We're in San Diego. Came here in the night, driving to Frisco in the evening. Looks like you are heating up the town. How are the pops? He asked. Buana called. Cutter, how are you? His voice filled with worry. Alive, uninjured. Sure about that last part? Yeah. His aches had disappeared. Need help? No, I am good. I intend to go to the cops in a while. They can take it from here. How are Maria and Chris? Having fun. They are great company. They made small talk and then hung up. Cutter freshened at a gym and drove to SDPD's headquarters and used a previous swipe card to go up into the building. Chapman's office was empty. No Di Fiore or Quindica either. Strange. He searched for her EA, who told him her boss was running late. She said why? No. The woman's eyes widened when she took him in. Aren't you? Yeah. I'll wait in her office. I'll let her know you are here as soon as she arrives. He took a chair and then got up and went over to the wall and fingered the photograph on it. Riley. His fists clenched involuntarily when he thought of Farouk Mansour. I hope he was the last of them and no more brothers turn up. A phone rang. He ignored it. It trilled insistently. It was one of two on Chapman's desk. He looked out of the glass partition at the EA, who was on another call, and shrugged and lifted the receiver. Cutter Grogan. He didn't recognize the voice, but he knew who it was instantly. Now I know why Deanna, Peyton, and Gina went radio silent. Trujillo, he said harshly, or should I call you Maslak Safin? Somebody has been doing their homework. You know how this goes. I'm at your friend's house. You know where it is. Come alone. I will know if you call the cops, the feds, your friends, and that would be a bad thing to happen. I get it. When? Right away. Why should we waste time? If you hurt them, save the Hollywood dialogue and get over here. Trujillo chuckled and hung up. Cutter knew where the SDPD chief lived. He had been to her home several times. Windward Street in North Bay Terraces. It was a modest-sized house that Deanna and her husband had turned into a home. He pictured it in his mind. White walls, sloping tiles, concrete driveway that ran from the sidewalk, attached garage to the right, manicured lawn to the left, a 4-foot concrete wall that separated the houses on either side. That same wall formed a semi-open enclosure at the front, enough for cars to enter the driveway. She doesn't have an alarmed gate. The police chief had been insistent on not having one and not raising the height of the wall either. That's not how I want to live as police chief, she had said several times. Her husband knew better than to debate with her. Trujillo has contacts in the PD. He might even have tapped her phone. That's how he knew of my voicemail. Cutter left her office and smiled politely at the EA. I'll return another time. But sir, let me do this. I'll go to the desk and find an officer to give my statement to. He hustled to the elevator before she could reply, went down to the ground floor and exhaled in relief when there were no officers waiting for him. She didn't alert any cops. He hurried to his ride and climbed inside. Can't fly my drone to see how many men he has with him. He might have watchers on the street. In any case, it's daytime. Some passerby could see the drone and alert the cops, which will get back to Trujillo. He was sure the Russian wouldn't hesitate to kill. He has 3 hostages. He doesn't need all of them. He sent a message, didn't wait for a reply, and wheeled out of the parking lot. The day was bright, sunny. The sky, blue. A few clouds lazily traversed its great expanse. I could die today, he thought. His hands gripped the wheel tightly. I won't, not before rescuing them. 90. Cutter reached Windward Street and parked in front of Chapman's driveway. He didn't see any vehicles near the house. The closest one was 2 doors away and was unoccupied. He walked up the driveway, rang the bell, removed his shades and put them in his pocket. The front-facing windows had their blinds drawn down. Can't see what's in the backyard. That garage blocks the view. He knew there was a rear exit to it from the kitchen, and the police chief had a potted plant garden at the back. The door opened just enough for him to squeeze through. A shooter watched him alertly and beckoned him silently with his HK. Cutter removed his Glock and spare magazines and dropped them to the floor. He brought out his Benchmade and tossed it down as well. "Phone!" the man barked. He removed it and threw it at the shooter, who caught it one-handed, checked that it was screen-locked and slipped it inside his pocket. "Assume the position," he ordered. You had better not have any more weapons." Cutter faced the wall, planted his hands against them, and spread his legs. The shooter searched him expertly and stood back. "Turn around." Cutter turned around. "Remove your shoes and throw them outside." He tossed them outside. "Clean," the man yelled. "Send him," another voice replied. Cutter followed the man to the living room where another shooter fell behind him. They went down the hallway, past 3 bedrooms, and into the kitchen at the back. "Grogan, we meet at last." Trujillo smiled expansively at him. The Russian was dressed in a loose tee that was rucked up at his waist by the Glock stuffed in his waist. His hands were on his hips, his eyes sharp, observant. His back was to the rear door, which was closed. To his left were 2 windows which overlooked the outside passage that ran from the back of the garage and joined the backyard. Blinds down on those too. The kitchen expanded into a cozy dining area on his right. A third shooter leaned against the wall, his HK slung around his chest. Cutter glanced at him briefly and centered on the dining table, around which were his friends. Chapman, flanked by Di Fiore on her right and Quindica on the other, their mouths taped, their wrists tied and resting on the smooth, polished surface, his insides clenched at the bruises on their faces. "They tried to stop us from entering." Trujillo followed his glance. "That was a mistake. Where's Mikey? Is he away?" He hoped that was the case. Something about Di Fiore drew his attention. Her palms. All fingers are outstretched. Her thumbs and forefingers folded even as he watched. What does that mean? 8 p.m.? That's a long way away. 8 men. That must be it. No, 4 men, including Trujillo. She can't indicate with one hand alone. That would be obvious. "Only 3 men with you?" he asked. "3 are enough," Trujillo answered lazily. 5 weren't sufficient for Kravchuk. "I heard that. I am not him, though." "Yeah," Cutter goaded him. "You kill women. I know that about you." "How did you figure that out?" The Russian grinning, not rising to his bait. "Is this where we show and tell?" "We might as well. You are all going to die. I am sure you know that." Cutter looked at the women who were watching him. He couldn't help it. He laughed genuinely. "You're going to kill them? They are the most lethal people I know, and I have come across a few dangerous ones. Even if you get lucky, you're going to have the SDPD, the FBI, every intelligence agency in the country hunting you. I have been operating beneath the radar for these many years. I'll manage." "You procured girls for Castelli," Cutter stated. The Russian didn't reply for a while. He watched Cutter like a lizard standing casually. "Da," he said finally. "That's your specialty. You used to do that for Moscow politicians." "How do you know that? How do you know my real name?" "Mossad. You were on their radar." The Russian didn't swear or curse. He merely nodded. "You procured young girls for these sick men and then killed them when they outlived their usefulness. When you came to America, you met Castelli and somehow found out about his tastes." "It wasn't hard." The killer shrugged. "There are dark site forums where such things are discussed. Even billionaires cannot keep their secrets. I gate-crashed a party several years ago, got a Russian politician, someone who had the same interests, to introduce me. It was very quick after that. The senator made reference checks, very extensive ones, but I had good clients, highly respected politicians, some of whom he had done business with. I became his right-hand man. I selected his security team." "And you arranged the girls?" "Not not initially. Bershov Mafia. You have heard of them, no?" "I killed their shooters." "I heard that too." Trujillo smiled briefly. "I got product." "Is that what you call them?" Cutter snarled. He heard the women draw shocked breaths but didn't look their way. "It's a business," the Russian said lazily. "Businesses have products. I got them initially from that bratva, and then I started arranging them myself. Eastern Europeans mostly, a few South African ones. What happened to them? Wouldn't you like to know? Enough of me. How did you find out? Aleja, she had photographs on her phone. A chair scraped. He looked at the dining table to see Chapman rising. The shooter behind her slammed her back in her seat. Di Fiore swore inarticulately, attempted to headbutt him and got a slap. That was the box you got from the Pops. Yeah, you threatened them? Da. Trujillo grinned. I didn't scare them that much, did I? They called you and you sent them somewhere. Alejandra Gutierrez, the Russian took her name slowly. She had this habit of coming out at the back and standing in the dark. Chad told us about it afterwards. That was the route Barons used to take when Castelli had a girl with him. Trujillo cocked his head and did the lizard look. You know a lot. Da. The senator went that way to impress them. He showed them the naval base from outside and then took them back to a private apartment on Ocean Beach. He owned the entire building and most of it was empty anyway. I managed its security. It was a safe place. How did you find out about Aleja? I was with the senator that evening when we took that route. I saw her with her phone in her hand. I knew immediately what she was doing. I got out of the car a block away and ran back. She didn't have anything on her phone. She told you that? I can be very persuasive. She didn't tell you about the other phone, though. Obviously, not many people can hold out when I interrogate them, but I was under time pressure. Anyone could have come through that door. Nyette? He smiled at Cutter's expression. I don't regret killing her. Why should I? What do you get out of this? Are you into young girls, too? Nyette, that isn't for me. Money, of course. I am paid extremely well for my services. I have properties all over the world that I can go to when I retire. What about Rick Castelli? Is he involved? The kid? Trujillo snorted. No, he thinks too much of himself. He does not know anything about his father's tastes. What now? Now you die. The Russian straightened. A shooter's head exploded from the round that shattered the side window and went through the man and crashed into the opposite wall. 91. Cutter lunged and kicked the dining table. It slid across the tiled floor and crashed into his friends, sending them toppling to the floor. He spun on his heel, aware of everyone's movements, like time had slowed down. The shooter behind the women going down with a raw, red, gaping hole in his chest. Living room man must be down, too. Trujillo, yelling, leaping sideways, ducking, yanking out his gun. Cutter's pivoting motion slowed just enough for him to grab an empty dining chair and hurl it at the Russian and charge at him. Trujillo swerved to avoid the incoming missile. He started leveling his Glock desperately. Cutter went beneath it. His left hand slapped up the gun wrist. Rounds stitched the ceiling. His right shoulder struck the Russian squarely in the chest, and his momentum sent them sprawling against the rear door, which broke from their weight. They landed on the back porch and rolled to the hard ground. Trujillo's Glock slid away. He swore in his native language. Cutter got on top and jabbed an elbow in the Russian's throat, who turned his head and struck with a finger jab to the eyes. Cutter ducked. The move made him slide away from the killer, who twisted like an eel and moved up his chest to punch furiously. He's fast. He's strong, Cutter thought grimly as he blocked and deflected as best as he could. There was no room to pull back. There was no time to work out an attack. It was a close quarters, old style, no holds barred fight to the death punching that he was receiving. His hands blurred in the air as he parried and thrust whenever he could. His jaws were clamped tight. His head rocked whenever a blow got through his defense and smashed against his face. He tried to buck with his feet, but the Russian was planted firmly on his chest with his thighs gripping his torso. Cutter felt the edge of the steps with the flat of his legs and thrust hard. He ground out an oath when his back slid on the hard, paved backyard and moved several feet towards the rear wall. Trujillo had anticipated the move. He crab-walked along with him without losing his superior position. "You aren't as good as me," the killer snarled and punched him in the belly. "You are weak." Another blow crashed into his ribs. Cutter got a knuckle jab at his assailant's throat, but it didn't land right, and Trujillo caught his retreating hand and slammed it to the ground, which gave him the opening. He pounced downward and slammed a forearm against his throat. "This is how I will kill you." His eyes glittered. His lips thinned as he thrust down savagely. "I will choke you." Cutter punched him desperately in the ribs as he gasped for air. Some of his blows connected, but many didn't as the Russian bobbed and weaved his head. "I'm losing this," Cutter thought dimly, as his body struggled with the lack of air. The Russian's arm on his throat was like a steel bar that kept pressing downwards relentlessly. "This is how I killed Alejandra," he murmured. "I know all the tricks to make it look natural. I finished Leonid in the same way. You? Pah! There is no need to hide anything." Cutter flailed with his left hand. It hit something. A flower pot. He caught its edge. It was heavy, but it was his only chance, and with his vision blackening and his chest heaving, he dragged it forward and with a roar lifted it and crashed it against Trujillo's head. The weapon was too big for the killer to evade. The pot exploded against the Russian's head, showering them both with soil and compost. Trujillo yelled. His body rocked sideways and his forearm lifted. Cutter palm jabbed him in the neck with all his power and twisted away from beneath him. He got to his knees and fired several punches to the killer's ribs. Trujillo groaned. His eyes were blinking rapidly to remove the dirt from them. He staggered sideways and crashed into the rear wall, but he regained his balance, twisted nimbly and shoved Cutter to the hard, unyielding surface. "I can't be trapped again." Cutter brought his elbow against Trujillo's face, felt teeth break even as his head slammed against something rubbery. A green hose fell over them. Its sudden jerk must have turned its tap somewhere because water shot out of its free end at their feet. Trujillo's feet slipped. Cutter punched his neck repeatedly, stopping him from turning around. He grabbed the hose and wrapped a coil around the killer's neck. The Russian sensed his intent. He straightened. Cutter kicked his legs. The assassin's body sagged. The hose tightened around his neck. Cutter made another loop around his neck and pulled the rubber tight with his right hand while simultaneously wrapping his left arm around the killer's throat and squeezing and pulling. Trujillo punched backwards with both hands. They lacked power. He tried to find purchase on the paved ground to spring back and ease the chokehold. Cutter kneed him in the back to send him off balance, which got the hose and his forearm to take the Russian's weight, which was what he wanted. He kept squeezing and pulling the rubber. "You are not that good," Trujillo gasped as he struggled to break free. "I will kill you." Cutter didn't reply. He panted hoarsely as he kept applying the stranglehold and thrust his feet hard on the ground to prevent them from slipping on the wet surface. His mind was filled with a gray fog. Random images flashed. Jenna Gutierrez, the slump in her shoulders when he turned her down initially. Aleja's letter to the Pops. Marina Soria's scared face. The bruises and bleeding on his friends' faces in the dining room. He roared deeply as the cold fury that had filled him for days burst, his body drawing on reserves of strength, and he yanked tight and squeezed hard and kept applying the hold until Trujillo's body shuddered and went still. Cutter didn't let go. He kept upright until the water at his feet gathered an inch high and the weight of the body became unbearable, and he slid to the ground and with a primeval elbow thrust broke the Russian's neck even though it was no longer needed. He lay in the backyard, half propped against the wall, water soaking his jeans and panting desperately, sucking huge lungfuls of air until his wheezing lessened and his breathing evened out. He heard a faint whirring in the air and looked up to see a drone that was a few feet above his head. He waggled his fingers at it tiredly, rose and staggered indoors. Chapman, DeFiore, and Quindica had managed to upright themselves but were still bound to their chairs. He weaved and blinked the sweat and water from his eyes. The NYPD detective snarled from behind her tape. It suspiciously sounded like, "Get a knife, you idiot." He went to the sideboards, found a knife, and cut them free. DeFiore ripped her tape away and shot to her feet instantly. Her eyes took him in. Her hands were gentle as she helped him to a chair. Cutter sat there as the earth spun and his friends spoke in hushed voices and made calls. He didn't know how long had passed when Chapman thrust a mug of steaming coffee in front of him. Not long, he thought. Cops aren't here yet. "Who shot those men?" she demanded. "I don't know," he replied. "Honestly," he repeated when all three of them frowned at him. "It's true. It could have been Buana or Bear or all of them. Those shots came from different angles and different times. They must have gotten onto the roofs of neighboring houses to get the firing lines. He knew he would find out, but it didn't matter just then." He took another sip and got to his feet slowly. He felt like he had been through a concrete mixer, but he didn't black out. He went to the shooter who had been at the door, searched his pocket, and got his phone. He returned to the table where his friends were watching him. "You got what he said?" Cutter asked. "Sure did," Buana replied. Calm, emotionless, giving nothing away about his identity. "I sent the recording to you. Over and out." DeFiore picked up the phone and jabbed the home button. The screen lock came on. She stared at it for a moment. He was listening in all along. "Yeah, he's the shooter?" "I don't know." 92. The cops arrived. JTF teams rolled in wearing FBI blazers. Forensic vans and ambulances came as well. Cutter leaned against the kitchen counter in a corner and drank his coffee as he watched his friends work with the arrivals. No one took his statement. Chapman jerked her head a couple of times in his direction, but no officer came to him. An EMT approached him after a while. "You've been through the ringer, I heard. Let's check you out." He thought of protesting, but saw Quindica's frown and removed his jacket and tee. There were a few officers nearby. One of them whistled when he removed his thin layer of armor. "I'm sure you don't get that on eBay." Cutter didn't respond. The EMT narrowed her eyes at the scars on his chest and back. She looked searchingly at him. "Stuff I've been through," he shrugged. He felt DeFiore's gaze. "She knows. Peyton and Deanna as well." "You might have a cracked rib," the EMT said after inspecting him. "I can tape your chest. I'll recommend rest, a lot of it, but," she drawled, "you don't look like someone who takes that kind of advice." He grinned at her, liking her instantly. Tape is enough. Chapman, DeFiore, and Quindica joined him an hour later when the hustle had reduced. "Show us," the police chief said. He knew what she meant, Aleja's photographs. "I need a laptop." She brought him hers and unlocked it for him. He logged into his cloud account and downloaded the recording Buana had sent, and then the photographs. He sat back when Chapman leaned over and played the audio file. Everything was on it, from his approach to the house up until the shooting. "It didn't pick up what happened outside," he explained. "The phone was too far." "Don't need that." She squeezed his shoulder. "His role, Castelli. That's all there. We have enough." She opened the photographs and went silent. Cutter saw her dig her nails into the base of her palms. Quindica clamped her hand around DeFiore's forearm and squeezed hard. "Clean up those photographs and you'll see Barron's in one of them," he told them. They didn't respond immediately. Their faces remained tight. "You should have come to us immediately," Chapman said after a while. He shrugged. "I know you. You were worried about our careers," she said. "You saw what he did at that press conference." "Pshaw!" She waved airily. The mayor and I are close, and even if we weren't, I wouldn't be worried. Where's Mikey? Sleepover at a friend's place. Thank God for that. Your friend was in town, ready to help? Di Fiore asked him pointedly. He grinned. She suspects that was Buona. She has met all of them, and his voice is distinctive. He was. I asked him. The last message he had sent from Chapman's office had been to Buona. He had called his friend and had left the line open, hoping that the agency operators would help him. They did. It hadn't been the first time they had helped him, and he knew it wouldn't be the last. He had given up on thanking them. He was their friend. He was one of them. They didn't go for such formalities with family. You could have warned us. How could I? I dropped you to the ground once the shooting started to— Dropped us to the ground, Quindica said sarcastically. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. She was grinning, though, which meant she didn't mean the words in anger. What about me? He asked Chapman. No one came to— You are an undercover JTF agent. That's how I have explained it, she replied before he had finished. Undercover? Heck, the whole city knows my name and how I look. Yeah, but everyone who saw you today are my or Gina's and Peyton's people. Handpicked. They won't tell. The EMT? She's one of ours too, Quindica said calmly. You are not the only one who can keep secrets. They were still in the kitchen in the afternoon, Cutter keeping out of their way while his friends made and took calls and conferred quietly as officers arrived and departed. At just past 3 p.m., he felt the atmosphere change. More calls were made. People stiffened and gesticulated. Voices rose. What happened? Cutter asked when the women came to him with their game faces on. It's all out there. The news leaked somehow, about Castelli and girls, Chapman said. We kept a tight lid on it, but it looks like someone in the mayor's office called a journalist friend. So, it was going to come out in any case. Deanna was working on getting a warrant to search all his properties, Quindica said. We could question him, but if we had gotten the warrant as well— She blew her breath. It's summer. Very few judges around. All that took time, and now this. Okay, so what? Cutter asked. So, Cutter Grogan, Di Fiore said angrily. Castelli has escaped. He flew out of the country an hour ago. Where? Montenegro. His office says he has meetings with the country's prime minister and that they were in his diary a long time ago. They are lying, of course. That's what he asked them to say. Montenegro has no extradition treaty with us, and he has made a lot of investments there. He will be protected. He's gone, she said bitterly. You don't look upset, Quindica observed him shrewdly. Cutter shrugged. I am sure you will do everything you can to bring him back. He put on a bland expression as they regarded him suspiciously. Montenegro. That helps. Their chief of army general staff owes me. Zeb has friends there too. Yeah, he said. I am confident justice will be served. Di Fiore and Quindica came with him to the door when he was leaving. The FBI says he hugged him hard, and then the detective faced him. Your luck will run out one day, she told him. I know. Her look was inscrutable, and then she behaved uncharacteristically. She leaned up and kissed him on the cheek, and he thought her eyes were moist, but he couldn't be sure. I hope we won't be around to see it when it does. I hope so too, he said, and left them. 93. The fallout continued well into the night. Rick Castelli resigned from the Navy, but not before the SDPD said it would investigate not only him, but everyone around the senator. Journalists pestered the naval base Coronado until its officials relented and got Marina Soria and the rest of the women aviators on a press conference. They answered the questions skillfully and truthfully, saying they had met the senator on a few occasions, but he had behaved impeccably with them. We don't know what to think, they said when asked about Rick, and deflected further questions. Carol Galvez was interviewed, as were Sykes and Powell. All three defended their investigation. Chapman backed them up in a late-evening press conference. She said the investigation was good, and if Trujillo hadn't confessed, no one would have known any better. She was badgered by the journalists for the undercover agent's identity, but smiled and refused to name the person. She gave credit to Aleja and said without her, a predator would have carried on. Of course. She smiled humorlessly. The case still must be made in court against the senator, but we are confident any jury will see it our way. Senator Paul Castelli molested underage children. We have evidence of him with young girls. No, SDPD will not be making those photographs public. Bruce Epps was interviewed too. He defended Castelli's donation and said he wouldn't be returning it. He confirmed he was still running for governor, but poll figures showed support for him had dropped considerably. Social media went into overdrive. Every clip of Castelli was analyzed. People came out of the woodwork claiming they knew he was a molester. The SDPD promised to investigate any and every such accusation. Cutter stopped following the news and social media. "Are you still in San Diego?" he messaged Buana. "On the road to Frisco," came the reply. "Roger says steak is on you when you're back home." He was figuring out what else he could say when his friend messaged. "You're overthinking. As usual. Go, take a rest. We'll see you in New York." He grinned and pocketed his phone, drove back to his hotel in Coronado at night and went to the Coronado PD's headquarters. His hunch was right. Galvez's car was in the parking lot. He waited, and close to midnight she came to the vehicle. "You are feeling guilty," he told her. "Anyone would, in your position." "If only," she began. "The worst two words in the English language," he chuckled. "Don't go there. You heard what Chapman said. You, Sykes, and Powell did nothing wrong. You have nothing to regret." "Easy enough for you to say. I have been there. I know what it's like to second-guess myself. None of us can go back in time and undo or redo events in our lives." She joined him at the vehicle and leaned against it. "He got away, didn't he?" she said bitterly. "He won't return to America. All that wealth of his. He will be untouched, and even in Montenegro he will find a way for his sick tastes." "Maybe," he said noncommittally, hugged her, and returned to his hotel. He started researching Montenegro and made the first of his calls. 94. 2 months later, Kravchuk was a remote village in Montenegro. It was only half an hour away from Podgorica, the country's capital, but it was off the beaten track and very few travelers visited it. Tour buses were hardly seen. The village was near Skadar Lake, and the few visitors who ventured to the place often got to enjoy freshly caught and cooked fish. Cutter wasn't interested in the village, nor in the lake's contents. He was intent on a private villa, a mile away from the village to the southwest of Kravchuk. It was deep in the forest and built on 10 acres, which were surrounded by a 10-foot wall on the top of which was an electrified fence. The complex had one main road that went to the capital. The asphalt strip that ran through the forest was privately built and maintained by the villa's owner. There were 30 residents in the complex, which had 2 swimming pools, a gym, several tennis courts, a heliport, and a private airstrip. Most of the residents were service providers, cooks, cleaners, mechanics, gardeners, and several security personnel. All of them lived in the complex. An armored van left the villa every morning to go to Podgorica and return with fresh produce, groceries, and various purchases that a complex of that size needed. Cutter wasn't interested in 29 of the residents. He was solely focused on the 30th person, Paul Castelli. He had paid out close to $100,000 in US dollars to get the billionaire's location. Once he had confirmed the man's presence, he had commenced a 2-week surveillance. A call to his agency friends had resulted in the weather satellite circling in a new orbit, one that went over the villa. Its images were precise, stunningly clear, and gave him the proof that one of America's most wanted men was hiding in the villa from where he ran his business interests. Cutter looked at the sky when the armored van left for its errand. Clear blue overhead. No fog, no cloud cover. The images from the bird were crisp and showed Castelli sitting in the rear garden, drinking his coffee as he pored over several newspapers. He checked his perimeter on his screen. The cameras that he had placed in a wide circle around himself didn't show any intruders. He was alone in his section of the forest, which was a small clearing. At his 12, the villa's wall was visible through a gap in the trees, close to a mile, far enough from the villa's surveillance for him to be undetected and yet well within the range for what he planned. He stilled himself. It was time. He removed the camo blanket from the ground and picked up the man-pad with practiced ease. Man-pad, Man-Portable Air Defense System, also known as MPAD. The launch tube had a missile in it, a FM-92 Stinger. Its BCU, battery coolant unit, was already inserted in the handguard. The weapon had an IFF, identification friend or foe, interrogator. He didn't need it. It had a sight assembly. He didn't need that either. He aimed the missile at the highest point of the villa, its curved roof, and triggered the weapon. The report was loud, but he was the only one who heard it. The missile rocketed away at 750 meters per second. Cutter didn't stand around to watch. He dropped the launcher and sprinted to his left, leaping over bushes and fallen logs, taking a route that he had practiced several times. He reached his destination, which was 100 yards away. Another clearing, another camo blanket that he whipped away, beneath which was a tripod-mounted MPAD. It was identical to the one he had fired. Every mechanism was the same, except for a set of motors mounted on the launcher, a camera at its end, and a screen that was on top of it. It had a split-screen view. One had real-time feed of the villa, whose roof had collapsed from the weapon he had fired. Another showed the airstrip, at the end of which was a hangar. Cutter lay behind the tripod and held the gripstock as he watched the screen. Two men ran out of the rear of the villa and climbed into a vehicle. The weather satellite zoomed in on them. One of the men was Castelli, the other was a driver. Cutter had read the second man's file. He was a thug. He zoomed in on the speeding vehicle, which was heading to the hangar. The crosshair centered on it. It glowed orange, which meant the satellite had locked onto it. It glowed green a moment later, which meant Werner, which was communicating in real time with the weapons system in the satellite, had figured out the speed of the vehicle, the trajectory, and time to impact. The motors whirred. The launcher adjusted its angle automatically. A camera at its tip sent its feed to Werner, which confirmed there were no obstructions in the flight path since the trajectory would go through gaps in the foliage and trees, which was why the crosshair was green. Cutter fired the Stinger. The vehicle exploded 2 seconds later. He got to his feet, ripped away the screen, jammed it in his backpack, and sprinted 2 miles away from the clearing. The hardware wasn't important. Both missiles would be shown to be pirated, stolen from U.S. supplies to Ukraine. He reached a jeep and threw his backpack on the passenger seat. He changed into a tattered shirt and faded jeans, jammed a wig on his head, and shot out of the forest and joined the M2. 3, and then the E-80, which took him to Podgorica Airport. He parked in the lot and changed again, to a business suit and another disguise, and entered the concourse confidently. 40 minutes later, he was on a commercial flight to Berlin. 4 hours after firing the missiles, he landed in Germany, where a private jet was waiting for him. The aircraft had discreet lettering on it. Lukather Enterprises. Cutter turned on a TV screen when the airplane took off and read the news. Paul Castelli killed in audacious missile attack. He turned off the TV and smiled at the attendant who brought him a tray with steaming food. His phone pinged when he was in the middle of his meal. "Did you see the news?" Gina Di Fiore, her usual abrupt self. "No," he replied. He worked out time differences. I'm having lunch. Did something happen? Cutter Grogan, she replied indignantly. Don't play innocent. Someone killed Castelli with a Stinger missile. That's a statement kill. What do you know of it? Nothing. Where are you? Over the Atlantic. Nope, he decided. That reply wouldn't go down well. With some friends in Columbus Avenue. Those friends, the ones who helped you? I can't confirm or deny that. He put his phone away when she didn't reply. Justice had been served. 95. 6 months later. The sky was overcast in Manhattan. Chill had set in. Weather forecasters were predicting rain later in the day. Cutter followed Jenna Gutierrez after work down Broadway and into a building. He let several moments pass and then entered it. Grace Church. It was quiet. Candles lit at the sides and at the front. 3 other worshippers with Jenna far ahead on a bench. Cutter stood in the shadows and waited patiently. He had no intention of meeting her. He didn't want to be paid. He knew her routine from following her for a few weeks and would keep doing so until he was sure she was coping with her loss. 40 minutes later, she got up, bowed, and walked out. He followed her out discreetly. She was at the gate when the skies opened up. The rain was heavy, as if the heavens were trying to clean the city. Jenna Gutierrez didn't have an umbrella, but she didn't seek shelter. She walked down Broadway, one of the few people who braved the rain. He followed her and then lost her in the crowd at the subway entrance. He looked around and then stiffened when she came up from behind. She looked at him silently. Her hair was plastered to her head. Rain dripped off her ears and nose, but her eyes were steady and calm, and her gaze didn't leave his. I know you have been following me. I am not a fool. I spotted you some days ago. He didn't say anything. I went to Mexico for several months. The media attention became too much. I had to get away. He knew. She had left a week after he had killed Castelli. I know everything about you. Still, he stood silently, wondering where she was going. He had his 15 minutes of fame a long time ago. A Google search would reveal a lot about him. Gina DiFiore and Peyton Quindica came to see me, she continued as the rain poured. From San Diego after Castelli died. I made them tell me about you. I insisted. I am a mother. Was. She quickly corrected herself, her voice breaking, and then she recovered. I can be ferocious. They told me what was on the internet. I said that's not enough. Finally, they told me about Riley and your unborn child. Thunder crashed overhead. A jagged streak flashed in the sky. The cops never found anything more of those girls. Cutter knew who she was talking about. He couldn't look away from her. They couldn't identify them. They didn't find any bodies. It's as if they didn't exist. But somewhere, there will be parents grieving for them. Maybe even a single father or a mother who will be gazing into the distance, wondering if their little girl will ever return. More thunder rumbled in the sky. She held a hand to his cheek. You and I and all those parents, she said. We belong to the saddest club in the world, parents who have outlived their children. He broke down. He hugged her hard and cried in her hair and felt her shudder and sob in return. And then she led him to a cafe, and they sat indoors and drank coffee without saying another word. Two people comfortable with each other, without needing to fill the silences. The rain stopped. Steam rose out of the ground. The world wasn't perfect, but for Cutter, in that moment, it was enough. The end. Bonus chapter from Highwire, a Zeb Carter thriller. The mine was in a remote and arid part of South Australia. Acres of brown land, dotted by a few trees, and then the walled compound of the mining facility which seemed to rise from the ground. Zeb sat in his Range Rover and watched the main gate through binos. His vehicle was matte painted to prevent any reflection and was hidden behind a clump of acacia. Whoever invented aircon, you are a savior, he thought as he swigged from a bottle of water. "Anything?" he asked in his comms. "Nope. Nada. Zilch." A bored yawn. His team checked in, individually. They were split up to cover the mine's 6 entrances. "How long do we have to do this, Zeb?" Beth asked irritatedly. "Since when have we become watchers?" "I'll talk to Claire tonight," he said grimly. "This is a waste of our time. There are other agencies who can do this stuff." "All right." He glanced at his watch. "Time to pack up. Back to base." Base was Port Augusta, a small town in South Australia, 250 kilometers away, a 3-hour drive given the small roads and the heat. Zeb set off south after a last glance at the mine. 2-lane road, barren land on either side, and in the far distance, a string electricity lines disappearing over the horizon. His tires rolled over asphalt. He wished the twins were in his ride to give him company. Another clump of acacia, ahead. A sheet of rock was opposite it, on the other side of the road. It was a geological anomaly that rose out of the earth, was well over 10 meters high and ran for 30 meters. He had marveled at its enormous craggy surface when they drove down to start their recon. He stifled a yawn when he reached the acacia trees. One hand on the wheel, another over his mouth. The digger came out of the clump at speed, its yellow surface gleaming in the setting sun's rays. Its metal implement swung and crashed into his Range Rover's side and sending it skidding against the rock. Metal shrieked, rubber burned. His windscreen and windows splintered. Zeb stamped on the gas to get away. His vehicle didn't respond. He looked to his right and saw the digger swinging again, growing larger in his vision. The end.